Hey everyone, how are you? How are you? Please, everyone, let me check my microphone. Drop a one if you can hear me. Thank you all for being here. Who is Only Jess? I don't know who Only Jess is. I don't know what any of these ladies' names pretty much, except Julesy on my thumbnail is, but I will be talking about them. Um, I didn't do a deep dive into anyone here. If these people are your favorite content creators, if you care about these people, I implore you to put aside your bias because we're going to be talking about very serious topics in a moment. Um, and I think it is the right thing to do the right thing. I thought I ate, but I didn't. All right. Before we get there, I know a lot of you all want to talk about politics. There is not a lot for me to say here. There's not a lot for me to say. Welcome, everyone. Grab your coffee, water, tea. This is mud water. Grab what you need and come sit down, relax, and kick your foot up. We're here on a Friday, living it up, living it up. Hey, mods. Hey, my moderators. Hey, I see people from the Discord. Welcome to everyone. I look moisturized, and that is beautiful. All right. The DNC. Let's talk about the DNC quickly. The DNC gave what needed to be gave. It was very well organized. It was beautifully done. It was amazing. I actually did like the Little John intro. The cast of Scandal was there. The Obamas showed up and showed out. Oprah, like everything about it was amazing to me. Now, I hear a lot of people saying the DNC and the Democrats were pandering to Black people. Yes. Yes, they were. They were pandering to Black people and they were pandering to people generally. They are trying to get votes. The RNC was pandering to racist white people. They were pandering to people. That's kind of what tends to happen at the at these events, girl. I'm not sure what you were expecting. I'm not sure what you thought this was. And for all the people like, we want to hear policies. No, you do not. You are lying. And I do not like people playing in my face. I do not like, so I'm on, I'm old, so I'm going to do it like the old people. I'm on the Instagram. I'm on the Instagram dipping it and doing it, listening to these speeches, Crockett, like everyone is really giving what needs to be, gave the energies high. There is this very meaningful infusion of energy into politics in a way that I have not seen since Obama, right? And so it was very nice to just be in the moment. Outside of policy and anything, I'm in the moment. I'm listening. They're dragging Trump. I'm always here for a good Trump drag. These people in the comments, these men in the comments in particular, but some women too, but mostly these men who I was responding to, they're only pandering to Black people. We are their policies. So I am engaging because I think people are being genuine, right? I'm engaging and I'm responding to people. They're like, oh my God, what are Kamala's economic policies? So it's like, the one policy was the idea that she wanted to provide $6,000 a child, like the $6,000 child tax credit for families with children who were younger than 12 years old, 12 months. 12 months, I think, and wanting to get back to the pandemic era tax credit, which was like $3,600 for children. And my dumb self, I am like actually trying to remember all of the. I'm glad you're here, Sin. I'm glad you're here. I'm trying to remember all of the like policies off the top of my head that I can remember, right? And I'm trying to like include them. These people do not care, like at all, not even in the least bit. When they say they're not talking about policies, what they mean is, I don't care. I'm not listening. I'm just here to distract and move on. I am making this comment and that's it. I'm going to say the Democratic Party and Kamala's campaign aren't giving us anything substantive, and then I'm going to just move on. I'm not going to engage. I am so sorry that I wasted my time to engage with people online. Like I must have replied to probably 15 different people. I don't think you could post links in some of these websites, and definitely not on Instagram. And I'm like trying to explain to them where they can go to find the policy, what they can do to look it up if they want to engage. Are we talking about childcare? Are we talking about economic development? Are we talking about infrastructure deal? Are we talking about immigration? Are we talking about foreign policies generally? Like I am literally dumb as being dumb. Like I am being dumb. I'm owning this by engaging with people online, trying to help them find the policies and see if it is in alignment with what they want to see from America or what Trump, they don't care, not even in the least bit. So, where I found this out, mind you, Sin made a comment on Instagram. I forgot under what post. And I followed up under the comment because this guy was like, "Oh, what is Kamala doing for Black people? Or why are they not talking about policy?" And I think Sin responded and was like, "Hey, you should go look this up, whatever," but not in that tone. And then I followed up because I'm trying to be helpful. Girl, these people just dragging me. These people do not care about a policy. They kept repeating, where's the policy? Where's the policy? Where's the policy? And girl, you don't care about no policy. Because I keep giving you policies, I keep sending you to policies, and you don't care. Now Sin Dragon. Sin Dragon. Of course not in that tone. She's dragging, girl, and rightfully so. After you wasted my time, I wanted to drag too. So anyway, Kamala gave a really great speech, and it's at this juncture that I want to say, all of you all who dragged Kimberly Nicole Foster need to go and apologize to Kim. For Harriet needs an apology. Like I said the same thing she said, right? I agree with her, but no one dragged me because no one saw me. But girl, the way them people really stood up there, the way them people really stood up there on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and they dragged her when she said that Kamala should lean into. By the way, I know how to say Kamala now because her nieces taught me, and now I'm like Kamala. Period. Um, Y'all dragged her. Y'all dragged Kim when Kim told y'all that Kamala should lean into being a prosecutor. Y'all, she's not no, she's progressive, blah, blah, blah. She wasn't prosecuting people. Girl, now Kamala sat up there. Let me find ah, this is important. They don't even have anything that they want. Outside of wanting to get rid of child support. Yeah, where's my phone? Like, yeah, where's my phone? I need to find this article. I don't know where I put my phone. Anyway, the fact that they don't have anything outside of wanting to remove child support is diabolical. These men, let me show y'all something. I was going to wait to get to this, but I'm going to do it right now. These people don't have they don't have a clue about anything. They don't care nothing. RFK Jr. suspended his campaign and talk about he's going to promote Donald Trump. Girl, if you don't get out of my face, if you don't get all the way out of my face, they, Don Lemon is going to hell for this. Let me show you what happened. This is why I decided mostly not to talk about politics today. I saw this and I was over it. Don Lemon decided that he was going to go on the street and ask people who they're voting for and why. And when I tell you that this broke my heart, it broke my heart. It they're trying to figure out what black men are going to vote for. Let me put a caveat here. I'm hyped up on a ton of caffeine. Give me a second. I need to get my phone. I don't feel comfortable without my phone. Give me 2 seconds. I'm back. All right. So I'm listening to these men, and I'm gonna drag Don Lemon real quick. I don't think, and y'all can get the tomatoes ready for me. I get the tomatoes ready for me. I refuse. I refuse to believe that this is the best he could do. I think Don Lemon edited this after getting a bunch of men who were probably more politically aware and just decided to post this. I do not believe he randomly went on the street and just all of these black men showed up and did this. I don't believe it. You can throw tomatoes at me if you want, but I don't believe this for a second. I don't. I do not believe that he randomly went out, picked these men, and these were the answers. I don't believe that. I don't believe that we're this unaware of pretty much everything happening in politics and life. I don't believe that. I refuse. So let's watch this.
I've been talking to a lot of black men. They say they're supporting Donald Trump. Do you believe that? But who are you voting for?
Donald Trump.
Trump. I have to go Trump, man.
You said Trump.
Yes.
I think they are, and I think the reason why the money he gave away last time he was in office is what they're looking for again.
What money?
Even if it was illegally or legally, the PPP loans, stimulus, and stuff like that.
That wasn't him.
Who was that?
That was a Democratic Congress.
Oh, that was
He doesn't give away money.
I didn't know that. I didn't know what, but they probably think that's what the case is.
You know, they're actually looking and seeing who's going to benefit me more. Let me not just make a blind vote.
He run with the color people. He run with our type. That's why we like him, because he's more for us.
I think a lot of black men, they want something different. They don't just want to follow the black vote.
Are y'all in the same household?
Yes, sir.
He kind of feel like his vote doesn't count almost. That's the part that's kind of discouraging.
The top people see a difference, but the bottom people don't see a difference too much. It takes a long time for to see a difference.
Stuff happened with George Floyd. I say he gave us stimulus checks. Even though that was nothing, he didn't have to do that. He still blessed us with stimulus checks.
You know, he didn't do the stimulus checks. He didn't want to do it. That was a Democratic Congress. He only held it up to get his name on the check.
I did not know that. F Trump, man. I don't like Trump no more.
I don't believe it. Y'all can keep y'all can keep your opinion to yourself in the chat. Y'all can keep your opinion to yourself in the chat. I don't want to hear it. I don't. I have nothing for you here. I have absolutely nothing for you all over here. I don't believe this. I don't believe this is the quality of political analysis that exists if you randomly go out on the street to go. I'm gonna go ahead and say it's bias. I'm gonna. I'm, I'm gonna go ahead and say this is bias. Don Lemon don't like black people in probably most likely and decided to make black men look bad. I'm gonna go ahead and say that. Let me put this, what y'all are doing to me in the chat. That this cannot be real life. This cannot be real life. There is no amount of convincing. There's no amount, like, what do you mean? Like, what is this? Like, what is the actual response to this? I don't believe that. I don't believe. So, in any case, like, this is a disgrace. Like, it. Oh, Ngozi has been a member for 36 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I truly appreciate you being here. The theme is, it is that I know. Yes, I'm in denial. Like, what do you mean? What are the policies that you would like to see implemented? And what party has those policies or are more closely aligned to those policies? Like, I mean, I think that is the most basic level framework to operate from. And I don't think these people have any idea of what they want to see, what they want America to be. I don't believe this is, I don't, I believe this was edited for maximum impact. Also, we can look at the voting trend for Black men and see that they overwhelmingly vote Democrat. And also, while they are increasingly voting or skewing right, they overwhelmingly vote Democrat. So I don't, I'm having I'm having acceptance issues, right? I'm having issues. Like I've seen the Manosphere videos, I've seen the men online talking, but like that's just like it's not just online, but like it feels weird that like all of the people you highlighted in the short seem to be ill-informed, like about absolutely everything, and they're all voting Trump. I don't believe you can randomly jump into a black neighborhood and ask them who they're voting for, and all of them, the men just say Trump. Like I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna stick beside the Kings. No, 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 no. I think this is some foolery. There's some foolery afoot. There's some foolery afoot. I believe there's some foolery afoot. I think Don Lemon is trying to play some reindeer games. Anywho, back to the women. Back to the women. Back to the women. So Kamala accepted, not you send a super chat with a tomato. Thank you, Kilo. Donald Trump is spazzing out online. I'm not even going to get into it. There's so much good content, funny foolishness happening over there, but I'm going to leave it alone. Kamala did her acceptance speech. She has formally accepted the nomination and she is going the candidacy. She is now the official candidate. It is what it is. Girl did that. This is one of her best speeches yet. But I'm still stuck on you all, and by you all I mean that man on in Twitter who was dragging Kim. I feel like for you to have any kind of political legitimacy, you should apologize. I think that the fact that you and a lot of people dragging Kimberly Nicole Foster did not have the foresight to understand that a Kamala candidacy juxtaposed against a Trump candidacy is going to put her in the role of a prosecutor who holds people accountable is absolutely wild and diabolical. And that was the essence of what Kimberly Nicole Foster was saying. So for y'all to drag her, when I said they dragged Kim, yeah. Yeah, when I said they dragged Kim all through and through Black Twitter, well, that I felt so bad. On TikTok, they were dragging her. They came on YouTube, they were dragging her. And I could not understand why Kamala's superfans were dragging Kim when Kim was supporting Kamala and telling Kamala to lean into the prosecutor bit. Like that made sense. You're running against a felon, a 30 times over felon. Obviously, she gonna be that girl. Like, so let me play a little bit. Ain't nobody got they stay dragging her. Let me go quickly to this part because ain't nobody got time for all of this.
And drugs and in the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley, those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them, no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day, in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge, and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
Job very well done. Story was told. She was very specific in bringing up her friend Wanda's abuse, and how that triggered her and sent her down the path of becoming a prosecutor where her only client is the people. It continues to be the people, and she is running as a prosecutor who is fighting for the people. Y'all owe Kimberly Nicole Foster an apology. Y'all do. You all owe Kim an apology, and I will never let that down. Y'all, no, because she said Kamala should lean into the fact that she is a prosecuting person, right? And she did. And she is. And she ate that, right? Now she's going to go on to drag Trump, because period. And I think that the people who were on Kamala's side talking about, oh, she's progressive, oh, she's this, oh, she's that, it does not matter. It does not matter. In a general election, her being seen as super progressive, i.e., lenient in some people's mind when it comes to her prosecuting criminals, is not a good thing. It is the thing Trump is trying to weaponize against her right now. So you being on her team, or you being the fanboy, or whatever you are, it is wild to make the claim that she's just this super progressive person. She doesn't even want that title right now because she understands that it does not work in her benefit right now. She needs to come off tough and strong and amazing at her job, and she's doing it. That's that on that. All right. However, before we even start the show, because this is not what the show is about tonight, we need to talk about the person who I give the best. I was giving out awards and I gave the best speech of the night to this lady right here. Michelle Obama came, ate, and left. And here's the thing, I will say, while Kamala gave the best speech that I've ever seen her give, Michelle Obama and whoever Michelle Obama's speechwriter is, Kamala need to use them first. Second, if they use the same speechwriter, she needs to consult Michelle with all the speeches because Michelle came, ate, and left. When I said, and Obama, amazing. By the way, I don't know why people are like, oh my God, we don't like Obama. Girl, sit down. Ain't nobody got time for you. It has become really popular to not like the Obamas or say, oh, they didn't do anything for black people. Girl, sit down. Unless you want to come up and debate, then we're not about to have that conversation. They are they're my favorite. That's my favorite sort of couple, the president and first lady, period, in history. Right now, contemporary history, as in for my lifetime. It is what it is. And I love this woman down. I love this woman so much. And she reminds me of just how you can shake up a room by owning who you are in the room. Because ain't nobody about to tell me Michelle Obama wasn't the centerpiece for the DNC. Ain't nobody about to tell me that. When I said she dragged Trump. Remember, she's the same woman that said when they go low, we go high. She said absolutely not. She dragged Trump by the heel on his chin, and I was here for it. I was here for it. Let me play some of it. I won't play all of it, but let me play let me play some of this mess. And then we can get, oh my God, I love this woman. I do. And I didn't initially, I just really liked her. I just really liked her initially. But as the more I see her speak, the more I understand why people, racist people, let's call them what they are, don't like her.
Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback. But to be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings, that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block.
I'm only breaking this up for copyright purposes, but this woman knows how to give a speech. She understands what storytelling is. She knows how to connect with people, and the charisma just oozes from her. The charisma just oozes from her. Like, you have to be enthralled. Like, she's very captivating. She is captivating. She is that girl. Forget captivating. She is that girl. She is the moment. She is very demure, very mindful. And period. See, period. This is the power I think each of you have. I believe this so fundamentally.
She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, don't sit around and complain about things, do something. So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued.
Sorry, only interrupting for copyright reasons, but also I would hate to be Michelle and Barack's child. I would hate him. These two are two of the best speakers of our generation. I said what I said. At yourself, don't at me. I couldn't imagine living. I could not imagine. By the way, Obama came after Michelle, and Obama ate down too. Obama ate down, but and I think Obama's speech was, they were different, but I was more was more tuned in with Michelle. I'm so sorry. Like, she, oh my God, this is so good. I think this is the best speech at the entire DNC. I thought this was the best speech at the DNC.
Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. If we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win.
I don't know if y'all were listening, but I need y'all to listen to this Trump drag. I need y'all to listen. Y'all need to get into this Trump drag because this is a Trump drag, right? This is a drag, so y'all need to get into it.
Bankrupt a business, if we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules, so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. Seeing others to get further ahead. No. If we bankrupt a business, or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules, so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be Black.
You come through. Oh my God. So I after this, I'm gonna let it go. But like part of why she embodies so much charisma is because she shows up as who she is. She is that girl. She is successful. She did it. She's educated. She does not have to diminish herself in any way to show up. Like she can show the light that is within her, that is her, without worrying about who is going to be blinded by it. Like, and that for me is one of the most beautiful things, particularly around Black womanhood, where you see someone, even when they're speaking, right? It's about the way that you understand that they don't feel the discomfort that comes with not wanting to occupy too much space, right? Like she is fully willing to occupy the space that she is in merely because she earned it. She owns it, and I love it. I love it so much. I love it so much. I absolutely adore this. Authenticity is what it is. Like this, I feel like, and I shouldn't say it in absolute, but this is what I feel like it looks like when a Black woman shows up and know that they should be where they are, and that they shouldn't feel discomfort in the way that they show up, right? Unapologetically taking up space and speaking because you deserve it, all of it, like all of it. And I love it. I know they're mad, girl. I know they're mad. Someone said I should play the. I'm gonna play the rest. Let's play all of it. Let's just play all of it. Sorry, I'm kind of giddy. I'm kind of giddy because I'm like, yes, yes, ah, yes, just yes.
Wait, I want to know. I want to know. Who's going to tell him? Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those Black jobs?
By the way, that's how you create a moment. That is how you create a moment. I actually don't like the "we are not going back" whatever chant, yeah, absolutely hate it. Hate every part of it. We are not going back. Ain't nobody about to chant that. But period. I love this.
It's his same old con. The same old con, doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our healthcare, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love, look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. Kamala and Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do. So consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. Because you all, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher, yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next president and vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Do something is a much better chant than we're not going back. I mean, girl, yeah, period. Period. I'm just here for it. Do something. Do something. Do something. Do something. Period. Get on your good foot. Someone said, I like both. Um, we're not going back is not a slogan. It's not catchy. It doesn't have the rhythm of having three syllables. Do something, right? We are not going back. Go flip. No, no, absolutely not. Do something. Harris Walls 2024. Period. Uh, go to work. All right. So that's that on that. The political part of the stream is going to end here unless you all come up and want to drag me. And we're going to get into another part of the live stream. That was the intro. I just had to come back with what was happening on the DNC.
I'll talk to you later.
I had to come back with what was happening on the DNC. It just was very important. I think it was very well done. It was very well organized. It was hip. It was fresh. It was very much out there. It did what needed to be done in terms of making the footprint in the entertainment industry on social media. It was all everyone could talk about in a positive way. The only people who were getting mad are just like random people like Amber Rose, like, oh my God, I don't like the slogan. Girl, we don't care. Like, Amber Rose has like an OnlyFans that she need to be managing, right? Like, ain't nobody, no. Amber girl, you're not like us. What? You're not like us. We ain't got no time. Do you, girl? Make that money how you can. All right. Girl, they had Little John, they had the president and the Kerry Washington, and I forgot the man's name. They had everything. I was here for it. So thank you all for being here. There's this content creator. Her name is Only One Jess, and we need to talk. We need to talk. And I'm starting here because I'm going to drop the link in a minute. Trump said if y'all vote him in, there will be no need to vote ever again. So do no. I don't understand the Trump fans. Thank you, Korea. I don't understand the Trump fans. But let's get into this and yeah. See y'all on the other side of the intro. First of all, trigger warning. I'm saying this up front. Trigger warning. I don't do call outs in the way that I'm doing right now, just generally. And I'm a bit uneasy in this, so bear with me. There were these two people, let me put them on the screen. They are married. This lady, Only One Jess, and they came together to sort of tell us about their story. I'm not going to watch the entirety of their story. I'm going to play a very specific part. Well, I'm going to play from beginning to a very specific part. And at the point we get to this point, we need to talk. We need to talk because I do think that we ignore predators, one, and I am in some ways calling her a predator. I am. The reason is a 21-year-old has no business engaging with a 15-year-old. at all. Not in this world, not in this lifetime. It is absolutely disgusting and diabolical. However, they said that they didn't do anything, they weren't intimate, they were just, mind you, they're now married. They're now married. And apparently, they met at a Christian camp where she was 21 and he was 15. They kept communication until he was old enough for them to go on a date, and now they are married. I have a problem with this. I do not know if this is grooming. It looks like grooming to me. Like, this looks like grooming to me. And this is a problem. And we've created a culture in which, and particularly in the Christian culture, the youth culture, what tends to happen is we have these young girls and older men, and they get together and they hurry up and get into these marriages without any real training or anything or help or care for anything that is happening. And the reverse also happens. In this case, it is the reverse. We had a 21-year-old meeting and keeping in contact with a 15-year-old, and I don't care about how they were only friends. He was going to her about relationship problems. That y'all ended up getting married feels weird. That y'all ended up married feels weird. And the fact that everyone is talking about praise Jesus and hallelujah in the comments and no one is suspect seems odd to me. And I don't care how much you like this woman. I don't care how much you care for her. I don't care how godly you think she is. I don't care how Christian you think they both are. This is a problem. So we're going to watch it. And I'm going to drop the link so someone can rebut anything that I'm about to say, because I think it is sick.
There's layers to the story. So we're just going to go ahead and tell you guys how we met, how we got together. It's very raggedy. There's one thing I'll say. You can chime in.
One thing I'll say what you have to say.
I just want to say, we are not perfect, okay? When Christian couples, we bring up like Jesus or abstinence or whatever, everyone's like, oh my God, you guys are blah, blah, like, we're not perfect. Wait, that makes it sound like we clap the cheeks all day. I just want them to like think we're just so perfect, and we're not.
We're still work. Jesus is doing a bit of work inside of us. We haven't figured it all out, but we're trying to get better, be more like him every day. So that's the extent of that,
Yeah, I guess, yeah. I just want you guys to think like, oh, we're the perfect couple, and I mean, we're perfect for each other.
Only keep Jesus on a pedestal.
Yeah, right, and that's not me and that's not him.
Follow us as we follow Christ.
Yeah, you always have like a
Big back bow.
Do you want to start with?
Okay, so the beginning. We met each other at a church camp that both of our churches put together. So I went to one church, she went to another church. I was also just like a little kid. She was a little older.
I was a little kid. She was a little older. How much is a little? And throughout this, they're going to pretend like they don't know the age that they met. You are not about to convince me, and this is weird. This is what triggered me right here. You are not about to convince me that after they met and they currently know their age, they can't go back to figure out how much older she was than him when he was 15 years old. And they're going to keep doing this thing where they're like, oh, 5 to 4 years. I mean, I think you were 15, 16, and I was 21. Girl, what? 22? No, you were 21 and he was 15. Unless y'all come out and show me some paperwork, you were 21, she was 21, and he was 15. That is a problem. No part of this is good. None. And I understand that they are now, quote unquote, happily married, but isn't it weird? And if we had seen this with a man, we would all know this is grooming right away. Part of the reason why no one catches this and no one engages with this is precisely because we've created a culture where we have little Boosie having grown women coming into the children, right? So we have this culture where it feels like boys, because of the idea that you should sleep with as many people as you can, that boys do not have any way to say no or engage because we keep talking about how women control sex. No, both people control sex. And so when we have little boys engaging with grown women, this is also a problem. This is also a problem. If you are telling me that I didn't know the ins and outs of their relationship when when he was 15 and she was 21, I got nothing for you. I do not have anything for the commenter who said I didn't know anything about their relationship. He was 15 and she was 21. There shouldn't be a relationship. They're now married. That is a problem. What do you mean? Oh, I'm gonna drop the link. Oh, I am going to drop. I'm gonna play some more. I'm gonna drop the link for anyone who disagrees with me to come up and explain their disagreement. This was a grown woman with a child talking about, oh, we did nothing until he became of age. We went on a date. So that don't sound like grooming to nobody else. That does not sound like grooming to anyone else. Because I remember when this man was having his students comb his hair in the class, I dragged him and I was like, but I don't know if this is grooming. Everyone was like, oh, that's grooming, that's grooming, that's grooming. If that is grooming, in y'all's mind, how come no one is talking about how this is grooming? There should be no one objecting to the fact that this is grooming. So drop a 1 if you want to come up because you think that I'm exaggerating or you don't agree with me. Drop a 1. I will look, and as soon as I see a 1, I will drop the link so you all can come up and explain it to me. Because this is like on the internet for everyone to view, and like it's up. People are it has 91,100 likes and a ton of comments. Let's go to the comments because y'all think I'm joking. Like these comments are like praise Jesus. Let me show y'all. This one said, "This reminds me of my husband. Dated all through college. Blah blah blah. I don't care what you got to say." This one, y'all really encouraged me. Let's see who is calling out the grooming. Let's see. The glow hits different when God is involved. Really, God is involved. God, I don't know, you took her away from me. Whatever, it's something he said. Just smiles is just beautiful. No, she is beautiful. She is still seeming very predatory to me. I don't care how beautiful she is. It still seems very predatory to me. And mind you, this is not just about the age gap. A 5-year age difference is nothing in my book. A 5-year age difference when the older person is 21 is a problem. If all parties are over 21, fine. But when you are dating a 15-year-old, that is weird. Oh, they weren't dating, then you were grooming. Because now you're married to this person. We can't bypass how powerful Jonathan's statement is. I don't care. Tell me when you find someone. Great story. I broke off a 6-year relationship. God, you said something and you are not giving it to me. Like these people, nobody's calling out the grooming behavior. God is smiling there. God is up there smiling, saying, I knew the plan I had for you both. Y'all don't see. Like, how is this happening? How are the comments so supportive? How come no one is calling this behavior out when she was 21 and he was 15? The young man is very wise beyond his years. This is the most grooming, predatory language I've ever seen in my life. This young man is very wise beyond his years. Now, obviously, I'm not saying this person is a groomer. Oh, I would love for her to do a reaction video to this. Let me go back. See, we go up, we went down. I needed this. I feel so strongly in my heart that he is the one for me, and praying God brings us together. Or you could just go out there and live your life. Like, people, everyone just like, I love this, this is amazing, got it. So no accountability for seemingly predatory behavior. Mind you, there is too much for you to be explaining right now for people to be sending congratulations. Hey, Themis, did they date when he was 15 or when they separate ways and met years later? I want to answer this question, but I want to drop the link. Do you want to come up so we can discuss it? You want to come up so we can discuss it? For anyone who have questions and who disagrees with me, here's the link.
So this I was like 15 or 16. I don't really remember.
Yeah, and I was like 20 or 21.
Yeah. So one of those two ages. And we just met each other. She was creepy.
I know. That really sounds creepy.
Yes, it does sound creepy. It does sound creepy. It does. I'm glad you all know it. I don't know why she's laughing, but it does sound creepy. Hey, you had a question?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
So, first of all, I don't disagree with you. That was just a question, because I'm not sure if I'm not saying that it's any better, but if he was 15 and she was 21 and they just met and then it was just a like acquaintance type of connection, like hey whatever, hey bye, and then they met later. I mean, I don't think it's any better, but I don't think it's as bad as if they dated when he was 15.
Okay, what if he met her and they kept in communication the entire time, and he goes to her about relationship problems and things like that, and they kept in communication, and then when he turned 17 or 18, they went on a date?
Yeah, nah, that's definitely grooming.
That's what happened.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I wasn't following. I didn't
No.
know
I know
because
you're fine. You're fine. I'm calling people. Your comment, your question wasn't bad or anything. It's just asking for facts. Um, but what I'm doing is when people have questions like that, I'll add them up because I'm trying to find someone who like disagrees and wants to defend her. But I know you're not. I just wanted you to ask, so I can clarify where your position was.
okay. So she was talking to him the whole time from 15 to 18, and then they went on a date.
Yeah, but she said it was platonic
Ew,
until he was legal. I don't know who gonna believe that.
ew, that's bad.
I'm not saying she's lying. I don't care. Like, what do you mean? It was platonic, but as soon as he became of age, y'all went on a date. I don't believe you in the way that I don't believe these men when they do it. I don't believe you.
Yeah, I don't believe her either. Yeah, that's kind of gross.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming up, though.
Yeah,
And I
it's my
appreciate it.
first time. I need to call in more, but yeah,
You
it's so nice
should.
talking to you.
I
Hi.
love your accent. And if that's you on the screen, it's very much giving. So
Oh,
thank you.
period.
Period. Have a good
Okay.
one.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
No, but it really when we first met each other, it wasn't romantic at all.
No.
But it was kind of more so that we were just in similar spaces, and we became friends. Before anything else, young guy always had a crush on her, but she, of course, is not giving me the time of day at all. Started a good friendship, and like even to the point where she's calling me like little brother, little brother. When I was in high school, her helping me with girl.
She was calling her. She was calling him little brother. Like, this is weird. I please.
in similar spaces, and we became friends. Before anything else, young guy always had a crush on her, but she, of course, did not give me the time of day at all. Started a good friendship, and like even to the point where she's calling me like little brother, little brother. When I was in high school, her helping me with girl problems, all that good stuff. Like it was really just like the nicest, wholesomest.
It's very wholesome, I
friendship.
promise.
And I think that it was really good because it set the stage for us to have the relationship that we do now. Just the fact that we were good friends for so long before anything else was added onto it. So yeah, that's the beginning.
Yeah. When I first met Jonathan, at first it was just like, oh, he's such a cool little kid. Like he's gonna make a great guy for somebody one day. I didn't think he was.
You're 21, meeting a 15-year-old, thinking that is such a cute kid. He will make a great guy for some girl someday. You helped him when he had relationship problems, and then you went out on a date with him as soon as he became of age. He was your little brother that you were. Yo, this isn't weird to anyone. Like, obviously, most of y'all, this is weird, but how do you record this video, put this video out, and not see it as, like, weird? Like, all the Christian girls and guys are in the comments just hyping this up, and no one is questioning the predatory nature of this relationship. You know he had a crush on you. He's a child. You're the older person. You end that crush where it is. You are grown. You are 21 years old. Y'all can't even have a drink together. He's 15 years old. What do you mean you became his friend? He was like your little brother coming to you with girl problems, and then y'all dated. Well, let me play the part where they dated, and then we move on. I'm just so happy that it looks like the chat and I, we're on of one accord. Like, we're all in agreement. If Drake is a problem, she's a problem. And Drake is a problem. This is a problem. You are now married to the person you said was your little brother because you were 21 when you met him, who was 15 years old. Your words, not mine. You helped him with relationship problem. You kept in communication with him as a little brother, and now y'all dating. Married. Sorry. He might not see anything wrong with this because the culture says, well, you got a grown woman, whatever. It is the same thing. Well, not the exact same. But when Dre J was talking about his experience and it didn't tick anyone off, the man listening, like, wait, you were doing what now? When you were how old? With whom? This is very triggering, by the way.
It was cute, but really, like, that was never a thought in my mind when we first met. I think, I want to say we met when you were like 15, because like around when you turned 17, that's when like some things start like sparking in my head, and I don't think it took a year. Should we do
it was 15.
It might have been 15.
Fast forward, so I was in high school. I was doing my own thing. Like, I really like,
So they definitely confirmed it was 15, and she was like, oh, maybe it was, no, it wasn't 17, it was 15. 15, not 17, 15. You might have went on a date with him when he was 17, but you met him when he was 15. When he became 17, so 2 years after you met a child, you're a grown woman, and 2 years after you met a child, something sparked in your head. Girl, what? I wasn't looking for this content. We were in the Discord literally watching people talking about their religious relationships just to like talk about it. Nothing too serious. And then this came up and we were literally all in the Discord like, wait, what? How old was she again? Like everyone was so confused. What sparked in you 2 years after you met a child?
I had a crush on Jess, but like it wasn't like I was checking, like I wasn't trying to do my own stuff as well, you know.
We didn't live by each other either.
Yeah, so she lived in Port St. Lucie, which was like an hour and a half away from me in like Broward County, South Florida. When I was about to turn 18 and go away to college, I was thinking, well, now that I'm an adult, maybe, just maybe, there's a way that, you know, if you're feeling it, that we could, you know, try this dating thing. So I asked her on a date, and she said yes. Just about to cut in any second. And she said yes. So my grandmother lives in Port St. Lucie. So I drove up to Port St. Lucie. So excited. I'm like, this is gonna be the best. We're gonna go on this date and like we're gonna get married. Like, yeah, I had all these ideas in my head. Like I'm like, this is it. And the day before we were supposed to go on the date, she texted me and she said, yeah, I had a bad dream. I'll talk to you later. I was like, wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? And I'm like saying like 100 texts. Calls like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? And then she hit me with the, yeah, you know, I feel like God's telling me that we shouldn't go on this date. Like, I don't really see it happening. And when I tell you my little heart broke, like it's shattered to a million pieces.
Yeah, it's not funny. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I remember going back home. It was my dad's birthday, like crying to him. I'm like, crying to him on the couch. She's like,
I didn't know you were here already though, or there. Already.
Yeah, whatever.
It's like an hour, 45-minute drive. Okay, but let me tell you what was going on in my head. So we met when he was 15, and we talked a lot, like text messaging and stuff, for like 2 years before it like started to click in my head. Like, dang, I don't know, something's weird happening here. But like we really.
You met when you were 15 and it took 2 years for you to realize. So when did this thing in your head start clicking? I know you said you realized when you were 2 years later, but you said, girl, why were you talking to this man at 15 now? Why were you talking to this boy at 15? Let me go back, because it didn't say, oh, as soon as he turned 17, it magically started coming to me. Like, I hope you juxtapose this couple with Mary Kay and her husband. I won't. I will not. I will not, because that is straight up just, I'm glad she was. I know why, and I agree with you, but I won't. Because when she sends a cease and desist, and I tell her absolutely not, and she wants to go to court for defamation, and I countersue, I want to be very clear on precisely what I said if she decides to take legal action. That's why I'm doing this. I want to be very clear about what I said and how I think that she is seemingly behaving predatory, and this looks like grooming to me. And if we can hold anyone accountable, we should be holding her accountable for the fact that you decided to continue an interaction with a child and then decided to date him 2 years after meeting, talking about, oh, it clicked in your head when 2 years that you were feeling some kind of way about a child while you were a grown woman. Thank you, Kilo. I agree. I won't put it out there. Nasty work. Leave God out of this diabolical mess. Yeah, like this is just disgusting to me. You were 21. This man could not even come in the bar with you if you wanted to go on a date to take a drink when you decided to date him. Because you think, oh, at 17, so you met him when you were 21, so 22, 23. At 23, you were 23 and he was 17, and you were talking about, oh, it started clicking in my head that I'm having feelings for him. Go, what? You don't see that as disgusting? Like, I'm so confused. You think that's better? Like, obviously, age-wise, it's better because it's like closer to 18, 19, 20, 21, but he's still a minor at 7. Like, girl, what are you doing? I didn't say. She said she started feeling some kind of way about him. What that some kind of way was when he was 17, I don't know. Yeah, when I said I was not looking for this, I was not looking for this. Stay away from kids. And like the family, his family probably didn't care. They're like, oh, a good Christian girl. She's beautiful. She looks your age, because she does look, they look like the same age. And that's still a problem. What do you mean? This seems like predatory behavior. And I don't. This is sick.
Whatever.
It's like an hour, 45-minute drive. Okay, but let me tell you what was going on in my head. So we met when he was 15, and we talked a lot, like text messaging and stuff, for like 2 years before it like started to click in my head. Like, dang, I don't know, something's weird happening here. But like, we really didn't get to see each other that often because, like I said.
Oh, ew, what do you mean? Y'all met when he was 15, you were 21, something clicked in your head, and you all didn't get to see each other that often. This statement right here, this, mind you, let me explain something to you. If a defamation suit ever came my way, this statement right here undercuts absolutely everything you could possibly try to bring in terms of a defamation case. Right here, your statement, your own statement, right here.
Birthday, like crying on the couch. She said this guy's got
You know, I didn't know you were here already though, or there already.
Whatever.
And it's like an hour and 45-minute drive. Okay, but let me tell you what was going on in my head. So we met when he was 15, and we talked a lot, like text messaging and stuff, for like 2 years before it like started to click in my head. Like, dang, I don't know, something's weird happening here. But like, we really didn't get to see each other that often because, like I said, we lived 2 different areas. We had 2 separate lives. We went to 2 separate churches. Like, we didn't see each other often. It was mostly like we just really got to know each other. It went from my little brother to like, oh, he's like my best friend, and I can see how it seems weird. It's like, because by then he was like,
grooming me.
I know, I was like, ew, it sounds so gross. It does sound.
He said, like you were grooming me. She goes, oh, that sounds so gross. Like, you are way too beautiful to be no, that's not a thing. Beauty is not tied to self-esteem in any meaningful way. I need to drop that weird view that I have. Because I'm always surprised when I see these like super beautiful women doing the most desperate stuff. Like, this is weird. This feels like it comes straight out of desperation. What do you mean you were attracted to a 15-year-old? Change numbers, y'all were talking. Oh, thank you. Here is the link for people who disagrees with me. For people who disagree, there's the link. Someone said you should download the video for evidence. I've already included the part on this live stream that I need.
No, it was wholesome.
It was really like so innocent. But I remember telling my cousin Carrie-Anna one day we're driving home from church, and this is when Jonathan's 17. I was like, crap, I think I'm starting to catch feelings for him. I'm like 22 and he's 17. I'm like, this is weird, man. I don't know about that, whatever, because I knew.
Oh, so you were no longer 23, you were 22. Watch how their age start changing. Watch how their age start changing. It's interesting. I would actually want to go through the discovery process. I would want to go through the discovery process to see if I can get the phone records and text records from when they were talking at that age. What do you think I would find in there? Like, what do y'all think you would find in those messages? You were falling for a 17-year-old as a 22, 23-year-old.
He liked me, but I was telling my cousin, I was like, this is not it. Like, this is weird. But I never ever told him that. Like, I make sure I did whatever. But I do remember. I remember he kind of asked me like, oh, how do you like me or how do you feel or something like that. And I remember telling him, I'll tell you when you're 18. And I used to always say that because I just felt like 18 was.
Yeah, define grooming for me. Define grooming. Isn't it when you prepare? I know what the legal definition of grooming is, mind you, but you're preparing someone for when they reach a very specific age, or you're just preparing them to do something. What do you mean? How do you feel about me? And you go, I'm going to tell you when you. So you were feeling that way about him before he was 18? So the feeling some kind of way meant you are now explaining more that you were feeling that way before he turned 18, and you were gonna tell him when he turned 18. So you remember those men who are like, oh, I didn't touch that girl, I didn't do anything, I waited, and when she turned 18, that's when we decided to whatever. I'll tell you when you turn 18.
was so far away. I'm like, 18 is never gonna come. I'm never gonna have to tell him. I never have to face this like realization or actualization that I actually like him. It's never gonna happen. 18 is never gonna come. By the time 18 comes, I'll be married, whatever. So when he turns 18, like I just got cold feet. I was like, I can't do this. I can't do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I was just so worried about what people were gonna think, what people were gonna say, how it was gonna look. I'm like, bro, I'm 23, he's 18. Like, I was in college, he was just graduating high school. I'm like, this is not, I'm better than this. I can do better than this than a little kid.
I'm
like,
finishing college and he's getting done with high school. Girl. She thought she was going to be married in a year after he's 17 before he turns 18, even though she wasn't with anyone. Like, really? Because we just boo boo the fool. All of us just dumb. She got with a 15-year-old, and every year after, she forgot how to count. No, this is not funny. This is sad. But that is so true. Like, every time they bring up their ages, their age started, her age kept going down. Like, her age keep going down, and his age keep increasing. And I'm like, girl, you were 21 and he was 15. I'm sorry. I don't know how he became 17 and you were 22. Maybe she was born in December. The leap year. I mean 18 and 22, not 17.
like you though. But when he turned 18 and he asked me on a date, at first I couldn't say no because I'm a people pleaser. At least I was more back then. But when it came down to like actually going, I was like, come up with an excuse, make up an excuse. I'm like, oh, the God excuse. Like you can't.
That's the classic. I feel God telling.
I had a dream. I feel God telling me, speaking to my heart.
Hey, comment if you ever said, I felt God telling me to do something that you know He told you to do.
Yes, yeah. But even though God did not tell me, He was right. I mean, I was right. It was right.
So let me tell you what happened next. So what happened next was I was at that point, like I just got to college and I'm like, you know what, let me just bury this like part of like my life. I said, I need to take a step away, from like our friendship or whatnot. And Jess was like, no, why would you do that?
We're not doing that. We're still gonna be friends.
Yeah, so she's like, no, we can still be friends. Like everything's still fine. Like let's just be friends. So we stayed friends for like another year, and I still like I didn't bring up the relationship stuff, but I still had it in my like buried in here that like maybe one day. But then like a year later, she told me that she was dating someone else, and that's when for real like my heart like broke again. But that's not my heart.
Yeah, he was done.
It's like.
Anywho, they go on to play games with each other, him more than her, cheating on her, all that stuff. And then she said, either you marry me or I'm leaving. She literally was like, I know you're cheating and all of that, but I only have one question. Will you marry me? He says yes. And she was like, oh, okay, cool. She said, I'll do anything for the ring, apparently. She literally said, I only had one question, and it's, will you marry me? Even though he was cheating, not committing to her, not opening up to her. They didn't say cheating outright, but the indication was that he was not committing to her. So, and then they got married. So I think it is important that we discuss. Here's the link for anyone who disagrees with me. I view her. Let me get the words clear. I view her as a predator. I do. I think that this was grooming, and based on the context of this, I think she was 21, where she said she was either 20 or 21, and he was 15. She kept saying 15 or 16, right? But he confirms that he was 15 when they met. So he was 15, she was 21. The relationship was inappropriate. If he was 15 and she was 20, the relationship was still inappropriate. When he became 17 and she started noticing and recognizing her feelings, she was 22, 23, she said. 22. I don't know how old she claims at this point because she forgot how to count. Um, it was inappropriate then too. When you said yes, you would go on a date with him when he turned 18, it feels like you groomed him. That's what it feels like, not saying it is in fact a fact. It feels like you groomed him and you were able now to be with him when he was old enough. You got in a relationship, you forgot about him, and then you came back to him after your relationship ended. Never ever really cutting ties with him, always wanting him there because he was just there. I feel like we should all recognize how inappropriate it is for a 21-year-old person to keep in contact with a 15-year-old person talking about they catching feelings for a child. I think we can all agree with this. And this was inappropriate, right? We're good? All right, we're good. I will probably cut this and make it into a video on its own. The link, we're going to move on from this, but the link is for anyone who disagrees with this assessment. The link is for anyone who disagrees with my assessment. You can come up. And now let's get into Julesy.
I think that
I need a refresher. By the way, I'm very happy no one is coming up because no one disagrees. That's good. That's good. It means that we're all sane adults watching and understand what predatory behavior is. Mrs. Trying yeah, no. There are some people who want to anyway. So Julesy is another content creator on here that I probably shouldn't have put her right after that. She has nothing to do with that segment. This is a brand new segment. This has nothing to do with what we're doing, right? Julesy is another person that I like. I prefer I listen to For Harriet and I watch. There's not a video I don't think Kimberly had that I didn't watch. Julesy, I miss a lot of her content. I don't watch all of her content, right? But there was a video a long, long time ago, about a year ago. What in the To Catch a Predator, right? Positive vibes, agree. Thank you. So she she made a video a while ago, and the title of the video is let me show y'all the title of this video, because one thing I'm gonna do is remember. She named the video Black Women Do Not Date Down. And this was because there was a uproar on social media about
that Black women historically have married down.
There was a conversation happening online about a woman whose first date was at a Popeyes. And the man she went on a date to the Popeyes with stood her up 2 or 3 times and then finally took her to a Popeyes or one of them place. And they got married, and the woman was the breadwinner essentially. And people were outraged, and there was this discourse about women, Black women in particular, dating down. So Julesy took it up on herself to make a video, and the title of the video, so that we're not lying, is Black Women Do Not Date Down. I only remember this video, and I'm only going over this video because she would later this year, I was surprised last week or whenever when I saw this video where she's talking to this man, talking about how Black women have outpaced Black men and evolved past Black men, and essentially saying Black women have been dating down, right? And she is sitting here, and the man, let me show you the intro. Let me play this intro for you, and then I'll pause it and then go back to the video.
Black women have been manipulated and gaslit into thinking that they're some sort of traitors because they want the best for themselves. That is not language that is given to Black men. And
if you're not by your screen, please come to your screen and look at her and what she does in this. I am not a body language expert, But if you look at her, it is because I think she believes he was talking about her. This was a confession. This was a confession on her part. Listen to what he says and look at her in response to him.
I think that Black women have been manipulated and gaslit into thinking that they're some sort of traitors because they want the best for themselves. That is not language that is given to Black men. And so I don't really subscribe to that.
Y'all caught that? Now I love Juicy. Let me be clear. I stand for my feminists online. I do. Let me show y'all why I stand for my feminists. Kim, I am so sorry, but this is gonna be on repeat. This is gonna be on repeat. This is why I stand for my feminist online.
Telling you that you are worth more than what's in your wallet. I, as a feminist, am telling you that you are worth more than what's in your wallet. Remember the conversation between Nikki Giovanni and James Baldwin? Nikki said in that conversation, I'm not looking for a provider. I want a partner. I understand it's not your fault you can't be a provider. So don't take that really ask you to the manosphere people who are telling men you're not worth shit and you don't deserve shit because you can't pay all the bills. I understand why you can't pay all the bills. Just show up and make my life easier. So you rather beat yourself up, be mad all the time because you can't fulfill the dictates of normative masculinity when I, being that feminist, and saying, I actually don't even need you to do that. Make this a happy, joyful life. You rather be down on yourself all the time about why you're not a six-figure man. Okay, that's your choice.
That's what the feminists been saying. No. I'm gonna need y'all to retract any attack aimed Kim's way. This is true. Feminism, and particularly Black feminism, helps Black men. We all know this. If you didn't know this, now you know this. It helps us in that we no longer have to ascribe to patriarchy if we ascribe to this kind of feminism. It is what it is. And if she don't want that, you don't be mad at her for what she wanted. She created a life for herself where she gets to dictate who gets to be a part of that life and who gets to not be a part of that life. That is her decision. You don't get to drag her for her decision. You make your own decision about who you want and if you want a provider. You don't get to drag her. All right. No, like for real, for real. I find it, this is who she said she wants. But I'm not here for that. I am here because we want to talk about Julesy. And I'm going to play it again for everyone so y'all can catch the fact that she was caught and she knows. She will probably never confess this, but she knows that the indictment was on her when he was speaking, and she knew it. And that was the discomfort that she felt. She felt that discomfort. I don't know if this is a fact. I'm not a body language expert, but that's how she come off when he was talking about people being gaslight. Women, Black women in particular, being gaslit by other people when they want more for themselves. She understood that he was talking to her. That's my observation. And then after we play the intro, we're going to go watch her earlier video, and then we're going to come back and watch this video. All right, are y'all watching the screen? Let's watch.
I think that Black women have been manipulated and gaslit into thinking that they're some sort of traitors because they want the best. I think that Black women have been manipulated and gaslit into thinking that they're some sort of traitors because they want the best for themselves. That is not language that is given to Black men. And so I don't.
That right there is a guilty conscience. You're not going to convince me anything else. Don't at me, at yourself. I'm not saying this is a verifiable fact. I'm saying this is a guilty conscience. And we know it's a guilty conscience because here we go. Black women do not marry down. Ready? Feminist. By the way, this is Jamie, y'all. This is Jamie. I'm actually gonna make Jamie. I'm going to make you a staple on this channel, and I'm gonna make this into a soundbite for you because I remember that this is one of the funniest things you've ever done.
College, got your little degree and stuff like that. You the uppity nigga. You a uppity gay nigga. I know you finished high school, you went to college, got your little degree and stuff like that. You the uppity nigga. You a uppity gay nigga. I know you finished high school, you went to college, got your little degree and stuff like that. You the uppity nigga. You a uppity gay nigga.
Y'all, when I say I'm going to make that into a soundbite and put it on my soundboard, that's Jamie. That's Jamie. That's Jamie. The way they don't care these people just are mad that anyone has a degree, right? It's just jealousy. Feminism helps Themis because he is feminine. I don't think you even understand what feminism is. I don't. To go back and forth with you is just going back. It would be like me going back and forth with a toddler. And I just decided that in the way that that 21-year-old woman should not be talking to a 15-year-old child, it would be wild for an intellectually 30-year-old man to be talking to an intellectually 12-year-old boy. I'm just gonna. You said you would beat me up. You can't. You don't even have emotional control. Let's move on. Corey have said Bible verse. She got with a 15-year-old, and every year after, yep, I read this. Let me get through the comments before I move on. The church gods be speaking to the women's on behalf of the men and their own selfish wants. He behaves always predatory in the name. No, but true. It looked like the whoever the, whoever this is your time. Come and tell us about the other more important predator, right? Jamie says, I love it, Themis. Keep going. I've been Anwar's client. Oh, you have. Let me know how that goes. If I drop the link, please come up and let me know. I've been Anwar's client. Yeah. I'll drop the link at some point. If you're on a date and the restaurant has a drive-through, red flag. ah. The hero said, stop telling my business, right? Jamie, where is your heterosexual date? It's Friday night. Themis is clearly busy. Right, like I have an entire Discord that I have to provide for. Ain't nobody got time. I have to be out here working. At 7:30 at night, I have to be, let me call in. Jamie, you can call in like after this topic. I want you to tell me about your views on politics. Not right now. I want to hear your views on politics. I have questions for you about Kamala. So you probably should go do some research right now. All right. So, Jules made a video a year ago saying black women do not marry down. And I want us to watch it and then discuss.
Also suggests that black women historically had picked bad partners. And I think that is offensive to our ancestors. That shifts the blame from the disenfranchisement that the black community suffered via Jim Crow and segregation laws and mass incarceration and the crack epidemic, and the way our society has sought to disenfranchise us, even for black women who ended up partnered with men who became drug addicts. Very few women at the onset, especially when we go back to our grandmothers, picked a man and said, oh, that nigga gonna be hooked on heroin. That's my type. Back for another video. I want to thank Audible for allowing me to make this video and making this video possible. As always, if you new to this, please, audible.com/Julesy or And this video was actually inspired by a Patreon live that I did. And I have relaunched my second YouTube channel, formerly like my vlog channel, but baby, it's 2022. Who's still vlogging this? I don't want y'all in my business that much. I'm also like curating these little conversations here, okay? But I have my second channel now renamed Julesie's BFFR for real, okay? Where I will take some of the lives that I do on Patreon, edit them down for public viewership. And so one of the lives that I did on Patreon was the heterosexuals aren't okay. We talk about this resurgence of women, submission, and sex that has happened within the Black women podcast landscape. And then paralleling that to the conversation around the New York Times wedding article that featured a Black couple who met at a Popeyes parking lot. And clearly there was an economic difference between the wife and the husband that we don't traditionally see, but again, spit off a bunch of rhetoric around Black women marrying down and that being the norm for us. As this is inspired from some of the comments that I received on my video on my second YouTube channel that I've already kind of gave the landscape for. But there were a few comments, not too many, that accused me of trolling Black women, of gaslighting Black women, because in that video, I make the statement that historically there has never been a social movement within the Black community that encourages Black women to marry down.
I could not find this video, but that was not the full claim. The claim was Black women. You want to know something? Why I think this is gaslight, and why we know it says Black women do not marry down. When she says Black women have not historically married down, what she's going to go on to explain is that there were socio-economic and legal barriers to marrying up for Black women. This is true. There were structures in place that prevented Black women during slavery, during Jim Crow, and right up until Loving versus Virginia, that prevented Black women from marrying out, one, and up, two. The issue, however, out does not mean up. The issue is, are Black women today marrying down? Because you can argue that most of American history prevented a real choice for Black women. You can argue that they were forced to marry those who they were in proximity to because they couldn't do anything else. You can say they didn't choose to marry down, they had to marry down. The fact still remains, they married down. And we're talking about present day.
Down. I personally think when it comes to the broader landscape of conversation around relationship advice, especially when it's targeted at Black folks, we are oftentimes invoking and conflating political discourse into relationship advice. It's much easier to not only talk about, but to point blame and to shame when we can wrap it up in who you date and the dating history of a perceived group of people versus talking about the labor history of African Americans in the United States post 1968. Which conversation would you rather listen to in a podcast? The relationship conversations just can travel so much further and wider because it also allows more people to enter.
The prompt, mind you, that she's answering as do Black women date down? At any point does she answer that prompt? Let's hear it, because that don't make no sense. I think I left a comment. Let me go to my comment first, because I definitely, a year ago, I definitely left a comment. Here's my comment. As I remember, the comment was about socialization. Are Black women being told to be humble and date down and not want too much? Saying it should be contextualized is good, but does little to actually dispute the reality. And then I came back. So I was watching the video and I made this comment. Then I came back and said, you essentially said Black women marry down, but there are reasons why. And that's what she did. Throughout this video, this comment, the fact that this comment wasn't deleted is wild. No, I commented on my own comment because I made the comment initially to remind her of what it is that she was addressing. And then after I finished watching her video, I was like, oh, you didn't say anything. You just said Black women do marry down, but there are reasons why. Okay, we're still at the point where Black women are marrying down. Yeah, I like my own comment. What do you mean? I like this comment because so the reason this comment was important to me is when it comes to Julesy and Kim, I don't like publicly disagreeing with them. Until I spoke to Kim on Instagram. She did a live and I got up there and I was talking to Kim. And she was like, no, 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 I welcome disagreements. And I think any real intellectual welcome disagreements based on the theories that they're positing. No, 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 I'm not talking about why I like my comment. No, I'm talking about why I commented. And so Kim Kim is the one who made it so that I'm willing to disagree publicly with like her and Julie. That is Kim's fault. Kim gave me permission to disagree with her publicly. So period. Jamie, you are in need of some vitamin. Why can't help you? We can help you here, but I wish you good big vitamin for you so you can keep your mouth. No, I'm not. Teresa, you play too much.
Into this conversation without having to have like a great, grasp on American and specifically African American history, right? And I understand why we push what I believe to be political discourse when we fly into relationship advice. But what I want this video is extrapolating talking about when we make the claim that Black women either are one encouraged to date down and are the only ethnic group or only racial group that is encouraged to do so, or that historically, because we are encouraged, that we have been marrying down. And what I think we need to define in this conversation is define what is marriage. We need to also then define what qualifies as marrying down. Is it financial? Is it education? Is it physical or other things? And at what point?
No. Define it. Julie, when someone say Black women marry down, what do you think they mean? No, what do you think they mean? Because the idea that we're just sitting up here and pretending like we don't know what it means to marry down is absolutely diabolical. I think it is absolutely diabolical, underhanded, and intellectually dishonest to pretend like we don't know what it means when we say Black women date down. They date down economically, academically, and socially. That meaning they tend to have more economic resources than their partner. They tend to have more education in terms of formal education than their partner, and they tend to be from a higher quote unquote social status than their partners. Where other groups engage in assortative mating, where people tend to marry off the same level, Black women tend to marry down economically, socially, and financially. It's to pretend like it's some kind of confusion is wild. To pretend like there is some kind of confusion here about dating down is actually wild and diabolical. Someone said credit scores. Not me snorting. Yeah, play too much. Yeah, play.
Point do we quantify that a woman has married down? Is it at the beginning of the marriage? Is it at the wedding day? Is it at the end or sometime in between? Because again, as I said, this is.
Will anyone say a woman married down if they married a rich, successful man who became sick or something or lost some money? No, you didn't marry down. Like, to pretend you don't know what this means is wild to me. I didn't remember being this annoyed a year ago. I think I'm more annoyed now than I was a year ago.
It's a political conversation that we are trying to wrap up into dating and relationship advice. And for any of us who are adults, and especially those of us who are over the age of 35, it's not even the ages here because, hey, we've all lived through the past 3 years of the pandemic. And for many of us, very silently, COVID has vastly changed the economic makeup of our family and interior lives. Living through pandemics, living through large societal shifts. And are we then saying, okay, well, if one person comes out and doesn't fare well, but the woman in that relationship fares well or is able to rebound, that she then married down? What are the markers and how are we defining this conversation? Because I do think all this sort of context matters.
Yeah, why is Juicy playing in our faces? like for real. Why is Juicy? Why was she playing in our faces? Yeah, why is Juicy playing in her face and start pretending like she don't know what it means to marry down? And most of the time when people are talking about marry down, it's usually academically, based on academics, or the bigger one, finances. Like, what do you mean? She makes more money than him. He doesn't make money. He's marrying the. Like, what do you mean you don't know what they're talking about? Like, literally, what do you mean? Like, this is intellectually dishonest. This is dishonest. Julesy, love you, girl. Really do. I think you're really smart, FYI. But you're being intellectually dishonest when you pretend like you don't know what it means. Like, even Kim owned up to this. Yeah, black women marry down. Kim read Is Marriage for White People, a book by Ralph Richard Banks, and live on air in a video, actually. She was talking about, well, she, like, her mind has shifted a little, but she still wanted her to date a black man because of her own politics. That's what she said. So even Kim understood. Marrying down is marrying shaming.
When we look at the landscape, and really what we are looking at is the statistics and the historical data around married black women's economic levels depending on who they partner with. I do want to dig into some of the history here because I think some of that history would help us also have a better understanding of what we're trying to get at when we make these claims against an entire group within the black community. I personally have stated before that I don't believe marriage benefits black women because of the history of how marriage came to be in Western society and what it really represents politically, tax break wise within American society. We're looking at the history of marriage in American society. What we understand as marriage today derives in Western society from the shift from a feudal system in which there was a hierarchy of elite men who owned land and leased that land out to a community of people who would.
Girl, are black women marrying down or nah? Like, are black women, like, I'm like, yo, not them want to intellectualize the fact that they're intentionally being intellectually obtuse. So you just gonna pretend like you can give me all the reason you want, girl. You can give me all the reason. It still doesn't negate the actual fact.
Then pledge their loyalty and servitude to the, we'll call them lord of that land, which is where you get landlord from. And when Western society shifted from the feudal system of small kingdoms and small rulers who oversaw and therefore owned everything in the land, and it was like a small class of people who were allowed to be property owners, and moved into what we understand to be modern day capitalism that relied on a system of imperialism, colonization, and the transatlantic slave trade, marriage became a means within this capitalistic system. And we can talk about free trade or just the idea of individuals being able to become property owners on their own without giving their fidelity over to a lord. But that marriage then came into play in order to give a clear line of who owned what and then whose property would be passed on to what child. I think colloquially, we can insert that niggas been hoeing, okay? There was a lot of hoeing going on in the feudal system. You can look at the royal family, right? We've just had the passing of Queen Elizabeth. I have no nice things to say, so I won't say them at all. You can look.
I will not skip it. All right, we gonna watch all of it because it is wild to me that the question is, do women marry down? And you gonna tell me the history of marriage and why marriage is this and why marriage exists and who could and could not get married? Yeah. All of that is cute, but when black women get married, are they marrying down? Are black women more likely than any other race of women in America to marry down? That's the question. That is the question. It's not to be or not to be. It's whether or not black women marry down at a rate higher than other races of women. Being offended can now change the fact. Period. Apparently, Jules is just going. I don't know. I feel like she wanted to say saying it makes her like. I think she's saying that she does not like the phrase and the idea. That you don't like it doesn't make it false. Like that you don't like it doesn't make it any less true.
Look at even the British royal family and the illegitimate children, the mistresses, the secret lovers that were had, and the various bastard children that exist within that family. Now, they're the royal family, and they went through great lengths by marrying cousins to keep property in their family. But marriage created a much easier system because we all don't live in the state of Alabama, all right? So we all not marrying our cousins. Marriage allowed for an easier system to track who owned what property, who am I passing my property on to via my legitimate heir, and that I have married this one woman. I now own this woman and I own all children that she produces within this marriage. And then in my will, in my estate trust, I will then allot the property that I own, which include both lands and Black bodies, and I will net that out to my offspring. And this is where we get this concept of generational wealth. I want people to understand is like within this system where marriage is being created, Black bodies are the capital. They are the property. And so especially in American society, marriage is predicated on the capital of Black bodies. It's not to say that poor people weren't getting married, but marriage in the early Americas and then into the antebellum period is more so a thing of business deals. Once you own land and property, you will then marry in order to keep that property within your family. Marriage does not become a societal thing.
Yeah, yeah. The question is, are Black women marrying down? And like you can say with your whole chest that there are reasons to why Black women are marrying down all you want, but the fact still remains that they're marrying down. And you cannot intellectualize this away. You cannot. There is nothing she can do. There's nothing she can say to push back against a very straightforward fact. I mean, at least she's enjoying hearing herself talk. That's good.
Until we reach the post-slave era, and marriage is then commodified into this concept of love that you can be sold on. And then there's all these things that you have to buy into in order to make that love become believable. And part of also understanding white identity in America and how that was constructed also comes through this understanding that white people got to, regardless of their economic class, would aspire to own property, land, and Black bodies. I want to say the N word here, but I'm gonna keep it cute, okay? Marriage also becomes a way to define true womanhood and true manhood. This reliance on the capital of Black bodies then seeps into every function of the family household. And that even the idea of the woman as the keeper of the house, true womanhood, and if you really get into the history of like how laws around the protection of women were drafted, especially when you get into like, we bring this into the 20th century and look at Jim Crow laws, Black women.
Yo, Gorky, I almost spat my entire drink out. When I was like, yo, I almost spat the entire thing out. You can't do that.
Women were not considered capable of being victims of rape. Literally, if you look at like the penal code in Georgia and you look at laws in the early 1900s through the 1940s, there were laws and court rulings that justified that a Black woman was not a woman. And therefore, the act of rape could only happen to a woman. And because she did not fit the definition of woman, that she could not be seen as a victim of this crime. There was little to no way to prosecute somebody for any sort of sexual violence towards Black women because the state law excluded them from the definition of women. It is contrived, it is nonsensical, but it is literally historical fact. One of the things that I do think we're also trying to address in this commentary around Black women marrying down is about Black women historically being the ethnic group of women that has always had to work. Broadly speaking, the United States of America has invested in federal programs to keep white women out of the workforce. And so we actually get welfare, and more specifically aid for dependent children with the Social Security Act of 1924 as a means to remove white women who had entered into the workforce during the World Wars, particularly World War II, to bait them from the workforce, give those jobs to the white men, and keep the white women home with the children. But throughout all this history, both during the slave period, during the antebellum era, into...
I know y'all think I'm torturing you. I promise. I just don't want anyone to say that I skipped the context. She says Black women do not marry down. That's what she said. So that's why I'm playing this. This is why I'm playing it. That's why I'm playing it. Because she has yet to address the question.
Jim Crow and into modern day society, Black women have consistently participated in the workforce. Literally the construction of this idyllic, American family life with the 1.5 kids, the dog, the white picket fence, that there was always a Black domestic servant in the shadows that allowed that family to live this idyllic life of the wife who's in her prim dress and heels, walking into the kitchen and putting a nice casserole in the oven and having it on the table as soon as her husband walks in the door from work and being prim, proper, and pretty the whole day. That in the background of this ideal that is allowed to be shaped for white women to access into and white women to portray this pioneer woman approach, that there's Black domestic servants, particularly Black women domestic servants, that are in the background, allowing for the maintenance of this image of true womanhood to even exist. And I think of Angela Davis. She actually has a paper called "The Reflections on the Black Woman's Role in the Community of Slaves," where she brings us back to the plantation about what this is rooted in. Slave women's devotion to their own households defied the expectation of total service to whites. So therefore, the labor of womanly household duties were both an act of defiance and ultimately a means for the plantation owner to profit from, because this labor maintained the health and well-being of the enslaved. While we understand this sort of degrading of Black women as domestic servants, and just for you to understand how vast this was, in the United States, there was a congressional report done in 1940, 78% of Black women were domestic workers or employed in some area of domestic work as their income-based labor. And so to then come home and take care of their children while also having to be working in what is often a demeaning and very vulnerable field of work, we see it as a negative that Black women have not then had the access to have nannies and caretakers within their own home, largely within American society. And when we move into the 20th century and we move into what we're often referring to as our mothers, our grandmothers.
What she just did was completely bastardize writing that was important. The idea was during slavery that women who went out and did the work of their masters on the plantation also came home and took care of their family. Thus, being an act of defiance, they had the strength to care for their families. But it also helps the plantation in that caring for their families allow their families to be strong enough to do the labor on the plantation. This was about the plantation. It wasn't about doing Jim Crow. So the fact that you took that piece of writing about slavery and women's defiance doing slavery and you shoved it down her throat in discussing women out there laboring right in other people's home and pretending like it's the same kind of, it's not. What would be defined is that men and women who went out to work, Black men and women who went out to work, would both come back and take care of the family. It is not a defiance. It's not women leaning into gender roles around, oh, I'm going to work, so I'm going to take on the responsibility of being a provider, but I'm also going to have the energy or strength to come home and care for my child and my husband. Is absolutely diabolical. Where's the man? Why isn't the man who either is working or is not working, why isn't he also contributing to the household? So they were marrying down there too. Got it. Jesus would approve of him whom she shall period. God always telling these women what these men want. Did you say that? I think you said that. So basically, prior to making this, she took a large dose of copium because she has a couch potato. No, I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's true. Is she? I don't know anything about her personal life. I don't, for the Discord, please do not at me. I know nothing about this woman's personal life.
And great grandmothers, I do want to encourage us to be careful of the language we use around this idea that Black women inherently were marrying down or dating down or making just bad choices in partnering. A lot of
Who said anything about inherently? Whenever someone says the word inherently, when no one else uses inherently, when they talk about Black men are inherently bad or whatever, the word inherently is to shame other people, to make it seem like you said it was part of their DNA. It was something inside them. It was due to Blackness. And nobody said that. No one said that. No one said Black women were inherent. What does that even mean? What does it mean to be inherently marrying down? What does that mean? That is a gaslighting tactic. No one said inherently.
What we might see as hard labor and as defiling of our ancestors was actually acts of resistance. That our grandmothers and mothers worked in these low-paying jobs and came home and took care of us is an actual act of defiance. It is a resistance.
That your grandmother went out to work in lower paying jobs and came home and took care of you was not an act of defiance. It was a ton of work that no one should be subject to because the woman shouldn't have to go out and work and come home and take care of you. That should be both parents' job. right? Like it should be both. It would be defined if we were switching up gender roles. It would be defined if men were also going out to work and coming home, and both mom and dad were taking care of because both mom and dad are working. So both mom and dad should be taking care of the children and the household. That would be defined. Sorry, this has nothing to do with the topic because she is supposed to be telling us why she believes black women are not marrying down. Had nothing to do. What she's saying has nothing to do with the topic of her video. Nothing at all. Zero things. Miss Tina now is married down, so the answer is yes. That ex-husband came. She not only married down, because she started a whole documentary. Let me stop.
Act of resistance. And even though it's duplicitous, because who gets to benefit from this? And when we move into Black folks creating their own families outside of the plantation, outside of the antebellum slave era, and then there's a transference of this benefit from the whites, even though, you know, with the way labor history works in America, the white man was still benefiting from Black women keeping their children alive and growing these children up to be, you know, strong people. But also then the husband benefits from the taking care of household, from the taking care of his health and his children. Black women have always had to work. I don't think that that is actually fair to use that as an indictment against Black men. It is that we have lived in a society that has relied on a particular type of labor from Black women and a particular type of access to our bodies, and also has had that reliance on Black men, though there's different ways that that reliance has netted trauma to us and where that ends with us, right? And it's not to say who has it easier. It's not to make this argument about like we're wagging our fingers at each other and saying each other is the actual problem here. It is that we have to understand the construction.
It is. You are saying Black men had it harder. That's what you're saying. You don't want to say it out loud, but that is exactly what you're saying. When you're saying you don't like the language of Black women had it hard, Black men have it harder, you are saying that. When you say you don't like the language of marrying down because the economy was set up so Black women had work, I'm assuming on the other end of that you're saying Black men didn't. Therefore, in your mind, Black men had it harder because society gave Black women jobs where they didn't give Black men jobs, and therefore saying Black women are marrying down was not okay because Black men didn't have jobs because the society didn't give them jobs where it gave Black women jobs. That is exactly what you're saying. Own it. Own it. It still doesn't change the fact that they were, in fact, economically marrying down based on your assertion. You might hate it. I might even agree that, okay, let's say white system gave Black women jobs to be maids and Black men didn't have any job. Let's agree to that. Black women in that system would have more money than Black men. They're marrying down financially. Now what? You don't like it? Well, you are still wrong. Your thesis is it's wrong. Say I don't like the phrase because it's wrong. You need to contextualize it. Don't say her video is Black women do not capitalize not marry down. But they do though. You just said it. You just said Black women had jobs because the white system gave Black women jobs where they didn't give Black men jobs. Therefore, they were able to make money where Black men didn't make money, and they dated and married Black men, so they married down. I don't understand what's difficult about this. There are steps in her logic that she expects the listener to make that she does not want to say outright because she knows how it sounds. Oh, I would love for her to review this and say I'm lying. I would love that. She not.
Of society and how we even get to these ideals and these aspirations, and then what does it mean when we take on these aspirations that are created and crafted around us as Black people being seen as nothing more than limbs and reproductive systems and brutes, and because we are the means and the capital that these aspirations that we now hold have relied on. To get to the point of like why I push back against this idea of Black women ever being encouraged to marry down, rather what we're dealing with is a fairly historically disenfranchised community that when we marry intercommunally, when we partner intercommunally, the maintenance of a household, we are not allowed the access to the things that have allowed the white people to maintain the image of this household, because if we're the labor, what labor are we then employing? And then when we are constantly dealing with an onslaught of trauma from the broader society, how are we able to maintain these households of family, of love and partnership? our means are very straw. And I think it is unfair to ever imply, because I do believe that when you say that Black women have been encouraged to Black marry down, Black women have historically married down, that you're implying that Black women have made poor decisions in partnering. And I think that actually moves the needle.
No. Would it be better if you say Black women were forced to marry down? Would that be better? What if Black women had no option in the past but to marry down? Would that be better? But you don't have the same critique. You can't have the same critique if we're talking about contemporary America, where Black women are still marrying down. They're choosing that now. Now what? And when you have people saying you need to marry the bus driver, you need to marry him if he only can pay the light bill, Black women are gold diggers. Like, when you have those, what do you say to that? I would talk like if he broke and I'm not reading.
Needle of blame away from the way that society has enacted violence against Black people and the unique way that violence has been acted against Black women. And then this idea that like Black women are the only ones who marry down. Crystal.
Nope, that's not what was said. It said Black women disproportionately, again, in comparison to other women, date down. Other women date down, and increasingly so when women generally, not just Black women, are starting to outpace men going to school, getting an education, and getting a job. Increasingly, women generally will have to marry down. What we're saying is that Black women disproportionately marry down. What are you talking about? You don't get to make a straw man argument and attack it. Like, come on, you're an intellect. I know that. I know you're smart. I can tell. I listen to you. Why are you doing this to the argument? Why are you doing this to the argument?
Femster, who's a historian, has a book called The Southern Horrors, Women and the Politics of Rape and Lynching, where she actually looks at the history of the first woman senator who was appointed to the United States Senate, and Ida B. Wells, who is well known. Go grab that shirt from the SPG Book Club, okay? But we love Ida B. Wells over here, who ran an anti-lynching crusade and documented much of the lynching that happened in the early 1900s and published a newspaper called The Red Record to really kind of amplify what was happening, particularly in the Southern United States, this egregious violence that is happening against the Black community. But Femster is, and I'm so apologizing, Femster, I might be saying this all types of wrong. In particular, when she's looking at the history of Rebecca Latimer Felton, the first woman appointed to Senate, Felton initially launched a campaign calling out white men for their lack of protection over white women. At the time of the Prohibition movement, which sought to stop the sale of alcohol.
I remember when FDA signifier suggested that. Of course he would. Of course he would. Of course he. This video makes absolutely no sense. I am so sorry. Julesy, you're a great content creator, amazing intellect. I appreciate that, wish you contribute. This video was not it. It was wrong. It did not answer you did answer your prompt, mind you, in the opposite way of what I think you thought you did. You agreed that Black women date down. You just don't think we should talk about it, and you said there was more context.
And the distribution of alcohol, because alcoholism was becoming a significant problem, and prohibition was largely led by white women. All right, white women were saying, our alcoholic husbands are abandoning our families. They're not taking care of us. They're not financially providing for us. They're squandering away our earnings on booze and cheeky things. And so they were able to push for this movement that outlawed alcohol at large. But then when that kind of goes out of favor and there isn't much, social capital to gain from being prohibitionist, and really Felton found that there wasn't much social capital from trying to, as a woman, castrate white men for not being proper providers and protectors of their family, she found that she gained much more social and political currency when she pivoted that message towards pathologizing Black men as rapists and accusing white men of not protecting their white wives from the boogeyman Black man. Another history book, Making Whiteness, actually also has this whole.
Are Black women dating down? That's. I don't know why she's talking about white people right now, unless you're comparing white women dating patterns to Black women dating patterns. I don't know why you would be talking about this. I actually don't understand what it is that she's doing right now.
chapter on the history of white.
Which, by the way, these are very important topics separately. They, however, do not address the topic of conversation right here. Like these are, like I would actually love each of these and talking about these separately. But to the question of do black women marry down, I don't know what she's doing. Which is why, let me go back to this. This right here, look at her. This is why she felt like he was talking about
I
her.
think that Black women have been manipulated and gaslit into thinking that they're some sort of traitors because they want the best for themselves. That is not language that is given to Black men. And so I don't really subscribe to that.
You saw that? She knew. Black women being told, oh, when black women say, I want to date out, I want to have men with resources, she comes to them and she gives them this. She gives them the history of slavery. She gives them all of this that she's talking about right now. That's what it's called when you say you are gaslighting someone into not wanting more for themselves. That's why she was blinking the way that she was blinking. Right there. That's my belief. I don't know if this is a fact. The data is the data. Black women on average marry below average black men, especially during watching our ages 30 to 45. Who you hitch your wagon to matter. Yeah. No. That's why the way you answer this question is saying black women do not date down more than other groups of women, and you pull up the marriage data. That's what you would do. She can't do that, so I don't know what she's doing in history. She's doing some kind of magic with history, girl. She's gonna create some data out of history.
Women organizations and the various calls against white men for not being financial providers, and then how those messages were often rearranged to continue to pathologize black men and black people at large, and claim that their husband was not one protecting them against black men, and that the black woman was a Jezebel in their household, and to find ways to further disenfranchise the large swath of black women domestic workers in the household. So I just want to point this out, both for us to understand how we've been disenfranchised, but also that like white women, you could even go back to the Jim Crow era and this historical aspect, right, of them always having a call about their ain't shit ass white husbands, baby. But you can now in 2022 get on TikTok. Have you been on white woman TikTok? They have new phrases for the incompetence of their white husbands, for the lack of financial providing, for the lack of financial security and safety that these men are not giving them. When black women left the labor field of domestic workers, the whites could not handle it. And it's so funny to see white women on TikTok in 2022 question.
Okay, but what you're doing should be a comparative analysis. Yes, all of that is true, and I'm always here for a good drag. Drag them, period. I'm here for that. However, if you do a comparison as a black woman, black women tend to date down more than any other race of women. What are you talking about? Sure, other women have men who are quote unquote degenerate in her mind. That's fine. It exists. That's true. Got it. Compare them now. Compare them to black men and the dating patterns of black women. Do it. Because you're not going to fight this stat. I'm not allowing you to fight the stat with some made up theory about things. I'm not doing that. No.
How their ancestors were able to raise so many children and keep a clean house and do all these things for their husband, baby, because yeah. Charlotte, I'm trying to think of like, what's the black ass name? Ethel May was in the background, okay? Mahalia was the house cook, all right? They were able, even if they didn't have full-time service in their home, white folks would always be like, oh, my family's poor, we're from Appalachia, whatever. They could lease out, they could rent out. At some point in time, they could use the low-cost services of an exploited community of black folks to make sure that things were taken care of in their household. When I get back to like historically what happened with black folks around this idea of, okay, who were black women actually encouraged to marry? Black women were largely encouraged to take on teacher training so that they could go out and get a good job in education, but also be able to raise children in the home. There was always this understanding that even if black women were able to go work outside the home in more respectable jobs, even at that more esteemed level, they are still expected to come back and raise proper children. But the idea was that because they're both equipped to raise proper African-American children, but also get jobs of prestige, that opened up opportunity for them to procure better partners. There is quickly movements that come about that are high society organizations that are there to cultivate high class African Americans. And there are quickly movements that happen within these broader, the aspiration towards being included in these high societies and these organizations, even organizations that look to provide mutual aid to low income Black women or poor Black folks would invest in these trainings. You can go back through Black history, you can go back through every Black women's organization, and they are all offering some sort of training on etiquette, on woman ladylike behavior, and how to be better suited to catch the right kind of man. The Baptist Church and the AME Church and many Black churches quickly take on, again, these similar programming and messaging about Black women taking on an air of ladylike esteem so that they could pick the right partner. One of the ways that I could concede that where we're getting this idea that Black women have been encouraged to marry down and is the pushback against, I don't know, lascivious lifestyles. So in the same way that white women advocated against their white husbands for being drunk, there was an article in a popular Memphis newspaper that talked about the good time Charlies, who were men that were allowed to strut down.
Okay, so I think I just caught up. I think she's attempting to say that because there were clubs for high society for Black women, that proves that Black women weren't being told to date down. She doesn't say this explicitly. So I don't know if that's the claim she's making without saying it. Like, oh, they were always clubs for women in high society, Black women, and thus Black women weren't being told to date down generally. I don't know if that's the claim, because if that's the claim, it's easily, I can dispute that claim. The thing is, she doesn't make it, and I'm not sure if she doesn't make it outright because she knows it's wrong. Because you are going to run into the fact that not very many Black women were part of them clubs, that most of the Black women were fighting for civil rights and also being told to hold their brother down. I don't like saying that because I don't want it to seem like I'm disparaging the work that our ancestors did in an effort to get us to where we are. Right. And so, like, the sacrifice of Black women and Black men, Black people, I'd never want to, like, paint in a bad light, right? So, that being true, let's be clear. Black women, by and large, were marrying and dating down. There was no up to date. There was not. Like, stop. Even you want to know how diabolical? Let me take her off the screen for a second. Let me tell you how diabolical this is. She is referencing high society clubs that have always existed, preparing Black women to marry up, right? While stating that the system gave Black women jobs and prevented Black men from getting jobs. Who were they being prepared to marry to? How were they being prepared to marry? Like, don't forget, she just claimed that the system prevented Black men from getting jobs because the economy was such that they needed domestic laborers, and Black women were being given these jobs, and Black men weren't getting jobs, right? Right? You cannot have that as a historical fact because for that period, at least, Black women would have been marrying down. What do you mean there have always been high society training for Black women to get the rich man, the rich Black man? One, it would have to be a rich Black man because they could not marry out up until Loving versus Virginia. So, what are you talking about? Like, for real, how do you create these two realities? One, where you want to be sympathetic to Black men, love that, good for you, because the system prevented them from getting the jobs that they needed to get to take care of their families. Got it. Good, noted. But the women were being trained to get rich Black men, but they were prevented from getting jobs. So she knows the very small minority of Black women in these organizations, in these clubs that were preparing to be dating rich Black men, of which they were few. And so she just pointed it out and let our imagination do the rest of the work to think that this was generally happening. It wasn't generally happening. This was a very small number of people, and the large majority of people were dating down. Got it?
Bill Street, drunk and impoverishing their families. And African American women are also experiencing this sort of lavacious lifestyle, this alcoholism that has a very negative impact on their community. And then we move into the various sorts of crime that come about, or crimes that allow people to take on certain lifestyles. We get into the era of different drugs being introduced to the community before we get to the crack epidemic of the 1980s. There's other history that you have to look at, because like labor history absolutely impacts our dating options, right? And so where Martin Luther King actually gave his last speech at in Memphis, Tennessee in 1968 was the Black sanitation worker strike, where Black sanitation workers in Memphis were seeking to unionize, and they were able to successfully do so. But then Memphis experiences, as what much of the United States experiences, is a very active anti-union movement against African Americans being able to unionize. And that vastly changes the labor access and the ability for people to get what is considered a good job that comes with a pension that would allow them to ascend to the financial stability of middle class. The pathway to middle class status is aggressively pushed back against with the success of the Black sanitation.
So she said black men couldn't get any job because they couldn't unionize, but somehow she wants us to believe that black women were being prepared to get a rich black man. How? How?
Sanitation strike and the making of their union. The options for either Black women or Black men to get good jobs that lead towards the financial stability of middle class, what then happens to our dating options? I don't know that this idea of build up a man, stick by your man, or even this idea of Black love being encouraged was ever that you should marry the nigga on the porch, that you should marry Rudy or Bobby who be out on the corner slinging, heroin, that you should be even hanging out with the niggas in the juke joint. You should be looking at the young man who comes to church every Sunday and then every Monday is in his blue work uniform, ready to go down to the plant and do his job, and who's bringing home a good, respectable living. Is that marrying down? It's not.
Yes, it is marrying down if you make more money and you are more educated than him. Yes, it is still marrying down. I don't understand. Like, what do you mean? Like, this is the thing. We built up all of this to the point where you didn't define what it means to marry down. And yes, it is still marrying down, regardless of how much she has, if she has more. That was the whole point. The point is, if you look across racial lines at different women, they tend to marry men who are more successful than them. Now, what she should have done is like say, it doesn't matter if you're marrying down as long as you have a good relationship. Okay, fine. But to sit up there and say that black women don't disproportionately marry down when compared to other groups of women is wild. Like, what are you doing? Oh, if you marry a good man who have a good job, but like he doesn't make as much as you and is not as educated as you, and is that marrying down? Yes, yes. What metric are you using? Like, what metric are you using? Economically, yes, she's marrying down. Socially, yes, she's marrying down. Academically, yes, she's marrying down. Yeah. Now, talk about how the language is bad. Say, name a video saying black women married down is detrimental and here is why. And then explain why we shouldn't say marrying down. Like, do that, but don't pretend like you don't know what it means to marry down and then say, oh, black women do not. Your video is titled Black Women Do Not Marry Down. Then you go on to explain that black women do marry down, but we shouldn't call it that. Okay, make a video explaining why we shouldn't call it that. But don't say it doesn't happen. No, black women marry down disproportionately, i.e., they tend to marry black men who do not measure up to them academically, do not measure up to them economically or socially, even psychologically, developing and being aware of their own emotions. What do you mean? No, all women do not marry down. Black women marry down disproportionately. Now, if you're saying there are some women in every group that marry down, then sure. This is for Tiago. Moderators, I don't see I see my moderators. Tiago, you have 3 seconds to hit the link and come up, or you will be blocked. It's that simple. Tiago, you have 3 seconds to hit that link or you will be blocked. Because I'm not here for trolling. If you have something to say, you can come up and say it. We can do a war of statistics of sorts. All right. Well, he's not hitting the link. The link is dropped. If you don't hit the link, do not let him comment again. If he comments again, please block him. Thank you.
Not marrying up, right? But it is not marrying down.
It is marrying down. Look at them. Not sorry. If he comments again, block him. Do not just block it. If he comments again, block him. Hear how. Now, I think this is also important. Listen to what she's about to say. Listen to the question she's asking, and let me explain why the question highlights her bias.
And do his job, and who's bringing home a good, respectable living. Is that marrying down? It's not marrying up, right? But it is go down to the plant and do his job. Slinging, heroin. That you should be even hanging out with the niggas in the juke. You should be looking at the young man who comes to church every Sunday, and then Sunday is in his working form, ready to go down to the plant and do his job, and who's bringing home a good, respectable living. Is that marrying down? It's not marrying up, right? But it is not marrying down.
Hello? Hello? Bianca? Hello? Bianca. All right, I'm removing you. I will drop the link again so you can come up. I don't know, maybe your sound is not. I'm dropping the link again for you to come up. Let me explain why she's wrong. Let me explain, and she knows she's wrong. How would you know if that person is marrying down? How? You said this is a man who goes to church and goes to get his job and bring home a decent living. You have to now juxtapose. You weren't speaking. Here is the link. When you come up here, please speak. There you go. When I say come up here, I'm not saying come up here and just like be quiet. I say come up here, tell me where I'm wrong. All right. Here's why it's so weird. How are you going to sit there and say, this are the credentials of the man, right? We don't know his education level. We don't know how much money he makes. We know nothing about him. You said he goes to church, goes to work, and bring home a decent living. Is that marrying down? Well, it depends. If you make more money than your wife, more educated than your wife, then no, you are not marrying down on those elements, right? For those criterias, you're not marrying down. She is marrying up. Or if you find someone on your level, then you're marrying on the same level. If the woman makes more money than you, has more degrees than you, then it's marrying down. So the fact that you think you can ask the question by only giving the man's criteria, right? The fact that you think you can ask the question without giving the man's criteria is wild. Like you don't just say, "Oh, it's marrying this random man marrying down." Well, for some women, it's marrying down. For other women, it's marrying their equal, and for some other women, they're being hypergamous. Like, what do you mean? You can't just give. And this is where the fundamental flaw is. She does not want to juxtapose the two. And if you don't, that's great. I actually don't dislike her theory about dating. It doesn't matter how much money, if you're in love, I guess. It doesn't matter how smart you are, I guess. If you're in love and you want to do, no one should tell you who to marry. Marry who you want to marry, girl, period. But don't sit up there and say black women do not marry down statistically when you can definitely look that up. And then to say, oh, here are the man's credential. Is dating or marrying this man marrying down? It depends on who is marrying this man. If the man is a lawyer and makes, I don't know, $400,000 a year, and doing well, it still depends. Because if the partner at a firm marries him, the partner is probably marrying down financially.
I want to close this out by also acknowledging this conversation and this point about we are the only ones to ever do this. Everyone else is doing better.
No one said that. No one said you are the only ones to ever do it. Like, no one speaks in that kind of absolute. Why are you building up a straw man, girl? Like
better than Black women. I think oftentimes when we are making those statements, one, I want us to consider, is there any ethnic group of women that has been able to marry up without any loss of autonomy? Do we, when we want to say that Italian women, Indian women, Latinx women, Dominican women, whomever, do we actually have enough access into their interior lives to understand the sacrifices that these women are making? Or
no, we don't. But that doesn't change the fact that Black women marry down. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You marry down financially, socially, mentally, like academically. Yes, they marry down. Now, is this a good relationship or a bad relationship? We don't know. You're right. You are right. That doesn't change the fact. Uh, can I add you? Can I add? Give me a thumbs up if I can add. Can,
Down. I don't want camera.
oh, sorry. Let me turn off your camera. All right. Wait. One
Hi,
second.
females.
Hey, how are you? You're not on. You're not on screen. You're not on screen.
Okay, well, females, listen. First of all, before you start cussing me down, I'm a whole
I'm
fan.
not. I would never. I would
Don't
never
cuss
curse
me
you.
down. I'm a fan. I've been a fan of yours for like 3 years. Like I'm a proper fan. But I don't always agree with everything you say, females. I'm allowed to disagree, right? Like
Yeah.
sometimes
Sure.
sometimes I don't agree with you. So I'm not agreeing
What
with you
don't you
tonight. Like
agree with now?
I don't agree with the way you're cussing down Black women. Like I don't
Wait, how?
agree.
Do you think I'm speaking down about Black women now? Hello.
No, because you're like I can't hear you properly. Females,
Yep.
hello.
Yeah, I'm hearing you now.
Yeah, it's just like the comments that you're making and stuff. Like Black women are dumb and we don't know how to make good
I never
decisions.
said Black
And
women are dumb. That has never left my mouth.
no, you didn't say that. To be fair, you didn't say that. But I just feel like that the implication is there. And
No,
I'm
I
a
think.
member. I'm a member
That-
of Cynthia G's Patreon as well, and I feel like you guys like proper. Just I don't know. I feel like you guys really diss like married black women that have sons. Because I have a son. I'm a black woman that has a son, and I just feel like you guys really diss us. If you have a son or if you're married as a black woman, then you're gonna get dissed. And I just feel like that's just so wrong. Like, why can't we have
Wait,
no?
no, but
Am I wrong?
but
All
what
right.
did I say that you disagree with? Because I'd never say, I would never. I think if as a black man, if I said black women are dumb, that would be wild. That would not be right. I don't have the leverage or right to say that.
Right.
Because I would be speaking about the group, and I would first compare my group to black women. Like I'm a part of black men group,
Hello.
so I would never
Okay.
say. I would never say that. I've never said that. Not in my personal life or not on stream. But when it comes to choosing, I think black women prioritize black manness, black manhood over resources. Hello? I can't hear you. Hello? Can you hear me? I think if you turn off the, are you done? Oh, I think if you turn off the camera, it'll work better. All right, we can continue. I think she disconnected. Marriage is an exchange of value, its own economy. Yeah, compare. No, 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 I can't read that.
Or we're just getting the veneer and the anecdotes of what they tell us when we're at work with them, or we are casually out in the public with them. Because
Sir, what do you want now?
What's up, Themis?
What's up?
Let's get something straight. Ain't nobody jealous of you, bro.
And I never said you were jealous of me. Next
You
question.
did say something like that, man.
No,
I'm not jealous of you.
I played a video.
You
I
are
played,
gay and you are
I
dork.
played
I'm not
what
jealous of you.
I played what you said. You let me play it again for you, because it seems like you don't remember what you said. This is what you said.
I know you finished high school, you went to college, got your little degree and stuff like that. You the uppity nigga. You an uppity gay nigga.
That's what you said. Now, if you sound jealous to you, that sounds like a you problem. It sounds like a you problem. Now, I will let you speak for 2 more seconds, but if you start cursing, I'm just going to remove you. I don't have, you've already threatened me. I've already, did what I needed to do. So I'm not really fond of being cursed out and threatened on a live stream by another black man. I will not perpetuate degeneracy and pretend like we black men don't know how to talk. So I'm not going to be a part of that.
All right, man, let's talk.
Wait, what do you want to talk about?
You said something about Kamala Harris, right?
Yeah. Can you wait till the end of the show to talk about Kamala Harris? Because I need to finish this.
All right, man. I'm gonna respect your show, homeboy. Go ahead, man. Go ahead and
All
rock
right,
on, man. I'll wait for you.
All right. Bianca, you're back. Can you move away from the screen for 2 seconds? No, move away so I can add it and then remove it so you are not seen. Can you, put your hand over the screen or something. All right. All right, go ahead.
Okay, hi, Themis. So, guys, I'm calling all the way from London, England, UK. I'm a big fan of Themis. I've been listening to him since 2021 or whenever it was. I've been listening to him. So I'm a big fan of Themis. I'm not here to diss Themis.
Yeah.
Tiago, by the way, is my brother, and I'm just using my brother's. I'm using my brother's whatever. I'm using my brother's emails, so that's why it says Tiago, but I'm a woman. So no, I'm a fan of Themis and Cynthia G, but as I said, I just don't like the way sometimes you guys go in on black
Wait,
women.
it
I
feels
just
like
don't
you're
like it.
mixing me. Wait. I don't like this. It feels like you have an issue with the way Cynthia G might be speaking to black women as a black woman. That sounds like a you, and not me being mean either, but that sounds like a you and Cynthia problem, not like me. I've never done,
Okay.
what have I done?
No, it's just sometimes the things you say, like sometimes you sound like pro side chick and things like that. Like, oh,
Oh,
yay to the
wait.
side chick.
I
Yay
am
to the
pro side chick.
oh, by the way, can I say something? Wait a minute.
I am pro
Oh,
side chick.
oh,
I am pro side chick. Oh yeah, I'm
okay.
definitely.
Well, there you
Yeah.
go. Oh, you're pro
So
side chick. Oh, well,
yeah,
there you
but
go. There you go.
I mean,
I
What I
think that's
mean by that
horrible.
is, what I mean, no. I mean, it could be
Mhm.
horrible. What I mean
Mhm.
by that is, I am never going to be the one, quote unquote, dragging the side chick. I am going to be dragging the person who cheated.
You should. I'm gonna drag both of them personally.
No, the,
Me,
the side chick does
I
not
would
owe
drag
anyone.
like. You know what?
What does
By
the
the way,
side chick owe the person in the relationship?
uh,
Hmm?
females, can I do something? You know, a few months
No, no,
back
no,
when you
no.
done the
Wait.
new
You can ask me after this, though. But
me
what
thing,
does the side
that was
chick owe
me.
the
That was
person in
me
the
when you
relationship?
done the new thing.
Wait. Let me ask the question.
Okay, no,
After
that
you
was.
answer this, you can
No, I'm
ask
just
me a question. Um,
saying,
what does the side chick owe the person in the relationship?
you know, the new.
Oh, oh,
It was a
your
question, females,
your
but okay.
internet. I don't know if it's your internet or something, but like it's getting choppy.
Females, oh, you females, stop. Well, females, I'm all the way in the UK, so I'm sorry it's a little bit but I'm all the way.
No, it's not a little bit
So
like
I'm
I can't hear a word you're saying, but I want to hear. Because when I say
not
like pro side chick, I
okay,
mean
but and
I
I
will.
subscribe to you. Gee, no,
We can't hear you. We cannot hear you at all. When I say I'm pro side chick, I don't mean I am for people messing up other people's relationship. I'm saying I don't blame the side chick for the breakdown of a relationship. So I will never be dragging the side chick unless they come out and they're like, "Oh, I got your man." Then I'll drag the side chick. But I'm not about to drag the woman who your man decided to cheat with. Like, why? Drag your man.
will you
Sorry, go
drag
ahead.
both of them? Will you drag both of them
No, no,
or
no,
not?
no. Wait, why would she? If unless she has an obligation that I don't know
Oh,
about.
females.
Wait, what is her obligation?
Do
What
you
is
know
her
what it is,
obligation?
females? First of all, I need to know that you can hear me.
Yeah,
Can you
I can
hear
hear
me,
you.
females?
Yeah,
Because I'm coming from all the way in the UK. Can you hear me?
yeah.
So I think the obligation is all of us as beings. We have obligation to each other. We don't
I
have
c- I can't
unity
hear
in a
you. I can't hear
society,
you.
and that's why we have prison. Well, wait a minute. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. But you said what was the
See,
obligation? Someone said to tell you to email it. Someone said tell her to email. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna fight. I'm not gonna argue with the
yes.
side. Go ahead. All right. I'm sorry, I can't hear anything. Some married black women use marriage as some kind of superpower, all the while being treated horribly by their husband, but never have the smoke for them. Well, they're not going to have the smoke for their cheating husband. They're not going to have the smoke for their cheating husband because their cheating husband, they're going to keep. They're gonna keep their cheating husband. So they don't want to be mad at the cheating husband. They want to be mad at the woman who obviously, one, most of these women don't know these men are married. Like, so like for you to be mad at, imagine creating a system where the person you are mad at is the person who probably know nothing about the obligation that exists between a man and his woman. Like, are we? No, you gotta hold the man accountable. You gotta hold the man accountable for cheating. Why would you want to drag the woman who he cheats with? Y'all, Not her bloke is. Someone block Patty.
Even then, oftentimes when we are looking at another ethnic group and positioning that they are doing so much better at who they have the options to marry, we are often looking at the upper class marriages and we are being swayed by the wealth aesthetics that these couples present. And we have very little knowledge of their interior lives, very little knowledge of the sacrifices that are made. I think it's interesting to look at like an Italian.
I can send the link, but it doesn't look like you will be able to speak. I don't think this is a matter of the link. I think this is a matter of like wonky connection or something, internet or something. Here's the link. We'll try one more time. Here, if you click it, just do not. You can turn off the camera. When you click the StreamYard link, just turn off the camera so it's not as like it's easier to just get the voice. There's the link. That's only for you.
I've been watching The Sopranos. So this whole idea of a Comer, and having a man who, yeah, you have $30,000 to redo your kitchen whenever you want, but he's sleeping with every which one and he has a bad attitude. Technically, if we talk about marrying economically up, Tony Soprano might be a catch. Do you want a Tony Soprano? But even this idea of like the woman's role in these societies, the term hypergamy actually comes from the study of Indian society, where men can pick women of a lower social caste, but women cannot pick men of a different social caste. They have to be picked by the man. And then you think of a lot of these cultures where the mother-in-laws have very.
Okay, so y'all get the gist. Blah 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 blah. Other cultures can marry up, but they are not happy. We don't know. Ain't nobody asked none of that. Ain't nobody asked none of that. No one asked if they were happy. All right, I think you're here. Can you hear now? Hello?
Famous, I can hear you, Famous. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is that you have to turn off your camera. Do you know how to turn off your camera?
I'll turn it off. Oh, I'll go to cam. How about
Yeah,
now?
there you go.
Is
It's
that
off.
okay?
It's off now. All right, good.
Okay.
Now I'm adding you to the stream. All right, let's go. What were you saying now?
Well, remind me, Famous. What part was we on, Famous? What part was we on?
Huh?
Oh my God, by the way, Famous, I love you. You're so beautiful. You're gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Your mum's
Appreciate that.
amazing.
But get into the drag real quick. You get to drag me. No. Drag me real quick. Go ahead.
I'm gonna drag and you're gonna drag me back, but I actually really love you and Cynthia really bad. But I lately you guys are getting on my nerves. Not gonna lie.
Why?
Lately you guys are getting on my nerves.
Because we've
You're
been
getting on my
dragging
nerves.
marriages.
You're dragging married people. You're dragging black women, and I'm a black woman, and I don't like it.
I
I'm
have
a whole
never
black
dragged
woman.
black women. I have never. I do not drag black women as a collective. That's not a thing I've ever done.
You're dragging married black women, but not just married black women, but black women that have. I'm not even married, by the way. I'm a single black woman. But listen to this, Famous. I have a black son. So that's why I'm so pissed off. Because you guys love to cuss black women that have black sons.
I have never done
pisses me
that.
off.
I have never done that.
Pisses me off. My little boy is
Wait,
5
wait.
years
No.
old.
Wait, again, it feels like you have maybe I've never done what you're accusing me of doing. I've never done that. What have I done? Me.
Well, I actually don't like the way you defend the side chicks. It's like, what are you
I don't
doing?
defend the side chick. I just don't oppose them.
You don't
I've
oppose them,
never
Famous.
like if a man and his wife are together. Okay, why should I drag the side chick? What did side chick do to you?
Why drag them both? Oh, well, listen. Well, I've been watching. Literally, I've been watching Kirk from Love and Hip Hop with
Wait,
Rashida.
no. You're gonna have to address me
No, you don't
Alone.
know him?
You cannot address sin. You cannot address sin because I am not sin and sin is not I.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
So what have
Fair
I
enough.
done?
Okay, I won't address her. Well, I just assumed that you agree with the same shit.
Nope.
No, but
Whenever
you
sin
agree
and I
with the same
disagree,
kind of
I very
sentiments,
overtly nope,
though,
nope, nope, nope,
famous.
nope,
You
nope.
do.
I disagree with sin a lot and we debate a lot. I don't know what have I done. What have I said? Sin, I would. I mean, this could be a debate, but I think Bianca's
Well, that's it. It's like you two. I've been listening to you both since before the bloody not like 2020. But you guys have just
what have I done? No, 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 no. Nope, 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 nope.
and
Be
it just pisses me
specific
off.
and tell me what I have
I'm like,
done.
how do ya?
What have I done? Me. This
Famous.
internet.
It's not what you've done. The things you've said.
What have I said?
Yeah, I've got a cheap internet. Sorry, Famous. Sorry, Famous. I don't have the bougie internet.
Yeah, no, 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 you're fine. What have I said? What have I said? All right, I'm gonna move on. Sounds like AI got beef with demons. Oh, the Brass Doll has been a member for 34 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. I appreciate that. Thank you, the Brass Doll. Finn, I mean, this would have been a great debate, but I can't hear what she's saying, so like it wouldn't work. All right. Thank you, Bianca.
Me.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, so annoying.
Hello.
Hello.
Yep. Mhm. All right. Well, we tried. Definitely
That's
tried.
annoying that you can't import it. This is really.
I mean, even if
You hear me or no?
all right. Well, sorry. I'm sorry. I removed you because like I can't do this all like I'm so like I on one hand I want to talk like obviously, but like on the other like I don't know how long I can like keep trying because the internet like it's not, it's not a drag on like bougie or not bougie internet. It's just like I literally can't. Um um all right, let's continue. I don't even remember where we were, but I know we were talking about Julesy. So let's get back to so now after all of that, Julesy came back and Julesy's talking to this man.
That Black women have been manipulated and gaslit into thinking that they're some sort of traitors because they want the best for themselves. That is not language that is given to Black men. And so I don't really subscribe to that. Again, I'm for all Black women to win at the end of the day. And this is about just the best partner, whether it's Black, white, Puerto Rican, or Haitian, as Lil Kim once said, right?
Sort of messaging that you've given thus far around dating, because it does really encourage this idea of self-actualization to become the person that you want to be and then date from that standpoint versus centering a man or the pursuit of men in your life and becoming desirable to men. If there's so much messaging and so many complaints around dating and the hardships of marriage and wanting to have these really firm boundaries about who you're going to commit your life to in that way, I think why can't we also do the adult math to say certain things do have a time clock. I don't think marriage for me has the same time clock. So I'm going to make certain decisions so I can live the life that I want to live and not necessarily live the life according to societal standards. And some people just struggle with that because like I have friends who I know deeply want children and they're watching that opportunity fleet because they cannot find the person that they want to be married to. And I divorced myself from that idea that I decided to look for the person that I want to parent with versus the person that I, at this point, want to spend the rest of my life or a long period of time with.
In terms of my clientele, I've been the dating coach for 13 years now. It is the hardest individuals to find a partner are women between the ages of 30 and 40. And it is because of what you just said, right? That there is so much pressure, both external and internal, that they put upon themselves or that's put upon them where they're trying to make something happen, right? Or make people feel a role to create this idealized version of the family that they want and need. And it actually works against them because they decide that, just like so many women out there want the wedding and not the marriage, that ultimately at the end of the day, they will choose people because they just want to have a baby, right? And not because the person is fully vetted and they want to spend the rest of their life with. Yeah, and it makes it really hard and difficult. And it's been painful to be able to tell these women that so desperately want to be with a guy, girl, he's not it. Even though you want him to be it, he's not it. And we have to move on.
I saw when you originally did this video encouraging Black women to essentially date.
Everyone, absolutely everyone in the Discord is going to hell. Everyone in the Discord is going to hell. There's no exception. Well, Alicia is the exception, but everyone else is going to hell. What y'all doing in this Discord is out of pocket. It's out of line. It's not right. It's not right. Y'all not right. Wait, stop saying drop the link. Bianca girl, I adore that you're here. I adore, love it, appreciate it, but the internet said no. When you say yes, that internet can say no. I'm joking. I love all of you. I love you. And there's no reason for Bianca. I promise there's no reason for me to drop the link. I tried. I'm tired. I'm tired. You're right, girl. You're right. You're right. We're promoting side chick. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Date outside their race. The idea that
Date everybody. They're great Black men too.
There were a lot of stitches where Black women were kind of like, well, culturally, I have a hard time with. Do I desire? Am I attracted to partnering with someone who's not Black?
I think that Black women have been manipulated and gaslit into thinking that they're some sort of traitors because they want the best for themselves. That is not language that is given to Black men. And so I don't really subscribe to that. Again, I'm for all Black women to win at the end of the day. And this is about just the best partner, whether it's Black, white, Puerto Rican, or Haitian, as Lil Kim once said, right? And so, I mean, at the end of the day, this is why a lot of Black men don't really like me. Because, no, they don't. I get a lot of hate DMs and emails and things like that all the time because what's happening, and it's a conversation that a lot of us don't want to have, is that there is an evolution happening and Black women are evolving past Black men, unfortunately. It's sad. I'm not basking in this, but I want to keep it 100% real. And it's actually going to be necessary if you want to have that generational wealth to be able to live the life that you want to live at the end of the day. Again, I'm not saying date outside of your race. I'm saying date everyone. There are social issues I think there's so many excuses that are given to Black men that we tend to forget about what's
Yeah, for the Discord people, y'all better keep that in the Discord. Do not bring that on the internet. Do not bring that on the internet. Talking about the internet tide over there. The internet need to rest. Yeah. Drop the link when your connection dropped you. Wait, 2 hours with a member for 20. Look, for all the Discord people, y'all need to stay in the Discord. Do not come out here. Please do not come out here with that mess. Do not come out here. Yeah, hear this man. Hear what this man said. Remember how Juicy said that white society gave Black women jobs and they didn't give Black men jobs, so Black women had it easier than Black men. That is what she said. Juicy is going to come out She won't. I'm not big enough, thankfully. So she's not going to respond, but so good. But if she were, she is going to, I never said that. That is what you said. Do not be intellectually dishonest with me. You said black women had it easier because they had jobs and black men didn't. So we shouldn't say they were dating, black women were dating down. So hear what this man gonna say to her. And the fact that she don't check this man is wild to me.
There is an evolution happening, and black women are evolving past black men, unfortunately. It's sad. I'm not basking in this, but I want to keep it 100% real. And it's actually going to be necessary if you want to have that generational wealth to be able to live the life that you want to live at the end of the day. Again, I'm not saying date outside of your race. I'm saying date everyone. There are social issues I think there's so many excuses that are given to black men that we tend to forget about what's happening with black women as well. So I'm not really for the excuses for black men. People are talking about institutional hardships that happen that black women also face, right? And face, I would argue, actually more of.
I appreciate that you are saying widen your dating pool.
So you're not going to push back against this man dismantling all of your talking points previously. I mean, I'm here for an evolution. I just didn't know when it happened. I'm here for a good evolution.
Because when you date more diverse people, it does kind of help you get to the root of the things that really matter to who you want to partner with. Even if you do desire culturally to be with a person of the same ethnicity, it might help you be able to better spot the things that you're actually digging for, because we do tend to forgive certain things based on our identity or our blackness. I wanted to talk about the marketing of the stay-at-home girlfriend influencer, and that akin to the luxury dating influencer.
I'm not going to go into this part. The reason I'm not going into this part is very simply, she brings up the stay-at-home girlfriend. I drag the stay-at-home girlfriend. I think we all drag the stay-at-home girlfriend. It is a weird place to be. We all disagree with it. But Julie has an issue with people being hypergamous. Let's call a thing a thing. And I don't know why, girl. In the way that I just defended women's right to date down, I'm going to defend women's right to date up and date across or whatever. So I'm not going to go into this. Bougie internet, very demure, very mindful. All right. So there are two things that I need to get into right now, right? So I reposted, because I'm messy, I reposted where I got the mango juice from the lips of our king. I reposted that. And someone said that I needed to review that debate again because they weren't there. Yep. Yes, Sin. Key phrase. Black women have it harder in society. Yep, he said it. And the fact that Julesy did not correct him means Julesy knows she can't correct him. Because Julesy said black women had it easier, at least to get a job. And this man is saying, nope, black women had it harder. Not only are they black, they're women in a patriarchy and a racist system. So I don't know what Julesy was talking about, but that man definitely corrected her and said black women had it harder. All right. So I don't know because I've already reviewed this. Where is it? Let me do this. Because I've already reviewed this debate. I wanted to know if y'all want me to review this again or save it to the end and then instead go to Dr. Umar's debate. Drop a 1. I'm gonna forget which is which. Drop a 1 if you want to hear Dr. Umar, and a 2 if you want to get back into how feminism destroyed the black family. A 1 for Umar and a 2 for feminism destroying the black family. All right. It looks like y'all wanted Dr. Umar first. All right, we'll do Dr. Umar first. Why are you trying to stress us out? So, I don't know. This is a very small channel. And I don't know how they got Dr. Umar. I'm assuming they are small, but they are very well connected or rich people in hip hop. So I guess they paid Dr. Umar to be on there. I don't know. So I'm just going to go ahead and say the first part of this interview was kind of boring to me. So I'm going to skip most of it and go to about here. And if that's not where it is, I'm going to skip some more.
If you think it's not important, I know you don't. I know you don't. So I'm not even disrespecting you by saying that. If you
and you chose a purpose for being here. When you
He was talking about his religion. I respect people's religion, and let's get into. They're going to discuss whether or not hip hop was a positive contributor or a negative contributor to the Black community. Let's hear it. Tiago, please stop saying drop the link. It's kind of becoming distracting now. Actually, is Jamie still here? Let me hurry up and get Jamie up here first. Here you go, Jamie. I have questions about Kamala that I want you to answer. Jamie, go ahead. Here's the link. Wait, what? LA, why are you telling me to drop the link? There's the link. For everyone who told me to drop the link, there's the link. I don't know. What do you all disagree with? All right. I'm just going to move on.
Everybody's trauma.
Right.
Any issue we have, addiction, smoking, suicide, low self-esteem, it started in that family. It's going to be difficult to organize your family without first addressing those traumas.
Right.
If you got unacknowledged sex abuse in that family, you got unacknowledged emotional abuse, you got unacknowledged adultery, you got unacknowledged betrayal, unacknowledged theft, unacknowledged sabotage, and nobody organized. We assume everybody has the same level of commitment to our struggle, and we know that ain't the truth. Why you starting with people who got little concern? Get the ones who got big concern. I'd rather have 3 people who I know are ride or die than 3,000 who I know I can't trust.
Right.
Which is
Bianca, you're in the back again, but it feels like you cannot connect. It doesn't seem like you can connect to the internet. Let's see. This is the last time because like it's messing up the show to keep trying to talk when there is not a connection. So while I do want to hear from you, I cannot keep interrupting the stream if it's not going to work. And it's not your fault. It's not my fault. It's just the internet. So go ahead. Explain your issue. What does the side chick owes the relationship? I can't hear you. Can y'all hear her? I can't hear you. Cannot hear you. Still can't hear you. All right, let me sing for y'all while we wait. I can't hear you, but I'm gonna rap. I'm friendly. Y'all try to take it ain't enough for y'all. So funny, got me looking at them sideways. It'll never be the same. Mother, old days pretty in the face, but my attitude, either way, am I still going to the bank? Can you? I can't hear you. I cannot hear you. Mm-mm. All right, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this, and I'm just gonna move on because we cannot hear you. Ask your son how to do it. Like maybe your son can help. I can't. I see you. I see you. I see you talking, but I can't hear anything. King Charles Internet took black women out of the stream. Oh, you've been here for 2 years, Chica. Thank you so much. You and this image. All right. Well, I was trying to entertain the people, but the people aren't entertained with my rapping. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove you. I'm going to drop the link again, and then I'm going to add you. And that's the last time. Please don't ask for the link again tonight. We might be able to do it some other time, but the internet said, no, ma'am, I do not eat green eggs and ham right now. So right now we can't hear. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove you. I'm going to drop the link and then I'm going to add you again. All right. All right, let's do it. Even Jamie left. Jamie said he not about to wait. Even Jamie said he has standards. Jamie said he had standards. All right, there you go, Bianca. The last time. Let's see. I am not Jasmine. I am Aladdin. So far ahead, the skag. See me, and then I'm trying to figure out what Nicki song should I sing. Da 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 da. Yeah, I can't say I've never tried. All right, here you go. Bianca. All right, I think I can hear you now. Go ahead. Hello.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can hear you, female. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. All right. Let me know what
So,
you
females,
think.
first of all, we need to up. So, females, I didn't like the way you tried to slide that little dig in about maybe you can get your son to do it for you. Get your son. My
No, that
son's
wasn't a
4
dig.
years old.
No. That was not a dig. That was literally me.
My son is a baby. He's 4 years old.
Oh, no, I didn't know
So,
that. I thought he was older. My bad. No, that was not a dig. That was not a dig.
baby. My son is 4 years old, so he can't show me how to work the internet. He's 4. So this is
Yeah,
what
that
pisses
was
me off.
not.
You guys, this is what pisses me off. You guys love to cuss women, black women that have black sons. Some of our
What?
sons are
No,
babies.
what? No. No.
Son is 4 years old. You're like,
Yeah, I
get
did not
your
know
son to
I
show
don't
you,
know how old your son is.
baby.
If you had said you had a
Well, I'm
young daughter, I
telling
would
you
have said,
now.
ask your daughter if she can
Stop
help
cussing
you.
little black boys. Stop.
I am not. I have never cursed a little black boy ever in my life.
Okay.
I
I
think
just
you are
feel like
triggered. I
race
think you
loves to
actually
cut
want
little
to
black
talk to
boys.
Sin. I think you want to talk
And
to
I'm like,
Sin and not.
the baby black boy to do with the is
I
no,
mean,
I want to
I
talk to
don't know what
you
you're
because
saying.
you back up all that stuff. So.
What?
Themis, I think you do know what I'm saying, Themis, because the way you
No.
dropped that
It's not that I don't.
comment,
I didn't
like,
hear
get
you.
your son to show you.
Wait. I did not
Son,
hear you
my son is
at all. Like, I can't hear you. I'm not saying I don't understand what you're saying. I'm saying I can't hear you at all. Like, I can't hear you. Like, I don't know what you're saying. I even took off my headphones so I can, like, hear from the speakers.
Yeah.
The 7 p.m. Friday, it's
No,
95
that's fine.
degrees.
Like a big fan of yours, you and Cynthia all these years, but I think on a ash black is pissing me off. Like, leave black women alone. Like, we have enough people shitting on us all day, every day. Just leave
No,
us
Bianca,
alone.
if you
Like, we
curse
have
at me
more than
one more
enough
time,
situations every
one more
day.
time, I'm going to remove you.
Everyone
I have never,
just leave
ever.
black women alone.
All right, let's not. No, you do not dictate anything on my channel, ever.
You're gonna
So the
remove
fact, let me just stop you there. The fact that you came up here cursing at me when I have been as graceful to you as I possibly can, and you came up here cursing at me is wild. I have not disrespected you, so I would prefer for you to not disrespect me. All right? What are you saying now?
At all.
What are you saying?
I never cursed at you. When did I curse at you?
You literally just did.
But wait a minute. Oh, females is so sad. I really don't want us to be enemies because I've liked you for a lot of years. Why are you
No, it's simple. We don't have to. I don't have any ill will. Just do not curse at me. That is it. We're not enemies. I don't.
trying to impress your fans? Don't defend
Hmm?
on the act to impress your fans.
What? Wait,
Expect me to
what?
your little
No, I just told you not to curse at me. How's that impressing anyone?
American fan you. Argue. So you're cool. Look at him shouting at her. When did
I
I
don't know what
curse
you're.
at you? I would never. I love you, females. When did I fucking curse at? Sorry,
Right,
my
right,
bad.
right,
Sorry.
right there. I mean,
I'm not swearing at you because I like.
all right.
Like you a lot of respect. Listening to you for multiple. I
Sorry.
would not respect you. I would never. If it sounded like that.
Wait. So, what was your issue?
But not trying to actually really like you. I think opinions. I really have a lot of respect for a lot. I just feel like you're on the wrong end of the stick. I'm allowed, right, or not? I mean,
No,
am
but
I not allowed
what
to
is
do
it? No,
females?
no, that's fine. That's fine. What is the issue
Be
with
like,
me?
oh, I'm going to block me for disagreeing with you.
Wait, what is? I don't understand your issue. Yeah, I can take that issue after. All right.
Females, look at you. Look.
I'm trying to figure out what the issue is, but like, it's not that I don't understand you; it's that I can't hear you at all. Like every other word, I can't hear.
Well, question, block me.
So I'm going to say respectfully. No. I'm going to say respectfully. Good night. We can talk again some other time.
Before you leave me, can I ask?
I'm pretty sure you just said before you leave, can you ask a question? Wait, let me explain. I'm pretty sure you just said before you leave, can I ask a question? I didn't hear any of that. I just made that up. It is not you. It's not that I don't want to talk to you. It's that your internet does not allow for you to talk to me. Like, I can't hear you. Like, at all.
Okay. You can't hear me. Okay. Well,
All right.
female, go. I just want to say, or no?
I mean, you can try. You go ahead. Say what you need to say. You have a minute. You have a minute. Go ahead. You can say whatever you want, even if we can't hear it. Go ahead.
Hello.
All right. I appreciate your time. But
Are you happy that Vice Christ?
all right. Vitamin. Go ahead, Vitamin. Like, I just don't understand.
Good evening, Venus. Hi, everybody. I'm just up here with a few mod notes here.
Go ahead.
First off, I want to make it crystal clear. We don't attack people's families. That includes their children here. So even if someone brings up their family, and that includes their, up to and including their children, spouses, parents, whatever. We don't attack families. We don't attack children. And I'm talking about it as a standard in the chat. So please refrain from mentioning people's families, up to and including spouses, children, parents, etc. That's number one. Number two, please be clear about whatever issues you have with Themis specifically and other creators, and address them with the creators that you have the problems with. So if you have something that you kind of feel like overlaps between Themis and other creators, I'm gonna need you to be crystal clear about specifically what it is you have an issue with Themis with, and only bring that. I'm gonna also need you to have reference points. So you either need to notate it, you need to bring clips, provide links, whatever it is, because this is out of control. And just in a general sense, if Jamie still gets to be here, then other people still get to be here, unfortunately. So the day Jamie blocked, we could block everybody else. But if Jamie's still here, then people like Bianca can still be here. That's just, that's
In
just what
truth,
it is.
Jamie is here for content, but sure, yes. I mean, the moderators are outvoting me, so period.
I mean, that's just for us to be able to have, continuity and keep it easy on us. You know what I mean? So it's not just arbitrary rules we're making up for specific people. I feel like Jamie is really like extra. So if somebody at Jamie's level can still be here, then we know that, Bianca's not even hitting that threshold, right? So it is what it is. And also, last note, if you have any issues that you don't feel like bringing to the live, sorry, I'm in the ghetto. It just is what it is with that sound in the background. If you have any issues that you either don't feel comfortable bringing to the live chat, or you have an issue like this where you're trying to, but it's not working, please email us at mods.themisandthos@gmail.com. So that way it can be handled, and again, not wasting everybody else's time, not driving people's pressure up. We can just get this handled efficiently and succinctly. So that was all. I'm gonna go back to the chat now. You look nice, Themis.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming up and clarifying.
Yeah. All right.
Also, bougie internet only. I don't know where Jamie went, but Jamie definitely said that he was going to come up here and talk about politics with me, and I was looking forward to hearing his views. I was looking forward to hearing Jamie's views on politics. All right. Let's continue.
Second question, which is another good question, which I think is something that we ain't dealt with enough. And that is this tendency for black people, black men in particular, to elevate their loyalty to the hood above their loyalty to black folks. You see this in the hip hop community, where you see hip hop artists basically saying, without saying it, because they don't want to go too far, I'm loyal to hip hop. I ain't loyal to black people. You almost feel it. You almost feel it, right? Like, yeah, we might kill and talk about shooting and sexing the women, but that's what hip hop is. Okay, but it's negatively impacting the community. And they almost want to say, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So my thing is this: if the black community cannot rehabilitate and re-anchor hip-hop culture back into the community that birthed it, we're gonna have to destroy it.
And it's funny you say that, because right here at the studio, Activated Studios, I had those same conversations with different artists. And like I said, a lot of them come from New York, they're just all over and come here to make their music. And I say, well, you say this, but it affects. They be like, man, I don't give a, they tell me it's all
It's almost like, you know, it's almost like, you know how we got the black bourgeoisie? They consider themselves above. They don't have to answer to nobody else. They don't care how what they do affects the rest of us. The hip hop community is almost a black bourgeoisie of its own. We don't see it as that because they act like they from the hood. But think about it. They're not from the hood no more. They don't live there. You understand? They don't party there. They damn sure don't spend their money there. So if you look at it, the hip hop community is really the new bourgeoisie.
That's crazy.
Think about it. They live in white neighborhoods. They all I'm saying, their kids, the white schools. They only act like they still from the hood to stay relevant to sell their music. Outside of that, they live in white lives.
Like Travis Scott.
They live in white lives.
That's a great point.
You still selling death and destruction to my kids, while your kids going to $30,000 a year privileged white schools. That's what you call a traitor. The hip hop community has betrayed Black America. So why does it still exist? Because of the money. Black people worship money and materialism. And since the hip hop artists can provide it, Hip hop ain't gonna go nowhere. We claim to be Christian. No, we not. We are idol worshipers. And the idol is money and merchandise. Most black Christians are not Christians. Most black Muslims are not Muslims. Most black Hebrews, Seventh-day Adventists, evangelists, Episcopalians, most African spiritualists, no, they're not. They are idol worshipers. Look at how they live. I don't care what they profess. Look at how we live. Are we really worshiping God or are we worshiping money?
Dr. Umar, I got a challenge. I got a challenge.
What is the other challenge? What is the look? After I gave Dr. Umar my money in undergrad, this is how long this man has been doing this. I gave him my money in undergrad and I ain't seen no school yet, and I'm out of law school now, right? So I don't trust Dr. Umar, and until I see some school, I don't care nothing about what Dr. Umar has to say and offer and what he claims he's building. Period. I have to put that out there before I do what I'm about to do. He did not say anything wrong. The fact that this man sitting over there, I'm gonna have to. Why you gotta challenge? You no, don't be shocked, girl. Do not be shocked. When I said I was deep into hotepery, girl. When I said, you know how they that man was like, take the P off of pharmacy and you have pharmacy. At one point in my life, I would be like, yeah. I am so embarrassed. I am so embarrassed. I think, like I come from Jamaica, obviously. And so like there is always this feeling of you need to do more, you need to help more people. And it always felt like my mom and my dad and my family were the ones who like made it in some ways. And so there's always this guilt that I felt. And Pan-Africanism, and particularly like the Hotep-esque aspect. Now, I never dressed like it. Never dress. I would never. I didn't do that. But and I wasn't outside screaming with anything and telling you to buy anything. But I liked the teaching. I liked the idea that we were kings. I liked the idea that if we were back in Africa, like I romanticize Africa. My favorite artist till this day is Garnet Silk, and he has a song called Mama Africa. And there's like I used to go back to and I didn't smoke either. But I used to go back to my dorm and I would play Mama Africa over and over and over. And I was deep in my meditations, girl. Girl, I was yeah, I shouldn't be confessing this. You couldn't tell me that I wasn't like I was like I didn't know my ancestors and that like we were wounded warriors and kings and we were going to elevate someday and we were gonna because one thing about me, I've always seen the beauty in blackness. Like I've never, and maybe that has to do with it's not Jamaica because people bleaching are in Jamaica. So like I've always had this very real connection to blackness. I always think like I've always been confused when people didn't understand that black people were beautiful. Like I never understood it. And I did have colorists in my family, right? So it's not like I was raised in this like amazing black is beautiful household. My mom did that, but like not generally. And so I don't know where I got it from, but I remember finding my tribe in undergrad in uni. And I didn't want to be associated. I didn't like the way that they were out in the street doing what they were doing, but I did like that some of the smartest people, like the way Dr. Umar speaks, I don't care about any what you're going to say. I think he is smart and he speaks with a kind of authority that I don't generally see black men speaking with. Like he takes up space in the way that I think as black people, we tend to make ourselves small in rooms. And the Hotep people were some of the first people that I saw taking up space. Looking back at it, I realized it was kind of like cringe and wrong in a lot of ways, but I saw I saw powerful black people and I loved it. And I'm sorry, I saw powerful black people, black men in particular, and I liked it. Um, and I liked it and I wanted to be a part of it. And then the more I learned, the more I was like, yeah, absolutely not. So it was during that time that I was giving money to Dr. Umar. Yes. Yes, I gave money. I gave money to Dr. Umar. I did. I did. I did. I did. And I will never forgive myself for it. Think feel later says needs to blow, right? Babam. I must be having a short because I agree with him on this. Hi, Themis. I hope you're having a great fight. Oh, no, you're not. Thank you. Welcome. You've been here for 24 months. I appreciate that. I agree with Dr. Umar here, too. I, too, agree with Dr. Umar here. I, too. I too agree with that. Only two things Dr. Umar can tell me: when the school is opening and why is it a bad idea to watch Black Panther? Themis, you are my twin flame. What Garnet? Period. Oh, I love Garnet Silk. I think he is undervalued and underappreciated. 1 second, let me show you something. Let me show. I brought it with me. I did bring it with me. This is an original. This is an original copy that has not been opened. I'm not even going to tell you how much I spent on this. This is Garnet Silk. This is his greatest hits. And I do have a record player. I do have a record. So while the hotep is out of me, I still have some elements. I still have some. Oh my God. If you have not heard Garnet Silk, please go listen to Garnet Silk. I would say he's better than another famous Jamaican, but I won't because that's disrespectful. But I prefer his voice to you know who. I won't say the name. All right, let's continue this foolishness. I'm sorry. Dear Miss, you're my. Oh, yeah, I appreciate that. Y'all need to get into Garnet Silk.
It's Mouse Jones. I'm back. I just want to challenge some more, just get a bit clarity for my own. When you say that hip hop isn't of the hood anymore, or hip hop has become this thing, are we talking about the culture of hip hop, or are we talking about the industry of hip hop?
I'm talking about both, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Yeah.
I don't like when we have conversations about the degenerative side of hip hop, and members of the hip hop community, which we all are, will try to scapegoat the degeneracy as gangster rap.
Wait, team is being blissfully unaware of what's going on in the chat is hilarious. Wait, what's going on in the chat? What? I don't know what's going on in the chat, and I'll continue to not know what. Please don't. If someone is talking about black babies, just ignore them, please. Thank you. Because that's not, no. Just ignore. Moderators, anyone responding to Tiago, time them out. No one should be responding to Tiago. Let Tiago do what she's doing in the chat. Ain't nobody got time. I'm sorry. Like, you got the chance to come up here and no. Like, it's like 3 o'clock. Like, maybe you're like, we can go to bed. Like, no.
Yeah. And say that the culture of hip hop is something different.
Right.
That may be true. But you know what the problem is?
What?
If that is true, why don't those who claim to identify with the progressive side of hip hop do not hold accountable those who engage in the degenerative form of hip hop? In other words, take the BET Awards. And of course, BET owned by white folks. We understand, right? But guess what? The positive and the negative are on showcase there. There's no delineation made. On all the hip hop platforms, the positive and the negative are on display. There's no delineation there. So if we want to make a delineation between what is hip hop and what is not, we got to do it more than in the conversation with Dr. Umar. Because the question I would ask people is Jay-Z hip hop?
Yes.
Most people say yes. Well, look at the content of his music. Isn't that degenerate? Is Notorious B.I.G. hip hop?
All right, so they're debating about whether or not hip hop is good or bad. Good. I got into Hotepe back in the day, but I still think we should all spell America in my Umar voice. Ask Umar to show all 6 of his degrees. This man did not earn a doctorate. I'm not going to say that because I definitely tried to get information on graduation and I couldn't, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have it.
Look at the content of his music.
Okay, so this is why I'm with you. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So we can't call a kettle black on Monday and red on Tuesday. Either it's hip hop or it's not. And before you respond, let me give you an analysis. Make it a little bit more clear. Let's take the African American Muslim community.
Yes, sir.
And Christian community, right? There's brothers who go to the masjid for Juma on Friday.
In the outside wilding. Friday, Saturday. Yeah.
And when you go to the imam and say, that dude right there just took a life the other day. You let him for Friday prayer. You know what he gonna say? Then he's not living Islam.
God, I didn't know that was happening. I was too high. I bring up Garnet Silk and I have to listen. Kingly character. Look to the east for the coming of a black king. He has a song called Mama dedicated to his mom. I love that song so much. On Mother's Day, I post pictures of my mom on Insta, and I play that as the backtrack pretty much every year. I think, by the way, Garnet Silk, you want to know how he passed? This is, all right. So he was out, they brought a gun to his home, and it was loaded, and it accidentally fired and hit a gas tank. And he made it outside, and he was safe. It exploded, but he made it outside and he was safe. And then he realized that his mom was still in the burning house. So he ran back in. This is so sad. He ran back in to save his mom, and he passed away. I shouldn't have told. I don't know why. I don't know why I told that story. I don't know. Like, why did I tell that story? That is so terrible. I just destroyed the mood. I don't know what to. I think he's such. I don't know. I think he was such. I don't know. I just. He's the most. He was great.
Islam. But if he's not living Islam, why the hell he in your masjid? You see what I'm saying? You're looking for a way not to have to engage the negative elements because you ain't got the courage to step to them and shut that shit down. And that's what's happening in hip hop. The conscious artists and those who claim that the gangster rap ain't really hip hop, why you ain't saying that to the gangster rappers? Why you ain't going to the BET Awards and saying no more nominations for negative content? If you disrespecting women, if you promoting violence, if you promoting irresponsibility, guess what? No more nominations for you. If that ain't hip hop, why that ain't been done yet? Show me the accountability.
I think the accountability happens on multiple levels, but I don't think hip hop holds itself accountable. I agree with that. I agree with that 1,000%.
Yes,
I have a video where I discuss hip hop being in desperate need of a Me Too movement.
Yes,
I talk about this.
yes.
You know, we've come across each other and stuff.
Yes, sir.
You know, through Uncle Charlotte.
Yes,
but
sir.
yeah, I'm always saying that. I think my problem is that when we sit as black people or members of black people as members of the hip hop community, we can't allow outsiders. We can't allow people, and sometimes it's black people that are outsiders too.
Okay.
Not every black person is a participant or lives the hip hop culture. You may be a black person, but the hip hop culture you may not subscribe to. Right. So just because you're black, I don't look at you for that. Right. I need to know that you partake in the hip hop culture, that you subscribe to the hip hop culture, to have such a not talking about you. You know what I'm saying?
The quickest way to get me upset is to do what this man is doing. If we're talking and I get the idea that you're being intellectually honest and like intentionally obtuse, it's going to be very difficult to talk to you. Like it's going to be real difficult to talk to you. This man is intentionally being antagonistic because there is absolutely no way that he believes what he's saying. There's no way, he's just talking to talk. There's no way he believes that hip hop isn't a problem. Hotep face, 6 months, the light came on.
We're looking at that. Basically, so to say that, I say the degeneracy, saying that is a part of hip hop. I don't know if it is. I know it's a crime. I know that it is a byproduct of most times it's a byproduct of of being poor and growing up in poor, underprivileged communities. Like you say, you're a political scientist. I know you've seen it. All the studies show that it's not a black crime problem. That crime is is when opportunity meets underserved communities. That's why when they talk about crime in black neighborhoods, because that's where the most poor people are, right? Crime happens where there are poor people, where there are not opportunities, where opportunities are far and few between, right? So
it's not rain.
Is it? Yeah, that is.
Go ahead, bro.
Oh yeah. So that's what I would say. I don't know that the degeneracy is a part of hip hop as much as it is a crime. But I wouldn't hold anybody in hip hop so accountable for talking about a life they lived or a life they grew up witnessing more than I would hold a journalist responsible for covering what's going on in Palestine. Or
Umar clocks this immediately, and I love that he did. There is a difference between reporting what is happening and glorifying violence. Like, you're not about to tell me hip hop does not glorify being a thug and being violent. Hip hop. I said hip hop. Not gangster rap. I said hip hop. We're not about to do that. We're not about to pretend like as soon as you walk through and you're trying to become a rapper, you're not going to be inducted into this kind of image change. We're not about to pretend like there's not a promotion of the abuse of women. Like, we're not doing this. Thankfully, Dr. Umar drags him.
what's going on in war-torn countries.
On his grounds. A journalist is trained to report the news as it occurred without passion or prejudice. Our hip hop artists do not report their experience without passion or prejudice. They report it with both passion and prejudice, and they glamorize and glorify it. To tell me that this is all I can rap about because this is all I've seen when you're living in $1 million mansion and your kids go to a white school, that's a complete hypocrite.
I agree, but I would ask who still does that.
Who still does that?
Like perfect example, you brought up
Who are the top 10 hip hop artists currently rapping right now? What is the content of their music?
I would challenge that most of them are not rap. Today? Or are you talking about all time?
Right now.
Yeah, I would challenge that all 10 of them are probably not talking about anything hood because that's not the most prevalent music right now. Yeah. Right?
Cool.
All right, so
So you are telling me that the current hip hop music that we are hearing aren't talking about shooting people, sleeping with people, moving drugs? Like, are you? Is that what you're saying, sir? I'm so sorry. Like, I am so like this would literally get under my skin because not only is he wrong, he's sitting there very comfortably wrong. And that's the problem for me. You shouldn't be this comfortable when you can't be this comfortable when you're wrong. Like, it's a problem. Yeah, what am I gonna eat? I'm gonna order food. What should I order? I'm off the little detox thing that I was doing, so I can order food.
we're talking about Travis. I got this. You got Travis Scott.
What's his content?
We don't know what he's saying, but he's not talking about hood shit. He might be at most talking about like illicit drug use, but that's what he does.
But that's part of it.
He's not talking about anything bad. He's just talking about illicit drug use. Girl, what? Girl, sir. Oh my God. He's not talking about nothing bad. He's just talking.
He's the top 10 though.
He said top 10. What gangster rappers are top 10? That's not what he said. He didn't ask for that caveat. He said both.
Deal with the top 10.
So the top 10, the top 10, those are the people that are on. Yeah, those are the biggest artists, and those are the people that are selling to the mass audience. I would say Travis Scott, he ain't rapping about that. Maybe Kendrick, but he has balance. Drake, we all know when he talks that gangster, he's cosplaying, but
yeah, but he talks the gangster shit.
He does. He has some of that. Who would be up there? Then Future.
Future talks the gangster shit.
Future talks the gangster shit. Who then
21 Savage talks the gangster shit.
I wouldn't say he's top 10.
Yeah,
I would say him top 10.
Right now he's top 10 for sure.
Okay, boom. He's talking that gangster shit.
J. Cole?
He's not talking that gangster shit at all.
Right, I'll give Jay a pass.
Lil Uzi? No.
I don't think most of the country knows who Boss Man D-Lo is. It's Sexy Red. I don't think most.
But you know what? Here's my rebuttal. And this is why I disagree. You can't pick and choose what you want to consider and not consider hip hop when it's all done under that umbrella and nothing publicly is being done to differentiate.
I think the umbrella is blackness, not hip hop.
He in my mosque praying. He on the street killing. But when you come to me and ask me to hold him accountable, oh, he's not a good Muslim. But he's in your mosque though. So you saying that ain't really hip hop, but they all at the BET Awards though. They all at the concerts. They all at the
which is there to celebrate the work, not the human.
But you see what you're doing?
I'm just talking about I'm talking about the atmosphere.
Yeah, but
the BET Award,
bro. When is hip hop going to put some structure to the shit? Let me give you an example.
We're in agreement.
Let me give you an example. Just like on the CDs, you know, I used to put parental advisory explicit lyrics.
Yes.
There needs to be
still do that.
That's it, right. But there needs to be a step that says this is not hip hop. You see what I'm saying? And let me tell you why hip hop doesn't hold gangster rap accountable. Because they the ones making the damn money. And nobody want to get cut out of
Where is Sin? That Sin and I were debating, and I think this like falls. It doesn't fall into it, but I was hoping that she would say, "See, miss, that's what I was saying. You can't just decide that they're not Christian when they do bad things." But she didn't say that, so I was looking for her in the chat. But Dr. Umar cooking. Anyway, I saw Bammy. I've not had Bammy in a while. I've not had Bammy in a while. Bammy. So let me get this Bammy together. Why am I being messy? It's not exactly. It was a setup. It is a setup. I promise you, it is a setup that I'm trying to deliver right now.
Being particularly included in on that. Why nobody rebuked the NWA? Because look what they were selling. Nobody never stepped to Big or Jay or any of the artists who was into the gangster shit because they sell. Nobody want to be on the wrong side of making money. Money came first. It's the same reason why hip hop was sold out to the white industry. Because everybody cared about the money.
Right.
When we were selling hip hop out of our trunk and everybody was having fun, that's where it should have stayed. But niggas got thirsty for being rich and famous. And they sold it out like every other part of our culture got sold out. Music, dance, jazz. Hip hop ain't the only thing, but I'm just showing you.
It's just the most vocal and easy. The only challenge I have.
Y'all can't be picking and choosing.
When you
That's
say
so
Big,
disingenuous because y'all don't make no distinctions nowhere else.
when you say Big died at 24. We don't know where he would have.
I agree. You still got to take at the material. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I know
Big,
that.
I'm just saying.
But
Our greatest artist. There you go.
We specifically when we talk about Jay. Jay is not rapping about. He's not rapping about being losing 92 bricks no more. He's rapping about art and wishing he would have made better choices.
He's on his way to 60 now. But his first 4 albums was about what?
But that was his access. That's where he was. If we're going to give them the room to grow.
But here we go. We're going back to the journalist argument. They're not reporting what they went through neutrally like a journalist. They are celebrating and glorifying it. You understand? Look at all the rap beefs. They glorify and glamorize because conflict sells.
You benefit from your experience. And I'm now talking about you. You benefit from your experience, everything you studied, everything you researched.
Yeah, but I'm from the ghetto too.
I'm not. We're not.
Yeah, we're not. No, I can talk about what I've seen.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not even challenging that. I'm just saying you sit here today, Harold. We're all excited and we're all appreciative and cherish the moment
we have. They had to glamorize it.
I'm not saying they had to glamorize. I'm saying they made
something
was
from the hood, but Public Enemy chose to flip it.
Right, but that's
when I look at Big Daddy Kane or Rakim, they was into the gangster shit.
Sorry, copyright purposes. I'm only interrupting because I just really appreciate the fact that Dr. Umar is holding these men accountable. I love that. I am worried, however, that Dr. Umar might just be a contrarian. I don't know if that's true or if he's actually standing on principle, because it feels like to know this is to know more about the culture. And even when he was debating about the abuse of Black women, like it feels like he then knows enough to make the kinds of arguments that he needs to advocate on behalf of Black women in a much grander way, but he doesn't. I'm gonna leave that alone for now. But I do really appreciate the fact that he is actually standing firm here when he didn't do it with Nick Cannon. He didn't do it on The Breakfast Club. He didn't do it with other people. So I don't know if the people he's talking to, like, he can speak his truth because he does not have to build a relationship in the way that he wants to with other people who are more famous. I don't know if I'm making that up, but he seems very, like, this feels like his real beliefs. And he dragging this man. So, like, I'm here for him, like, actually speaking truth.
Shit, but they also had that other side of consciousness with them. I could deal with that because it was a balanced hip hop. The Big Daddy Kane, the KRS, it was a balanced hip hop. It's full tilt now.
I don't know if I don't know if that's true based on just the level of music that everyone has access to. Right? If you have access to this much music,
defend it? I'm gonna give you the same argument I gave them about Drake not coming out telling everybody he Black. Why defend it, and why not just make them accountable?
I think because like I said earlier, I think the conversation is deeper, and we're going to need someone like you and other like-minded people that are going to be able to have that conversation outside of the white gaze.
I hear what you're saying.
Where because this is layered, right? The same issues we talk about just within the Black community and how the mental struggles and the PTSD that you talk about, all of that, it's all prevalent.
But I don't think it's ever going to happen. You want to know why?
Oh, I agree with
because the Jewish companies
they got
control the financial
so it'll never happen.
But of hip hop.
I'm with
nobody wants to be on the.
Yeah, forget what they're talking about. Let me read this to y'all. Sorry, Themis. Jamaican restaurant isn't taking any more orders today, but we have other places near you that you might. What do you mean they're not taking orders after I put in my order? I put in. Yeah. Y'all don't know how that just like the punch. Y'all don't even know how mad I am right now. Like I'm seething. Like I'm.
The other side of not making money. And because of that, everybody's going to turn a blind eye.
Which means the grace needs to come. Which means the grace needs to come within. But like I said, it is one of the. It's almost a byproduct of being black and being in support of other black people. No, I'm not saying that.
The job of an artist is not just to describe; it is to project. And artists, even an artist that's doing art to show you the ghetto, they are still supposed to project it in such a way that shows people how this ghetto can be transformed into something it's currently not. Hip hop artists don't do that. They don't say this is what we're living, but this is what we should be doing. This is what we're going through, but let's take it here. You only get a handful who do that. They're not progressive.
We're also talking about 9 times out of 10. We're also talking about kids. We're talking about young people who come straight from poverty into millions. There's that middle ground doesn't happen.
This podcast is brought to you by the Ride Sellers Wine, the only black wines in Canada. We know what to do. Hit the link below and scoop up not
real worshipers.
But we can't hold the kids accountable if no one's guiding
the entire culture accountable for letting it go on.
Yes, we would have to hold
it. You see what I'm saying?
But that doesn't mean allowing the painting of the degeneracy to then say this represents hip hop.
Because that is not hip hop primarily represented by gangster rap.
No.
Yes, it is.
No, I would disagree.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, no, it is. It is.
I would
Look
disagree.
At top 10 rappers of all time.
My personal top 5. It goes Jay-Z. It goes Rakim. It goes Andre 3000. Big, Kendrick.
Okay, 2 of those gangster, 2 of them not. And then
Andre 3000 is the only one up there. Andre. I want tteokbokki, but I can't be eating all that nut cheese now because I have to get it with cheese. I can't do that now because I just got off this like really meaningful cleanse, and I've restabilized myself and my sugar and intake and all of that. And so like while I do want to, I'm trying to be a better human being. I'm trying to take. I hit 30. I hit 30, and I think that it's time to care for my body. I've decided. I've decided that it's time to care. I've always been good about like eating well and blah blah blah, but I think that it's time to do more. So I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna get tteokbokki, not tonight.
then one is kind of in the middle. You're still at 50% gangsterism. Is that acceptable?
Is it acceptable? Who's the gangster?
Jay-Z was gangster shit.
But we've also seen him progress out of it. You don't get to progress. You don't get to progress.
Can I ask you a question? Okay. If I sold dope for 30 years and I gave it up and now I'm raising my kids, am I off the hook for creating a whole generation of drug addicts?
What have you done to amend for it?
What has he done to amend for it?
He's openly giving money to underfunded communities.
Stop. How many schools has he built?
None.
Stop. How many hospitals has he built?
None.
Stop. How many banks has he built?
None.
How many
Drag him. You cannot tell me that hip hop is doing well for the community when it has created so many billionaires and they didn't come together to create institutions for Black people. Umar is correct. Now, Umar, are you going to sit there talking about how many schools we built? I mean, Umar, girl, hey, you want to know something? Y'all gonna be mad at me. Umar is very difficult to hate. He is. Like, I feel like Umar is the person to like, I don't know, like he just seems this is why Umar is so dangerous. I think this is why Umar is dangerous. And so he has the demeanor of like a good, warm uncle that will yell at you, but you know they love you. And girl, I guess my uncles are toxic because yelling at you and knowing they love you is wild. But like he has this very warm essence. I don't know how to explain it. I can't like Umar ever. I don't like Umar. I don't. If Umar builds a school, whatever. But there is something about Umar that is very captivating, and it almost seems as if he doesn't mean. Whenever he says something bad, he doesn't mean it. Like I don't. Y'all don't listen to me about these men. Please do not listen. These men. Wait, not my chat dragging me. Umar seems like a really nice person. You're being glamored. This is why he took my money. This is why me, along with all these black women, gave him money. Umar tricked us. Yeah. Yeah, why y'all drag? I feel like y'all don't have to drag me like this. I feel like full out giving pass this evening. You know what? I'm gonna shut up. It's fine. Y'all were right. I'm wrong. My bad. My bad. Uma is a Leah, and most Leahs are very. All right. Thank you, Sin. Thank you. Because God, these ladies dragging me in the chat, and like I don't know, like he gives off this very likable presence. Like he seems very likable. Like I think Umar is a likable person, which makes him that much. Like I think it makes him more dangerous. Actually, like I think it makes him dangerous. I do. I think it makes him more dangerous because like even when he gets angry, it feels like I'm in my barber shop and like those people who yell and they seem in what a lot of people would call aggressive, but like you don't feel like you're in danger. You might, girl, don't listen to me. But like I've been in barber shop where I'm talking to people and they're just yelling at me and I'm just there talking. I'm like, no, you're wrong and here's why you're wrong. And they get mad. And I think this happens in here. I think after he's in this man's face and they're yelling, they just hugged and went about their business. And I do think a lot of people will see the interaction and call it aggressive. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I see it. I mean, I've seen this. I do this in my barbershop a lot. Not my current barbershop, but when I was in Jamaica, when I was in Georgia, it would happen a lot. People would just get big mad. I find him entertaining and I find him likable. It does not negate the fact that he hasn't built the school yet. So like we gonna drag. See me thinking on blackmail worship. I think Umar is likable. All right, let's continue.
Supermarkets has he built?
None.
I don't care about nothing else you got to say. Relevant institutions,
In
but
that
don't give no
case,
handouts, don't give no charity.
in that case,
Look, I'm sorry. If I'm losing the debate like this, the man with the cornrows, if I were losing the debate like the man with the cornrows, I promise you, I would just start telling him where his school at. The school, you're talking about these billionaires need to build school, but people donated schools specifically to you, donated money to you to build a school. If you don't build that school, we're going to have a problem. Meanwhile, you're out here talking about a school. Not watching Fatal Attraction. Uma is using his powers for personal gain, and that's why he's so dangerous. Yeah. And I do think he's powerful. I do think he was granted a ton of talent. I do. I think speaking the way that he does and bringing in people to him the way that he does is a talent. I think that he it's a gift. I do. I think it's misusing his gift. I do agree with you. If he don't build, if Umar, I want Umar to build a school because I want to have faith in humanity. I do. So I would love for him to actually have a running school. I want it. The way that I'm delusional, yeah, the way I'm delusional, there is still I will not donate any more money to Dr. Umar. And I didn't donate a lot. I'm pretty sure it add up to less than $500. So like, don't drag me too much. I'm pretty sure that I did not donate more than 500. I'm pretty sure that, right? And I wouldn't donate anymore. But there's still a part of me that's like, but like, I would like for the school to like come into existence at some point. I would like to see a school, but like, I feel like that's me being really delusional and holding on. I mean, when the school won't even be built in the great beyond. Team is in the year 2047. I'm so glad that Umar, look, if it comes, it comes. I just need, y'all don't even understand how much I want the school to exist. Team is, they said Umar be in Atlanta strip clubs. So what you're saying is he's giving back to the community. You gave Umar your money, but he didn't build a school. But there's just something. Yeah. Y'all not gonna come for me because I think Umar team is gonna manifest the school for Umar. Period. wait, wait. Umar has been successfully getting people to donate millions to him for years. He definitely has. Yeah, girl, he got me. He got me, girl. I was there. Not only did I donate, but I did something that was. I got people to donate who would have never donated to Dr. Umar. I got people. I've told people that no, but I have told people to do. I have asked people to donate to Dr. Umar, and these people would never ever even look in Dr. Umar's direction, and they ended up donating. So if there is a school, I need to go back and give these people back their money. It was probably $10 or $20. Girl, I was muling for Dr. Umar. I was trying to save the boys. I was. I got caught up. Demons get up. I won't. I'm up now. I'm up. I'm up. I promise you I will not donate any more money, but I still have hope.
Are you any less useful or
Absolutely, because I got two
impactful to
schools
the
and one about to open. You damn
But
right.
if no one can benefit from the school, what's the difference? As of right now, in this moment, if no one can benefit from said
It's a
school,
big
then
difference
how is it
because even though
different
the children can't go to the school right now, you're talking to a man who saved more black children from the school to prison pipeline than any black man ever walk in this country. So I'm still relevant. How many saved from the school to prison pipeline?
Everyone he's employed.
How many people he employed? I bet you I saved
from
more
Rock
than him.
Nation
How many
to
of them?
Rockefeller.
But my point is, to whom much is given, much is received. I'm not a billionaire. He's a billionaire. You understand? So to your point, you can't compare him to me because I'm not a billionaire. A billionaire gave out some charity. That's not enough. Billionaires should be building institutions, not giving out charity.
Yeah. I think I owe these people their money back, actually. I do. Because I definitely told them to donate to Dr. Umar, and they confirmed that they did. Yeah. That was wrong. That was wrong. That was wrong. Actually, I'm thinking about it, and that was wrong. Actually, never thought about it in this way. Actually, never thought about the fact that, like, I did tell people to donate to Dr. Umar, and the school has never been built. Let me say something in the Discord. Let me tell the Discord, and one of y'all write it in the chat from the Discord. I don't feel like it. Look, I wrote, I explained in the Discord who them people were that I that I asked to donate, and they did. So it is what it is. It is it is what it is. Call it reparations.
And I like Jay, so this is not about Jay. We could talk about Tyler Perry, we could talk about Puff, we could talk about Serena, we could talk about Rihanna, we could talk about Tiger Woods, Bob Johnson, we could talk about any billionaire. We're just using Jay as the example. My point is, if you're a billionaire and you ain't built no institutions for black people, what are you really doing?
That I'll give you. That I'll give you. But I cannot.
And we can go bigger than that. We just sort of celebrated 50 years of hip hop. What has been the sum benefit to black people of 50 years of hip hop?
Outside of economic advancement?
What was the economic advancement of black America because of
it's the biggest export. Everybody in the black community.
I'm gonna ask you again.
Yes, sir.
How did black America benefit from 50 years of hip hop? And don't give me individual rappers. That's called tokenism and bourgeoisie.
I won't give you tokenism. I will give you
benefited as a people from hip hop.
Advancements in fashion.
How? Fashion. That's
No,
nothing.
Y'all, please tell me. Please tell me that you all definitely laughed too when Dr. Umar asked this man, how has hip hop helped black people? And this man said advancement in fashion. yo. Wait. I can't even talk. How you gonna sit up there talking about how hip hop helped the black community, and you're gonna say advancement in fashion? High fashion, hip hop creating high fashion is diabolical work. What fashion girl dropping her pants? I'm gonna leave that alone. A fashion is a fashion girl, period.
I can't let you have that. That one I can't let you have
don't
that.
control fashion?
Anyone is able to make money. Any black person is able to make a living in an industry.
Bro, how many is that? The labels that
it's way more now.
White people labels.
It's way more now than what was going on.
But that's not a real benefit.
I would disagree.
How is black America benefiting from fashion? What are we talking about?
Any advancement in fashion for black
we benefit
people
from fashion, bro?
Boosting up their prices for bags by like thousands of dollars.
LVMH.
Yeah, that's not.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I unplugged the mic. I unplugged the mic. Yo, why would someone put this? Why would someone put this in the Discord for fashion? Why would- yeah. Wait, yo. That is good. That is good. That Yo. What? No, no. I can't. Yo, I can't breathe. My throat, the way my. Straight to hell. Straight to hell. The entire Discord. I promise you, the entire Discord going straight to. I can't breathe.
Beneficial to black people.
Yeah. So you're missing what I'm saying. If hip hop, when hip hop comes, hip hop is an entire culture. Our fashion, the way we walk, the way we
How
talk.
is that a benefit to Black America?
How it benefit us the way we walk, the way we talk. Go in. There is an image that they put in the Discord that I'm not gonna put on the screen because the guy has it look like he has a weapon in his hand, so I'm not gonna put it on the screen. But let me tell, I'm not gonna say the name, but whoever put it in here is out of pocket. Not my screen looking dirty. I'm not. I'm done. I'm done.
Because now people who didn't have access to jobs in the fashion, black people specifically, who didn't have access to jobs.
I have seen the Sexy Red lip gloss. I have. I have. I've seen it. I refuse to engage with it. I refuse. And I think Sexy Red is, in fact, an industry plant. And here's why. For the popularity that she has, the fact that she has to cancel all these shows because ain't nobody buying them tickets, it feels like her popularity is artificially made. I think all the hoopla around her is artificial. I do. I do think that. I do think that. So, and when people sit around and blame Sexy Red for the name of her lip gloss, discharge this and discharge that and STI here, no, 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 no. She had to be approved by so many people, high up exec people, for that to come out. That you are not about to tell me that no one checked her and told her, yeah, don't do this. No, 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 no. She does not have the political pull within whatever industry that she's in. She does not have that pull. So someone else is telling her that she needs to make colorful lip glosses. Mind you, the color indicate that they are not for grown people, right? The color of the palette. So the fact that they're marketing this to what I believe are children is diabolical and disgusting. I don't care nothing about a ratchet feminism. I don't care nothing about a hood feminism. I don't care nothing about none of that. This is not no feminism. I don't care what you gotta say. This is not empowering. It is degenerate. That I said what I said. Like, I entertained the argument that people were just being themselves and being true and everyone needs representation. Yeah, no, everyone don't need that representation. Absolutely not. If that's what it comes with, absolutely not. It is disgusting. There is no way around it. That is disgusting. To be, and like, I don't believe in like manifestation in that way. I believe, you know me, I believe in my Jesus. So you believe what you believe, and I believe what I believe. However, to be wearing the lip gloss that has those kinds of name and you think that that's okay is wild. I think like when you're in the mirror doing your morning routine, doing your skincare routine, there's a kind of peace with which you do this. There's a kind of, I'm hoping, I don't know what y'all do, but girl, I'm taking my time and I'm enjoying the moment and I'm thinking about good, positive thoughts. Why are you putting something with an STI, STD name on your lip? That doesn't make sense. You don't have to believe in power of affirmation and life comes from the tongue. You don't have to believe in none of that to realize that something is fundamentally wrong with putting on something on your lip with the name of an STD or an STI. You're not about to convince me you have to believe like, oh no, it's just a lip gloss. No, it's degenerate. No. Oh, why am I out of focus? I don't know. Thank you for telling me that. Let's turn off the camera. Let's turn off the camera and turn it on again and see. It's still out of focus. Let me do something. Da-da-dum. All right, I'm back. Thank you. I appreciate y'all for letting me know. Every time I keep moving, it goes out of focus. Let's go back to the debate.
Job before the explosion of hip hop. 50 years ago.
White companies that make billions of dollars.
Think of white companies. I'm talking about black-owned companies that have.
Who? How many?
Fubu, Coconut.
I'm getting out of here.
What? If you're talking about fashion, y'all, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. If we're talking about fashion and you say, first of all, FUBU is where I draw the line, but coconut. If you don't get all the way out of my face. Yes, Dr. Umar is doing what needs to be done. Dr. Umar got up and said, absolutely not. I love that he got up. He's so extra. Ain't no way. Literally no way. No, I did not dox the Discord. I put images up that were not placed on who were in the image or who made the image. So you are wrong. You think you can catch me on my own. On my own. Confidentiality agreement. Oh, no, I absolutely did not. I did not. I showed images with no context. There were no context for the images. I'm arguing with my Discord, talking about I owe them money. As if I don't sit up here and provide for this Discord.
You said you're moving the goalpost. You're moving the goalpost. You said in 50 years. You said in 50 years.
You're reaching, bro. You're reaching.
That's not true though.
That is a reach. What?
You said in 50 years.
50 years.
What has transpired?
This ninja went back to the late 80s.
No.
This is crazy.
No.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
but,
it is.
but it's not obvious. It's not where it was before. But the advancement that those four men.
So 50 years, you had on a FUBU jacket and some Carl Kanaji.
No,
and for the billions that hip hop make, I'm supposed to be content with that.
I didn't say be content. You asked a question. I offered you.
Horrible answer. Give me something. Horrible answer.
Who decides
horrible
war?
answer?
Who decides war? Literally having a glider come out with H&M right now, and a black person owns that line. A black man.
You're bringing up individual people. That's tokenism.
I said the benefit. Thank you. The benefit to the community. There's always tokens. Barack Obama was president. Kamala Harris was vice president. Clarence Thomas is on the Supreme Court. Don't give me individuals. How did we win?
I gave you. How did we win? We're not going to win. Hip hop is still looked at and regarded as a trash dump amongst white people in that music industry. So no, if you're looking for me to say, oh, hip hop in 50 years has made sure that black people now are respected, and no, that's not going to happen.
What has it done for the people?
It gave you. You listen to hip hop music and you were inspired at some point, no?
Nigga, I'm leaving.
We're moving.
I feel we, the Discord, deserve compensation. I feel like the Discord needs to pay me for all that you've stressed me out. Y'all have stressed me out. I have been working. I'm gonna be the dad who goes to the store and not come back. Cause all you do is stress me out. All y'all do is stress me out. All y'all want to do is fight and argue. And I agree with Dr. Umar fully. I agree with Dr. Umar fully. Fully right now.
We're moving goalposts.
It ain't done shit in 50 years for the community.
I-
It made individuals rich, and that's it.
If they gave jobs to, if they gave jobs
They
to,
gave a couple jobs. The drug dealer giving out a couple jobs too.
but the drug dealer is the drug dealer is essential to the black community in the ghetto. You can't tell me that somebody.
The drug dealer. The drug dealer is essential to the black community in the ghetto. There is someone, apparently something. I think Dr. Umar is giving them their money's worth. I think they probably paid him for this interview, and he's like, "We're about to go viral," and they did. They did go viral. This is a channel with 4,000 subscribers, and this video got 148,000 views. Dr. Umar did that. Whatever Dr. Umar did, however much they paid him, he deserved every cent of it. This video went viral. Y'all are welcome. Now, did it convert into subscribers? No, but you paid him for the video to go viral, and it did. Period. Leos are very dramatic, which is why Umar got up and rolled out like the angry meatball that he is. LOL. No, he came back. He came back. Actually, really. Oh, y'all gonna be mad at me again. I don't care. I speak my truth with an F. I appreciated the way this ended. The fact that they got loud and obnoxious and then hug it out in the end, it was beautiful to me. I loved it. Don't at me, tomato, 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 worship, worship, worship. I don't care what you gotta say. I loved that they hugged. That they hugged at the end. Was like, I liked it.
50 years, hip hop ain't done shit concretely beneficial to the black community. You gave me
incorrect.
fashion. The first thing out of your mouth was fashion.
I gave you fashion, and you started yelling over me.
What
But
else?
then also, then there's technological advancement. Podcasting, for example. Look at all the black people that now have access to jobs.
This man. Wait. Demas, we're tired of you simping. Wait. So y'all really gonna tell me that this man think podcasting was born out of this man think podcasting was born out of hip hop culture. That's what he thinks. All right, let's give him that even though it's not true. Ready? Is podcasting good? Has podcasting been good for the community? It's because from my analysis, the podcasting has done nothing but bad. I think podcasting has been really detrimental. I think that these men being able to have a mic has been the absolute worst. And you want to know how it's bad linguistic in terms of language and narrative forming? At one point, we could blame the system, the media company, for only allowing certain voices to come out, right? Now, I mean, I guess FD said we can blame the algorithm. Now these men can talk. What are they saying? You now I don't believe you have the excuse. I don't believe you have the excuse now to say, oh, it's the media's fault. No, you are the media. It's your fault. He thinks, would you go 50-50 on the first date, and are you holding your man down if you go to jail, save the black? I mean, period, because that's what they're talking about on these podcasts. that's what they're talking about on these podcasts. I finally caught a live 4 hours in, and I'm also getting ready for bed. I don't know what we're talking about, but I know I love this. Oh, Molly, thank you. Oh my God, 4 hours. Ugh. How has it been 4 hours? I was in the zone. Yeah, my Discord is being very disrespectful to me, I think. I think this is the height of disrespect. Thank you, Molly.
And ways to make money due to that. We're still talking about rap. We're still talking about cinema. We're still talking about these camera operators, these new people
Let me
coming up
make
with
it
new
real concrete for you.
I just made it concrete.
No, it wasn't. That was all bullshit.
No,
give
what
me a
you're about
relevant,
to say.
give me a relevant institution that hip hop built in any community anywhere in America in 50 fucking years.
I just told you.
No, you didn't.
I just told you concrete. People that would not have.
I didn't say
You're gonna cut me off
individuals.
again.
I said
You're
an
gonna cut me off again.
institution.
I said people.
Where's the bank of hip hop for the black community?
The definition of the word people means not an individual. So I'm telling you, people that are now of 50 years ago would not have access to
You're
work
dealing in
these
individualism. I asked you what did they do for the community. You can't give me nothing because they ain't done
people
shit for
from the community can now work in the music industry that there was never going to be a space for
what
them.
The fuck? That's individualism. That ain't helping us. That's bullshit.
No.
Bull fucking shit.
No.
It's not helping us.
No. What's happening is virtual signaling. That's what's happening.
Bullshit.
Virtual signaling
Ain't
happening.
done shit. A few people could get jobs.
Sakura, I refuse to be shamed by you. I refuse. You are not going to shame me. Talking about definitely 4 hours. I went to the gym and Whole Foods in the middle, and the live is still going. And, and you know them, those dusty relationship where the man just sits on the couch and does nothing, and the woman is laboring all over the house and going to the grocery store. And then coming back and seeing the man still on the couch and getting dragged. Not you dragging me. I'm not just sitting on the couch playing game. I'm like, this is labor. This is labor. I'm trying to provide for my Discord. I'm trying to provide for my Discord. My Discord needs provision.
Everybody can say that shit. Elon Musk got a couple black people on the payroll. That don't mean shit.
Elon Musk didn't come from black. He's not a black person.
My point is, you can get a job from anywhere, whether they black or not.
But now you're.
Oh, I know. I'm being messy. I'm being messy. Like my jokes are usually if I'm ever like talking, I'm generally joking when I'm addressing the chat. My jokes don't come off as joke or when I'm being sarcastic. I'm not very good at sarcasm. I'm learning. 1 whole hour dedicated to struggle internet. Stop.
Now black
but you're still talking about individualism, bro. A few people. You've been around for 50 years, the most popular music genre in the world, billions and billions of dollars, and all you can tell me about is a few people can get jobs? That's bullshit when you look at the cost that the black community has had to pay for hip hop.
Why do we say that was a word? That was a word. That was the cost we had to pay for hip hop is too high for the lackluster benefit of hiring 1-2 people. Period. Not drop the lang. Period. Dr. Umar is eating. Dr. Umar is eating. I don't know what he's eating because it's not like this man is providing any substantive pushback, but I like the drag. So the drag is a drag.
A whole generation, 2-3 generations of black kids growing up thinking the best thing you can do is be a damn gangster.
I can't. That part I can't give you. Does hip hop need accountability? Absolutely. Yes. Does hip hop need a Me Too movement? Overall, do we need to have things in place that make sure we respect women? Women are safe working in these spaces. Absolutely. But will I sit here and trash hip hop and say in 50 years it's done nothing for the advancement of black people? I've given you multiple. You just won't accept them. I can't control what you accept.
Jobs are not institutions.
Sir, let's not. Like, I can see Dr. Umar's frustration. And he didn't say he didn't do anything at all. He's saying it's a negative factor, like it doesn't contribute positively, right? On balance, it's not good. Girl, I ordered new food and it don't look like these people know where I am.
are not institutions.
A job is within
an
institutions.
institution.
I give you Master P.
Hip hop itself is an institution.
White people, what the fuck you talking about? Jews own that shit. Fuck is you saying? That ain't no institution.
Jews can't own.
People own that shit.
Jews can own the music business. They can't own hip hop. They can't own hip hop.
Let's cut the blade a little thinner. Bullshit. They run it.
Listen,
they run it.
The Jews can sell the product. The Jews can own the money that goes out for advances. They can't own hip hop.
Go to law school. You would be a great attorney.
Who don't?
They tell you what to do, how to get there.
Who is telling you what to wear?
Who is telling you hip hop stations? White people. Who own all the record labels? White people.
We are in America, which is owned by majority white people. We are statistically only represented by 13%.
You do know there's Asians in America, and the number is lower than yours, and they own their own shit.
Right.
So don't give me the fact.
But
that
they also weren't brought over here and changed.
It don't matter, bro. We are $2 trillion people.
There's
Why
no
we
way,
can't have our own?
Dr. Umar.
Why hasn't
Dr.
hip-hop
Umar,
done more independent?
there's no way you can continue to keep moving the goalposts like this. There's no way we can.
There's no way we can
keep talking about. There's no way we can keep talking about PTSD the way you describe it, and then say, oh well, you know, they can't. You have to acknowledge every racist entry into this country.
You are one of those hip hoppers who would rather. This is what you know. You're one of them. Y'all going to defend hip hop.
I'm defending
no matter
people.
how bad.
I'm defending
no
people.
matter how negative its impact has been on our people. Y'all going to defend it no matter what.
I'm going to defend
for you.
Yeah.
Hip hop is more important than the black community.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. I'm one of
what are you going to do to make
that.
What are you going to do to make
you would make such a statement not knowing the work that I've already put in hip hop. No, there ain't no other black heterosexual man standing up the way I'm standing up from the hood saying, yo, hip hop needs an overhaul. Hip hop needs a Me Too. Niggas need to be.
Sir, if you say there is no other man doing what you're doing, it also highlights the problem that within hip hop there aren't men who are saying that there needs to be something addressed. You just proved his point. My food came. I don't like the smell.
Be held accountable for the egregious crimes and ways they've held perpetuated against women.
Let me ask you a question. Hip hop has done more, in my opinion, than any other single institution or system to destroy the public image of black men in America over the past 40 years. I'm not even sure if American mainstream media has destroyed us more than the negative betrayal of black men in hip hop. Stay with me.
You just kicked it in tight.
Stay with me. Go ahead. That's one. Number two, I'm not sure if American mainstream media has done more to objectify and sexualize the black woman more than our black men in the hip hop music, in the hip hop community. So you're talking about the public destruction of the black male image and the public destruction of the black female image. The only industry that may have done a worse job on our public image than hip hop has been the white man's mainstream media. Because of those two things, whatever bullshit benefit you want to give me that you think hip hop has given black America, those two detriments clearly outweigh any benefit you can make.
You said, and just so I know what I'm
you said 40.
Of the
black man's image.
I'm with you. And the public desecration of the black woman's image. All right.
Especially young black men and young black women.
And you specifically said past 40 years.
Yes, sir.
So then I would say 40 years ago. So let's go 41 years ago. What was the public image of the black man and black woman
at all?
So
However, here you go scapegoating again. You're good at it. But listen, you're very good at it. But guess what?
I know better scapegoating than you are moving the goalposts.
In the 70s, I ain't moved nothing. In the 70s, we just came out of Dr. King's assassination.
I couldn't. Team is at laughing. No.
Yeah. Integration was full swing. The colleges was opening up, right?
Yeah.
So at that time, the image of black men still negative because the white man never going to portray as great. But guess what?
But what was that?
It wasn't gangbangers.
It wasn't. It was lazy. It was lazy, opioid addicted, non-working men that leave the household.
I got you. And how did hip hop help it?
They said, "Well, I'll take control of my own image. I won't let you
protect myself as what?
Whatever I decide to. Whatever I decide to pay me.
And what was that? And what was that?
What you're doing right now?
Finish.
I'm about to. What you're doing right now,
sir. What was that? You said black men wanting to take control of their own image through hip hop. They did in your mind. What was it that they wanted to portray themselves as? Answer the question. Answer the question. Stop sidetracking. You know, I hate when people do this. You're only arguing for the sake of arguing. You're only arguing to argue. You're literally only arguing to argue. That's it. That's all. You're arguing to argue because what are you doing?
is a little bit of what white people do. And what that is saying that because a few people said, oh, I'm a gangbanger.
A few people?
Well,
A few rappers.
A few rappers. Because rappers.
Get the fuck out of here. Did he just say only a few?
How many rappers are there? How many rappers are there? How many rappers have there been? How many famous? How many famous?
He said a few.
Listen, Doc, you know we can do this all day. I'm not gonna yell. I'm gonna wait for you to finish. Then I'm gonna re-ask my same question.
Not being honest is insane. You said out of 40 years, a few rappers were gangster.
No. I'm saying you can say all rappers were gangsters. How many successful rappers were there? Were there more successful rappers than there are black men walking regular everyday civilian life?
Now he went to how many were successful. I don't get successful.
Are we not talking about the public?
Guess what?
Are we not talking about the public image?
Guess what?
Are we not talking about the public image?
You still ain't give them no institution.
Thank you.
I said hip hop is the institution.
Okay, no, that's owned by white people.
No, the music business is owned by white people.
So to your institutions, big companies that are run by black men and women.
No, that hip hop. Let him answer.
What's the all right, let's redefine institution. Let's do that right there.
Well, relevant. First of all, it's all black owned.
All black owned.
I'm not talking about the white man owning it and you in it, and that makes it black.
Okay.
No. Okay. They own McDonald's. You being in McDonald's don't make McDonald's black.
No.
Okay. Now, relevant institutions are schools, banks, hospitals, supermarkets, manufacturing, and distribution. In 50 years, has hip hop created any one of those anywhere in Black America for black people?
Okay. So here's
yes or no first.
Hold on.
No, I'm not doing this. It's the same thing with Jules when she's pretending like she doesn't know what it means to date down. Like, it is intellectually dishonest to pretend like hip hop culture and people in hip hop have been contributing positively to the black community. And a charity here and a charity there is absolutely useless when you have multiple billionaires in the industry taking from the black community and other communities and selling degeneracy back to the community, causing harm to the community. Having one or two people becoming millionaires and billionaires is absolutely useless in the face of all the harm that it's causing the community. What do you mean? No, like for real. Like, what do you mean? Like, I'm not. I do fundamentally understand Dr. Umar's frustration in this conversation. It is a problem.
So
the answer is no. The answer is no. The answer is no. Listen, I'm going to tell you. The answer is no based on what he just asked you.
Exactly.
Right? But that's him
So now we
putting
can
you
go
in
to
a
that.
corner.
Now
That's why he's doing it to you.
Let's move the goalpost a little bit to help y'all out with your weak ass argument. So they definitely didn't do none of the 5 relevance. Now give me something else that circumstantially relevant.
I wasn't asking if they. All right, I want to first off
the hip hop don't matter. Is what you're saying. Hold on. So Dr. Umar saying hip hop don't matter.
Destroyed the whole image of black men and black women in 30 years. It matters a lot.
Hold on.
What other institution?
Institutions. So our company institutions. Our media
you don't want to hold the degeneracy.
Our media companies.
Hold on, bro. I know it's just hold on.
Media companies institutions.
Completely black owned. Yes, if they put out positive media, I will consider them. Positive media.
Positive media is black owned.
Okay.
Is a good institution.
I don't know. Who is it? You got to tell me who you're talking about first.
There's no one. He's putting you into a corner. There's no one.
Did he own Revolt?
And that wasn't according to him.
Did this man just say Diddy and Revolt TV? I know this man didn't say Diddy. For all the harm Diddy caused, I know this man didn't say Diddy. And also, when Dr. Umar says anything that is owned that is doing positive work in the community, they're like, oh, they're trying to put you in a corner. Okay, you want to give something that's owned that's not doing positivity in the community? Because if you do that, then he still wins because he's talking about how terrible the industry has been to the community. So if you want to name something that the hip hop culture created that wasn't positive, why would you want to do that in this debate? Like, why would we want to? Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I see why I'm getting a slight migraine. I'm getting a slight migraine.
Not positive because it's celebrated hip hop and it's natural, so it's not positive. So that's what I'm telling you. Put it, and it was bad. And he also walked yourself in that corner because then you said Diddy. So that was crazy. I never mentioned. I would have never said that at all.
Does the community access Revolt?
Yes. Actually,
the
so
community
much.
Can watch Revolt. I didn't say can they consume Revolt. I said can they access Revolt. Is that a community institution?
I think the problem, and this is not to say these men are dumb. It's not that. It is to say that Dr. Umar, and I don't find, like, I think Dr. Umar is smart, but I don't think he's like, oh my God, brilliant, right? But I do think Dr. Umar is speaking at a higher level than them because what they're responding to, and then they keep saying, oh, you're moving the goalpost. When he says, can the community access Revolt? I know you all did not think, sorry, let me not shout. I know you all did not think he meant, can the people watch Revolt. When he said, can black people access Revolt, I know for a fact, like, it cannot be the case that you thought he meant they can watch it. Oh, yes, they can access it, so they can watch it. So it's there. What? Like, absolutely, like literally, does that make sense to you? If you thought the claim Dr. Umar was making was that black people can't even watch Revolt, that is wild. That's absurd. So yes, I think Dr. Umar is speaking over their heads because he's like, can the community access Revolt? They can watch it. Girl, what? You thought that I'm making an argument about accessing a network, a media company, in terms of them being able to watch it? You think that's what I mean? Oh, I would be done. I'd be like, yep, you're right. They can watch it. Good night. Of course they can watch it. You think I don't know they can watch it? You think
Or is that an institution of certain privileged black people in the entertainment space? That's not, the community don't benefit from Revolt. Fuck is he talking about?
More specific about the institutions once again.
No, because I was talking about
institutions that benefit the community. Revolt is not a community institution. It's a private corporation that has access and benefits the black people who are fortunate enough to be.
If you think
I ain't doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not in my everyday life. Call me whatever you want to call me. I'm not feeling no. I do this twice a month when I go to my barbershop. And I don't even do it anymore. But I used to do it twice a month when I go to my barbershop for 30 minutes or less. That's it. You got 30 minutes to do this with me. I believe he gets it. I think they all, everyone, I think every black person knows if the hip hop community, rap in particular, has been a positive or negative impact on the black community. I think we all know the answer to that is no. And everyone, it has not been a positive influence on the black community. And everyone who is sitting down pretending like they have nuanced take on this is lying. That's it. The people involved in the industry make way too much money for there to not be enough infrastructure built by black people in hip hop industry for me to care. You can't have well, I'm not gonna put Beyonce in there. You can't have Jay-Z. You can't have what's his name, P. Diddy. You can't have all them men with all that money and all that access and all that resource, and all they're doing is accumulating more and more wealth. You're not about to convince me that that kind of parasitic relationship where you're just taking is not harming the community. It is parasitic because it causes harm when you take, and what you're giving back is degeneracy. Like, it's that simple. And those are the billionaires. Let's talk about the multi-millionaires. Let's talk about the millionaires generally. Like, no, they're not doing enough. I am sorry. That is wild to sit up there and talk about how these really rich people aren't doing. They're not giving. Charity is not giving back. The hip hop industry is not owned by black people. So therefore, that's the problem in and of itself. I don't want to hear none of this. I think they're lying. Talking about here's an alcohol, there's an alcohol, go buy my alcohol, buy my album. Girl, no, we tired. We don't got it. We ain't got it.
If you think it's not important, I know you don't. So I'm not even disrespecting you by saying that. If you think it's irrelevant that black people in underserved communities today can turn on the TV and see people that look like them, that come from where they come from, on TV and doing things.
This is so dumb. No one talk about representation online, girl, sir.
Same argument that gave us when Barack Obama became president. Remember that?
No, because everybody can be a president.
Can see a black man with a black wife in the White House. You know what I said? I said, if that's the case, if Obama was such a good physical symbol for black kids, why did high school dropout go up during Obama's residency? Black on black murder went up on.
Well, no, black on black murder. You see what I'm saying?
Not a single positive statistic improved the outcomes for black males during Barack Obama.
To win the argument, you can't play both sides. I just see.
Play one side.
No. We talk about black, we talk about Pan-African, but then you can't use white people virtue signals either. You can't talk about black on black violence goes up. When black on black violence is not
No. You're wrong. You're completely wrong.
You just said
you're completely wrong.
So, the idea of black and black violence is a wild idea. However, the context in which it is being used, it is highlighting how idiotic the other person's stance was, right? It is not to say he, Dr. Umar, believes it in the very specific way that he's saying it. He's saying if representation matters, why didn't violence go down and why didn't school graduation go up? If Barack Obama, the representation of a good black man, black in quotations, being the president, had an impact. What Dr. Umar is highlighting is the issue with tokenism and the lack of impact it has on the community. To single out the black and black thing and then try to use it is weird. And it's like, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Like, I'm not doing that. That's not, Like, I'm gonna need you to elevate the level of discourse a lot higher for us to engage. Because for me to talk to you, it's going to require me breaking down every aspect of my argument. And like, that's too much work. I think that for someone like Dr. Umar, who's done the work relatively, and understand the stats, again, understand in quotation again, I think he's too far ahead of these men to engage with them. And I do actually think the guy with the braids mean well. I think they mean well, but he lacks fundamental understanding of what is happening. And he's in defense of as opposed to trying to learn about. And that's never good. When you're ignorant and in defense of, ultimately, it's going to be a problem.
Completely wrong. I gave you an example of the bullshit example you was about to make. You just said, you said they can see artists who look like them on TV talking about drugs and guns.
That's not what I said. You added that.
You just said it was a good idea.
That's not what I said.
Black boys can see black men on TV with their pants sagging and their Timbs talking about fat asses, blunts, going to jail.
Once again, you playing virtue signal game. You playing virtue signal game.
Did you not say artists on TV?
I said,
did you not say artists on TV?
I did not. No. You can run the tape back. I said, if you don't think it's a good idea. I said, if you don't think it's a good idea that black kids in underserved communities can look on TV and media. I didn't because you didn't let me finish. And see black people. I didn't say artists. I didn't break it down to any specificity. I said,
sir, you think this is a win, but it highlights the level that you're on, which is so far beneath Dr. Umar. It's kind of weird because I've never seen Dr. Umar talking to someone who is that like I don't think that I think Dr. Umar is smart again, but I don't think he's like brilliant. So like, we're talking about hip hop, and you're talking about these artists, and then you say black kids get to see people who look like them on TV. Who are those people who look like them? Aren't they the artists? So wouldn't the artist, how they dress up on TV, be what the black kids will be seeing? Are those images you want black kids to emulate? Dr. Umar, instead of going through those questioning, just went right to the fact that, well, these black artists look this way on TV. Is that what you want? Like, what is... No, this is bad. This is bad.
Said can look on there and see black people. Right? In hip hop, I'm talking about hip hop, not rap. Rap is a specific form of hip hop.
See the games we play.
That's the game.
See the games we play. I'm not moving shit.
Let me say it like this. Let me say it like this. So
he said rap, not hip hop.
Let me say it.
Give me the difference.
Hip hop is the overall culture which covers the 5 elements of hip hop, right?
I'm familiar.
Okay, so we know that, right? So now we know. So when I say they can look on there and see black people,
is rap a part of hip hop?
Yes.
Okay.
But that will not be the only thing they see on TV to this day, and that is due in part to hip hop. Why? Because when are you going to let me finish?
Which of the 5 elements dominate hip hop? It's not rap the most popular.
When when hip hop broke, everybody talks about 1986 being the golden year because you get Rakim and you get everybody, and you get this new form of storytelling rap from 1986 on. When we get to the 90s, when now hip hop is more than just the music and the rap music. Now you're looking on TV, you see black people from the hip hop culture on TV, actors. You start seeing the VJ start to represent. You start seeing the media space start to.
Yeah, what is this man talking about? Yeah, what is this man talking about? I hope this not a skit. Because if this is a skit, it would be wild for him to say, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be dumb. I'm gonna be the dumb one.
To represent what you're seeing in there. That is all a part of hip hop. When you're looking on when you're looking at that black explosion of movies on that's happening in theaters in the 90s, that is all due in part to hip hop's explosion. So no, not just the rappers. So no, not just the rappers. Again, no, not
We are
just
living
the
in a
rappers.
world being dominated by mass incarceration, miseducation, gentrification, police extermination, and economic marginalization. And you ain't told me shit yet
That hip hop doing it
has
because it
done
can't.
in 50 years.
Can't.
Bullshit.
That's your job.
Bullshit.
That is your job.
Oh,
You can't
so
put that on hip hop.
Bullshit.
You can't put
They're
that on
making
hip
all
hop.
this money.
No.
Nigga who want to defend that shit. Fuck out of here, man. Bullshit. Our kids out here dying. Fucking rappers don't do nothing for us. Where the fucking schools at, man? They ain't built one fucking school.
Name me one school that protected somebody from dying. Name me a bulletproof.
Wait, what do you mean? Name me one school. Wait, are you arguing that actually, like when you say hip hop can, are you saying hip hop as an industry cannot actually invest in the black community to make black kids safer? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that people in hip hop can't actually build a school? Are you saying people in hip hop can't build libraries? Are you saying they can't build hospitals? What are you actually saying? Because that don't make no sense. What this man is saying is not making sense to me. I'm with Umar. I'm fully with Umar here.
School. I don't want to know where bulletproof school is. Name me one. What? How many black schools? How many black schools in America? That's for how many black schools in America? I'm asking you a question. How many black schools? Dr. Umar, how many black schools? Dr. Umar, how many black schools are in America?
How many schools have rappers built?
Zero.
No, Kanye built one.
Are you
Kanye
keep
built
trying to
one.
fuck it up? Where? How many? I'm just really asking.
Let me make some shit up.
Me, how many black schools are in America today? I know you know. I know you because it's a direct answer to your question. How many black? Okay, I will take it. All right, I don't need it. Let's take it out the way. Let's take it out the way. Let's take it out the way. I don't.
You don't plan on holding hip hop accountable for none of the problems it has introduced in the black community.
You keep saying that, and that's a lie.
Make an excuse whenever
That's a lie.
The role gangster rap has played.
We can talk about the role. We can talk about the role, but let's not make the role bigger than what it is.
It is big.
It is big. I said let's not make it bigger than what it is.
Fatherless black boys.
That ain't hip hop. Fatherless black boys ain't hip hop. Stop doing that.
Black people.
Fatherless boys. There wasn't no hip hop in the 70s. That wasn't hip hop. So when niggas started walking out on their families, when men started walking out on their families, it wasn't because of no, that ain't it. So stop doing that.
Thank you.
There was no one promoting. There's no one promoting.
Hip hop glamorized that shit.
Walking out on your kids.
Sexual exploitation.
Walking out on your kids.
Ain't that the same thing?
In the 70s. In the 70s.
We went back to the 70s.
You
listen. Yo, yes or no?
I love you, Doc. I love you. Like I need you to know. I need you to know. I love you.
Hip hop glamorized sexual exploitation of black women.
Glamorized, popularized. I'll say it popularized it.
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, so you're gonna accept that it popularizes it, but you gonna pretend like it didn't? Y'all gonna pretend like it? So stop. Just hang it up. Flat screen. Hang it up. Flat screen.
That's yes.
No, it's not. Don't answer for me. My answer was it popularized.
That's your answer.
Glamorized is different.
Your answer was yes.
Great.
What they call it, ethos, pathos, and
Listen, the more subscribers we get, bring about the fulfillment of destiny. So when a woman is giving birth to a child, the doctor tells her to push, and then he tells her to contract, right?
Nope, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I do not want to hear Umar talking about anatomy of a woman at all. The last time I did that, he was talking about cookie, cream, butter, peanut cup. I don't know. I'm not doing that again. I refuse. I refuse. All right. So I'm with Dr. Umar there, like fully with Dr. Umar. Then I feel like the disconnect between that which we want and kind of what is reality is so drastic that like even in conversation, simple conversation where logic should reign supreme and it should be easy to concede certain points, um these men don't. And like that's kind of scary. It is kind of scary because like how do you how do you communicate effectively with someone who does not believe your reality and does not believe the reality statistically? How do you engage? Like, I don't know how to engage. How do you engage with that? How do you engage with that kind of dissonance? How do you do that? Because this man surely does not believe that hip hop has caused more harm than good. And we should have probably sat down and tried to figure it out in more detail. But no. All right. So we're going to go into the after show and we're going to talk about feminism right quick. Now, before we do that, let me say this. Jamie has about 5 minutes. And if Jamie is not here in 5 minutes, we're going to move on. Welcome to your men's panel. Period. We're having a men's panel at the last Friday in this month, actually. Is it next week or the following week? I don't know when it is, but the last Friday in this month, which I think is next week. Let's see. Yeah, the last Friday is the 30th. So on the 30th, we're having a men's panel. No. I'm not talking to Jamie about me or about my channel. I want to hear from Jamie who he voting for and why. So I want to hear Jamie's political thoughts. I want to hear Jamie's political thoughts. That's what I want to hear. All right. So let's get into feminism in the after show, y'all. Let's get into feminism. That big scary thing that people have been talking about. All right. See you on the other side of the intro. I have a question. Is your faith and spiritual journey, this is for my Christians, only for my Christians, is it supposed to be a struggle? Is it supposed to be a struggle? Because I've been struggling. I've never stopped struggling, and I feel like there would be a point at which I understood. I feel like this has nothing to do with the topic. Well, it does. Feminism actually has. I feel like I'll talk about it later. I'm not seeing any response. Is faith supposed to be a struggle? Because I'm always having these like weird conflicts as a Christian about like womanhood, manhood, like the most recent one I have is like free will and predestination, and what it means to both have free will in a world that you are predestined to something. And I know I believe in God. I believe it's the God of the Bible, but I don't accept everything in the Bible. And I think the Bible is patriarchal in a way that I reject. And I think feminism is antithetical to the Bible. But I've had people argue that feminism is, in fact, part of the Bible. And so I don't know how to reconcile my thoughtfulness on one hand and my religiosity on another. I don't want to call it that, but I want to just call it my faith. I don't believe that. I don't believe that because like a woman cannot be a priest, and that alone is a problem for me. That alone is a problem for me. Um, yeah, no, it's difficult. People said Jesus was a feminist. And the argument for, like, I get the argument, but no. Mm-mm. I'm with you. I'm wrestling too. There are things I disagree with. All right. All right. All right. If Alicia, I'm so sorry to put you on the spot, but if Alicia says it, I'm going to go with Alicia. I don't care what none of y'all scholars, I don't care what none of y'all apologists, I don't care what none of y'all have to do, the academics on this. I trust people who I think ooze, I probably shouldn't use the word ooze, exude goodness, right? And I think Alicia exude like goodness. If God is real and people can be Christian for real, then I believe Alicia is it. Alicia, don't ever fail me. The amount of pressure. But period. Yeah, I'm just gonna. Yeah, because like I've been even trying to find a church home, and it's been very difficult. Like it's been very difficult. I don't like church people. I don't like when I say like I know this is bad. I love Christians. I don't like church people. I don't like the culture around going to church. Um and like the judgmental approach to like everyone. And I feel like the people who should be taken care of the most in church, like when I go to Jamaica, I'm treated very well when I go to church. And like I think it's because of a perceived position that I have. And even in America, like I feel like I am I've never walked into a church and felt like they want me out. It's usually they're embracing me and they're kind to me and they're good to me. But I think it has something to do with like what they perceive as my earthly position. And like there are people in church who are faithful and like good, kind people who might not have money to give to the church and like they're treated very poorly and they're discarded and they don't have friends, and that feels weird to me. So I don't like the culture of church. But I still want to go to church and I want to like talk to a pastor and like and because I no longer have like I stopped going to my church because I was like, some girl, when the pastors start being weird, it's time to go. When you're asking question and instead, you know what? Let me leave. Let me not. I'm not putting anyone on blast. Um, girl, why all these pastors gay? That's the question I want to ask. Why are all these pastors? Let's move on. Let's just move on. Let's just move on. I think I'm about to get caught up. Jamal says, just try to love God and love people, including yourself. That other stuff will get you caught in the weed. Yeah. 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 That's what I'm trying to think. But like, it's just like everything is love, feel kind of new agey. And like, I'm trying to stay clear of like new agey kind of stuff. No. There's no story to tell. There's no story to tell. I might have misinterpreted something that was said to me. It made me very uncomfortable. And so I decided to leave the church. It is that simple. Like nothing was done. Nothing was like, even if there are different ways you can interpret a bunch of stuff. But for me, I I trust my gut. I do. And so when my gut is telling me this is a problem, just walk out. And so I left the church, but I can objectively say nothing happened. I was out of pocket in the statement that I just made. It is how I felt in a moment that is not right to kind of project onto someone else. So I decided that I'm about to leave that church. And so that's but nothing was like what was said can be interpreted in many different ways. Let's say that. All right, let's end that and let's get into feminism. I talk too much. All right. Well, you ain't missed nothing. These people messy. All right, let's talk about feminism. This also is one of the things that in church, y'all can talk about this all you want, it's fine. But my understanding of church is that women are less than men. That's my understanding of the Bible. That women are seen as beneath men. That's like literally my understanding of the Bible. So I'm going to assume that I'm wrong about that, and there is a way to interpret the Bible that says men and women are equal and both can lead, and men aren't above women. I'm going to assume that there is an interpretation of the Bible that says a man is not above women in the household, that women aren't helpmates, and that you can be equal to your man and your man is not your leader in the household, and you guys should submit one to another, and it doesn't actually mean women should submit to their man. Right? If you're a Christian and you believe that men and women are equal, period, they are gay because being rejected is hard, but who reject one of God's Stop. Theme is that as it relates to spiritual leadership. So women can't lead men spiritually. Men. So is it that men have to be the leaders of women spiritually? Is that what that means? Because if you say that, to me, that just sounds like women are still less than men. All right. I like and accept male leadership in church. I just need the pastor to demonstrate integrity. See, that's what I don't. Actually, we're in the after show. We can do whatever we want to do. Can you come up and explain this to me? I need explanations on male leadership. Because I don't I don't know what this means. When you say I like and accept male leadership, I just need that pastor to demonstrate integrity. I don't know what that means. Like, is it that men, by virtue of men, can lead? Do you accept women leadership? Like, I have questions. Like, I have so many questions. No. I don't actually need a theologian. I need the people who are practicing the religion to explain to me their view of the religion. And yeah, I will talk to like academics in the area, but I want to know what people think when they're like, men are leaders, women are not. Wait, you said no, you don't accept women leadership. What? Yeah. Okay. All right. We gonna move on then. Yeah. No, but I don't follow lay people, but I want to understand what people's understanding of their role biblically is. So like women are accepting that they should be subjugated. And you can call it, to be fair, y'all can call it whatever y'all want to call it, but it looks like subjugation to me. It is just in your mind, the subjugation is by a good, benevolent master, but it's still subjugation. Because if women can't lead and you have to look to men to lead you, that's definitely subjugation. And to be fair, the Bible does say like you don't have to be married and all that. So like you don't have to be, but that's weird. Not weird as in bad, but weird. Yeah, weird as in bad. Yeah, I did mean what I say. All right, let's continue. Feminism. Perfect segue.
The feminist movement was never made for the black woman. If you look at the history of the feminist movement, it dealt with the white woman wanting to defeat the patriarchal system of the white man. She wanted to get out the house. So while she was out there marching and fighting to get out the house, who was in her house?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I literally did not know whose voice I was listening to, but um, the black woman. What? Wait, I need to ask a question because the way I'm confused about race in America. I am very confused about. I'm confused about race in America. I'm confused. I'm very confused about. Let me ask the Discord a question. Is this? Oh, sorry. Because like, it, I thought we were just going to be hearing a voice, and now seeing a face with that voice, I'm very confused. Wait, why is Kenny dragging me in the Discord? Yeah. All right, girl. Period. Let's hear about black women now. Let's hear about black women because we.
It was the black woman taking care of her household. It was the black woman taking care of her man. It was the black woman suckling her children from the breasts when she couldn't suckle her own children.
I'm not doing this. I want to look. I know what the face was. I did not know what. I cannot live. I want to listen to this and I want to engage with it, but I refuse. I do. I do. I feel like this is another Rachel. Like, I feel like this is a. I'm trying to think. Yeah. That men are y'all diabolical for this. Putting this woman up there to preach as pretending like this is a let's just go to the debate. I wanted to set you all up with the framework for the for like the pushback against feminism and whatever, but I can't do it through her because no. All right. A while ago, I did a video about a year or so ago, and people did not get to watch that video, so you don't have to stay for this. But in the video, I was reviewing a debate that was done about feminism and how feminism destroyed the Black community. I won't be reviewing the entirety of this debate because absolutely not. But I do want you to hear the opening statements, and then I want us to. Y'all are going to hell. Y'all are going. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I ain't playing with y'all. I'm not playing. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. So the prompt is: did black feminism or feminism destroy the black family? Right here you go. Did black feminism or feminism destroy the black family? So let's get it. Let's get into it.
Struggle of the 60s. Jainaba is a solid revolutionary vanguard, spreading the gospel of African internationalism. Today, she continues that legacy as a speaking member of the Uhuru Movement's Impedum organization dedicated to peace, bread, and Black power. Arguing the negative position is Katina K. Taylor, a resident of Kansas City, Missouri, JD, and co-founder of Elements of Education, KC. Katina is an edpreneur working to connect, inspire, support, and honor amazing African-American women in the field of education. She has lent her voice, gifts, talents, and skills to reshaping education as a teacher, speaker, workshop facilitator, consultant, community organizer, and volunteer. This is an exhibition debate and will be unranked. There will be no personal attacks of any kind, no profanity, and no interrupting. Round one, opening statements. Each participant will provide an uninterrupted opening statement. We will begin with Jainaba Phillips arguing the affirmative.
Thank you. This presentation is dedicated to Yejide Orumula. Happy birthday, comrade. I salute you. The truth is that the first feminists were Black. We weren't called feminists because we didn't need to at home in free Africa. Even through slavery and as far back as the women's suffrage movement, Black women participated but were overlooked by the white women who led. And so now you have Black women, including Sojourner Truth, Ida B. Wells, who grew the movement to 500,000 Black women who really needed help, but they would never find acceptance amongst mainstream suffragists. Why? Well, at that time, they were actively wooing Southern white members. And to appease the Southerners, the white suffragists abandoned their Black sisters. They minimized the presence of Black women and sieged control of suffrage history. It's already been documented that white women wrote us out of the history of the suffrage movement. We reject feminism because they have hijacked the definition. As president of the African National Women's Organization, Yejide Orumula stated, as white women grapple with gaining rights in white society, they still had African women in their kitchen and as wet nurses for their babies. It's bigger than equal pay, opportunity, and access because we don't want opportunity to work in your colonial parasitic institutions. We demand independence. We are the women who will always remain the historical leaders, but under colonialism, we've had to work. Black women always had to work, but now we are working to build self-determination in the interest of the people. Feminism simply means to fight for white women to have a slice of the colonial pie, especially in law enforcement and the military, institutions that contribute to the destruction of the Black family structure. White-led feminism resulted in an increase of white women in seats that traditional white men held, a subtle reminder of their silence during the ravages and rapes of our mothers during slavery. We can lead our own struggle outside of the dark shadow of white feminism. Become an African internationalist. Uhuru.
If I were if I were the moderator on this, I would say, Jaina, or whatever her name is, Jaina, you're going to have to redo that intro. You're going to have to redo that intro. And the reason you're going to have to redo that intro is at no point, at 0 point, at no point did you point out how Black feminism destroyed the Black family. Did y'all hear this woman explain at any point in this debate that black feminism destroyed the black family. As the moderator, not even a member of the debate, I am just going to ask you, please, can you redo this? Because it looked like you didn't do the assignments. Kenny said, very cute, very demure. Because I remember her saying that when Themis reviewed this the first time. Like, ain't nobody gonna sit here and have you just decide to make up whatever topic you want to make up. We gave you a prompt. You said the first feminists were black. You said they don't help black women. They help white women get positions of power, blah, blah, blah. White women, white women, white women. Yeah, that's cute. But how did black feminism destroy the black family? 3, 2, 1, go.
And now for Katina Taylor, arguing the negative.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to participate. Feminism did not destroy the black family. And here's why. Blaming black women who are anti-sexism and patriarchy for the decline in the rate of black marriage that has been plaguing the black community for the last decades. This narrative is not only ridiculous, but entirely lacking in factual basis.
And that's how you respond to a prompt. That is the most basic way to respond to the prompt. Repeat the prompt, state your position, and explain why you're going to say what you're going to say. Like, black feminism did not destroy the black family. Here's why. The funny thing is, she doesn't really have an argument because the first person did not make an argument. You have to give the respondent, right? You have to give the respondent something to respond to. Ain't nothing to respond to, girl.
Here's why. Feminism predates the decline of black marriage. The most obvious proof that this narrative is false is that feminism predates the decline in rates of black marriages. The first organized feminist event, the Women's Conference, held in Seneca Falls in 1848. I know some people that want to argue that black women magically joined the feminism in the 60s and 70s, but that's not true. They were there. In fact, black women were part of organized feminism from the very beginning. Sojourner Truth gave her famous anti-woman speech at the Women's Conference of 1851. Frederick Douglass was an organizer of and speaker at the very first conference in 1848. If black women believing in feminism killed the black family, then it died over 130 years too late. Sorry. Some opponents of black feminists love to claim that prior to the advent of feminism, all black women were sweet, submissive housewives, that evil feminism swept in, made all the women strong, and gave us attitude, so men left. False. There has never been a period where black women in America as a collective were housewives. Were there some black men who made enough to keep their women at home? Of course. But in a world where black men were mostly underpaid and never allowed to make more or equal to a white man with an equal skill set, this was not the norm. Black women worked alongside black men in the fields as equals when they were slaves and entered the workforce to help support their families all the same. Black women have never been separate wives. Black women as a collective have never been afforded that luxury. So this welfare thing is untrue as well, and it is not based in fact. Some like to argue that feminism taught black women that they didn't need a man, only welfare. They also like to claim that black women chose welfare over having a black man in the home, or that welfare is some kind of conspiracy to bribe black women into kicking men out. While it's true that the requirement to get welfare used to be that women receiving benefits could not have a man in the household, many women would receive benefits then hide their man when the caseworker came to visit or truly had an absent man to begin with. No woman is going to leave a man who is present and can provide for government cheese, canned goods, or poverty, or anyone who claims to think otherwise is intellectually dishonest or flat out stupid.
Anyone who thinks welfare took black men out of the home is intellectually dishonest or flat out stupid. Period. Period. It is with this that I go back to Kimberly Nicole Foster to drag again.
Feminists be trying to help y'all. I, as a feminist, am telling you that you are worth more than what's in your wallet. Remember the conversation between Nikki Giovanni and James Baldwin? Nikki said in that conversation, I'm not looking for a provider. I want a partner. I understand it's not your fault you can't be a provider. So don't take that on me because I didn't even really ask you to do that. It's the manosphere people who are telling men you're not worth shit and you don't deserve shit because you can't pay all the bills. I understand why you can't pay all the bills. Just show up and make my life easier. So you rather beat yourself up, be mad all the time because you can't fulfill the dictates of normative masculinity when I, being that feminist, can say, I actually don't even need you to do that. Make this a happy, joyful life. You rather be down on yourself all the time about why you're not a six-figure man. Okay, that's your choice. Feminists be trying to help you.
How did feminism destroy the Black family? Y'all need to provide these answers because this, oh my God, no, the white women are, I don't care who is a feminist and who is not a feminist. You made a claim that it destroyed the Black family. Now you need to tell me how. I was going to end it there, but now I'm feeling petty and I want to hear the rest. Not the rest, but I want to hear up to the mango juice. I want to hear up to the mango juice. And for those who are coming here, newly coming here, this is where I got the mango juice thing from.
Round 2. This is the lightning round that allows for an open cross-examination between both participants to engage in interrogation of their opponent's position. This is a shared time frame for both debaters. Ladies.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
I guess I'll start. I really want to know, on a material basis, what has feminism done for Black people?
Well, the argument is not what feminism has done for the Black family or for Black people. The hypothesis is that feminism has contributed to the demise of the Black family. So that's the real question. We're not here to prove what it has helped. We are here to prove the assertion that it has actually declined. And if we want to make that argument, we have to understand that the Black family, based upon the trauma that it experienced long before feminism became popular in the 50s and the 60s, that the attack and the traumatization of the Black family, the deterioration of the Black family, the physical, the psychological to mental, the emotional deterioration of the Black family happened before Black people ever stepped foot on the continent of these Americas.
So on a material basis, how does feminism build the Black family?
Again, the argument is not that feminism builds up the Black family. Your assertion is that feminism has contributed to the demise or the destruction of the Black family. So that's what you're here to prove, and I'm simply here to debunk that.
No, during the lightning round, we can ask questions. Like, for example, what did white feminism?
All right, and this is where I would bid you good night. Because, girl, the welfare argument is the dumbest argument ever. I grew up with all of it. HUD, housing, SNAP, NAF, TNAF. I am so annoying. I need to eat Medicaid. My mom's, it never took my dad out the home and gave me the chance to succeed. Yeah, you are correct. This can happen. Thank you, by the way.
Feminists do to stop lynching after Reconstruction?
Nothing at all. But again, that's not the argument. So let's talk about white supremacy in and of itself, right? So when we address this whole topic of feminism, what we're actually doing is blaming the people closest to us, and that generally comes from Black men, if we want to really be honest, or men in general, that they want to force and continue to put patriarchy and misogynistic values that really are centered in white supremacy and racism forward. And because they've been subjected by and to white supremacy and they can't fight it and win, then ultimately we become the victims of their rage and their anger. And so
how would you define the current primary issue what's the current primary issue that Black feminism is working to overturn in the Black community?
Well, Black feminism is working to overturn any codified and legalized inequality as it relates to all people, specifically Black women, Black men as well. We don't subscribe mainly and really and truly to the notion that feminism as a whole is something that Black women have bought into. That's why you hear the terms Black feminism. That's why you hear the term intersectionality. That's why you hear the term womanism, because we understand that feminism in the traditional sense has not assisted the Black people as a whole, which that has been the efforts of Black women from the beginning, is moving the Black people as a whole forward.
So are you saying that there's no way to measure how Black feminism is helping contribute to the Black family structure?
Is there a way to qualitative and quantitative? I think it is a way to measure.
How can we measure the quantitative?
Black women have consistently held up the family. Black women have consistently drove the economic power in our communities. So in that way, Black feminism, womanism, intersectionality, of course, moves our entire group of people together. But let me ask this question of you. So your argument is that feminism in and of itself has contributed to the demise of the Black family. How so?
What I'm saying is that when we have white women who have begun a movement and we begin to trail behind them, they are not going to propel our issues to the forefront. We don't need.
So you don't know what you're arguing. You did the wrong assignment and you showed up and think you just going to talk your way through it. How has black feminism or feminism destroyed the black family? If you're not answering this question, why are you here? Like it feels like you boost up your head with all these hotepery nonsense, and then you come in and you're unable to like argue your point because you never actually spoke it out loud. Like, how do you not understand the prompt and what it is that you're supposed to be doing?
Need to define it as black feminism. When we do that, when we allow intersectionality to become a part of the discussion, all that you do is cloak white women from criticism of their opportunism. And it allows black feminists to unite with white feminists just because you have this intersectionality thing where you talk about race, class, and gender, but the key word is talking, and there's no solution embedded to solve any of the contradictions being raised, including misogyny or misogynoir. In fact, the only solution that white feminists tend to have is to call the police. There's no way out of the criticism outside of male leadership being criticized, as opposed to the entire foundation of the basis of patriarchy, which is colonialism.
Yet I haven't heard an argument or anything to substantiate how feminism has contributed to the demise of the black family. And I can tell.
Katina better drag. Katina was like, yeah, that's cute. That great. But let's get back to the point. Let me check my Discord. You know me, I love my Discord. Oh, they're not doing anything. They're just dancing, sending dancing cats.
You exactly. Let me get you some. Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that white feminists, feminism in general, does is propel and accelerate black women, especially into their institutions. So you can become a white police officer. You can become. You can have white women thrust to the top of their institutions. When they want to end school shootings, they're going to rally around that. But when we've been having shootings going on in our communities, there was silence and crickets from the white women.
Okay. Fine. None of this is true. None of this is true. None of this is true. Like, black women can't just become a white police officer, but fine. Let's say black women can just give it a quick Michael Jackson. Now my voice being a mess. Let's say black women can just Michael Jackson it up and become a white police officer. Let's say that's true. How does that reality become destructive to the black family? See, I told y'all just always come in here and try to shame me. Y'all keep coming in here trying to shame me for doing the Lord's work. Demas, ain't no way you're still alive. OMG. I was watching you on a drive earlier. Ew. Period. It's a Friday night. I spend my Friday night with the people I love and care about. Unlike some other people, I actually take you all on dates, and I care about you all, and I show up for you all. I am there. I am a good, kind partner across this side of the internet. I show up.
In fact, even if you want to take it back to the beginning, during the lynching, the white women were quiet after the lynchings during Reconstruction. So here again, we have an example of the so-called leadership. If you want to become a segment, so there's white feminism, suddenly because there's a segment called black feminism. What that does is it contributes to the demise of the black family by allowing you to participate in what they got going on, which is against the black family. You can become the best judge if you want. You could become the best police officer if you want, but they do not address our specific issues as a collective.
So white feminists, however, are not actually defining what intersectionality is. That's Kimberly Crenshaw. White feminists are not determining what Africana womanism is or what black feminism is. No white feminist, and there's not necessarily any integration between the two.
So you don't see Black women clamoring at the bit to say, we want to go to the Women's March. We want to participate and do that. So if that's the case, and your argument is that, you know, Black women can achieve because now we're integrated or melding into white feminism, or feminism in the traditional sense, then I'm still not hearing an argument that actually supports the notion that feminism in any shape, form, or fashion has contributed to the demise of the Black family. Because if we haven't bought into it and we're not actively participating per se, then please help me understand how we're falling in line with traditional feminism and therefore working to destruct or demolish or break down the Black family.
What is your question?
I'm trying to understand.
Girl, the question is the same in the beginning. It is the same in the prompt. It's the same that she's asked. How has Black feminism contributed to the demise of the Black family? That's the question you need to ask. Now, there is an answer. You can say men became too jealous of women when they became independent, and thus men left the home because they could not deal with women doing better than them. Therefore, feminism in that way, by elevating women, i.e., making women feel like they could do and earn for themselves and thus have a sense of urgency, that turned men away from women because men needed to subjugate women. Therefore, in the absence of the ability to financially subjugate women and control women with finances, men could not keep up and did not want to engage. And therefore, feminism caused men to turn away from women. You can make that argument. It is available to you, but you have not explained how feminism destroyed the Black community. You haven't.
Your hypothesis. I'm trying to understand your hypothesis.
It's not a hypothesis. It's not a hypothesis.
All right. Well, I guess she does not know what a hypothesis is. That is great. Next question. Yeah, I just hit my nose. My nose on the mic. I sneezed on the beat and the beat got sick. That's not a hypothesis. I did not give a hypothesis. Go in. All right, girl.
There's an economic foundation. The reason why Black people were brought here is an economic thing. While white women were fighting for rights, they spearheaded the so-called feminist movement. Even though you implied that Black women have been we've been feminists and leading families and whatnot since the beginning of time, then why call it feminism in the beginning? That's just what Black women do. If we're going to define something, if we're going to say that this is feminism, which has already been defined predominantly. So if you're going to use...
Golden Lady needs to be blocked. Golden Lady needs to be blocked immediately.
Have we as a collective
create a segment from it? What
have
that
we
does
as a collective people ever defined anything or
and it
named
allows
anything?
them to push their issues to the front by creating a segment. We need to step away from feminism and embrace our own ideas.
So is the argument that we haven't embraced our own ideas, or is the argument that there's a name feminism?
How does feminism contribute to the destruction of the Black family? If feminism is propelling and pushing Black women and all women in general to be leaders of the already corrupt system that we have, then what are we fighting for?
I don't necessarily know that feminism is forcing anyone to be the head of anything. The argument in any women's movement, be it feminism, be it the conversation around intersectionality, womanism, Africana womanism.
Girl, I'm ignoring everything she's saying. Until she answers the question about how feminism caused the destruction of the Black family. I'm not doing it with her. Keelan Peele did a skit, didn't they, with like the hypotenuse? I'm pretty sure Keelan Peele had a skit. Trying to remember it. And like one of them got really famous by stealing the other one's joke. Did I make that up? I might have made it. I don't think I made it up, but I mean.
Feminism, however you want to say it, is really about being treated fairly and equally. That we are removing men who, from a Eurocentric and white supremacist view or lens, have been catapulted to leadership, and women have been minimized as if they are just a supplement to
I
the
understand
existence
that.
of men.
I
So if the
understand that.
movement is about equality for all
Yes,
women.
I understand that. What we're saying is that we're approaching it from two different root structures. You believe that the root cause is patriarchy. I'm saying that patriarchy was caused based on colonialism. When we were back home in Africa drinking mango juice off the lips of
Yeah, I like it. This is it. This is the part where this is where we got the mango, all my mango meals and mango letters and mango moments. This was where the mangoes came from. That was- when logic fails, when all else fails, just delve deep into blackmail worship. Why were you drinking mango juice off the lips of men, girl? You couldn't get a mango yourself.
and women have been minimized as if they are just a supplement to
I
the
understand
existence
that.
of men.
I
So if the
understand that.
movement is about equality for all
Yes,
women,
I understand that. What we're saying is that we're approaching it from two different root structures. You believe that the root cause is patriarchy. I'm saying that patriarchy was caused based on colonialism. When we were back home in Africa drinking mango juice off the lips of our kings, and some of us, even though we weren't kings and queens, we still didn't exist in so-called ghettos and things that we have now. In fact, we could actually walk around butt naked in our tribes at home without someone trying to rape us or worrying about an old crazy white man up the street who's going to come and flash and snatch your child. These are objective realities that are new to Black women.
When you say these are objective realities, girl, how you gonna spout? How you gonna sit there spouting all that nonsense and then say these are objective realities that are new to Black women? How are they new to Black women? I haven't. Which Black women? Because the Black women who are now Americans were not in Africa running through jungles drinking mango juice off the lips of their kings naked. I don't know which women you're talking about, girl. The women in Africa aren't even doing that. So the fact that you're sitting up here, we were in Africa drinking mango juice off the lips of. Yeah, there's gotta be some high level brainwashing. I'm gonna end it here. I'm gonna end it here because I refuse to go to 6 hours. I refuse to go. I truly want to. No, I'm gonna watch some more. I want to. I don't remember what the latest was. She said patriarchy is a colonial concept. That is not true. It is not true that male leadership is a colonial concept. It is not. So that's the first issue that we're having because they love to go back to the Moors and ignoring that the Moors had male leadership in the same way. But let's ignore that for a bit and jump forward to the foolishness here. The romanticizing of Africa and African tradition, I think, is actually a beautiful escapism. I think it embodies a kind of craving for where we are from. And I actually, there's a part of me that like it, but to the extent we're being very delusional about what was taking place and that we were drinking mango juice off the lips of y'all, you know we were sold off into slavery, right? Like a lot of us in the new world, my ancestors included, because people tend to forget that Jamaica was definitely a part of the Atlantic slave trade. Like I feel like people forget that we were also slaves and descendants of slaves in the Caribbean. but but I think in our wanting to Wakandafy Africa and not just make it Wakanda in our mind, but also romanticize what it was prior to colonization. We ignore the real truth about our participation in our own subjugation when it comes to selling ourselves off into slavery. Now, be careful. this, I think, is really, really, I don't think, and I think, let me explain this quickly so I'm not taken out of context. I think our participation is minimal, irrelevant, and minute in the scope of the kinds of slavery and the kinds of trauma we endured in the New World and traveling to the New World. I don't know necessarily that the people who sold us off, because when I tell you, when I was younger, the son of a chief that I was talking to and debating essentially told me that I should not be flexing on anyone because his people sold our people off. That was the first time I've heard the concept of engagement. Like that was the first time I had to grapple with the reality that Africans were involved in the selling of African people. And so, and it didn't really hit home. I was annoyed and mad, but it didn't hit home till I started doing research years later, right? And so it is true that for some of us, we were actually sold off, and these Europeans did not go into the continent and drag us from our homes and drag us onto the boats and then shipped us off, right? There was participation by elders and leaders in different tribes. Like, it is what it is. I don't want to put that out there, however, without underscoring how important it is to note that slavery existed all over the world. And I don't think the people, the Black leaders all across, and who engaged in the slave trade, rather, I don't think they could have known or did know how horrible it would be for the people they sold off. And I've been trying to do research on how, like, the knowledge gap between the people selling other people off and the experience of people in the Americas. And I need to do a lot more research on that. But my instinct here and the research I have here and the professors I've spoken to here have indicated, maybe they're more social justice than I would like, but they've indicated that while it is true that Africans were involved, men in particular were involved in selling off people, Black people, into slavery, that they wouldn't have known how bad it would be for the people they sold off, because slavery looked very different in Europe. It looked very different in Africa. It looked very different in Asia. So the chattel slave, as it is known today and understood today, is something that was new and way more brutal than any other experience. This does not excuse selling your people off into slavery, but it should be dwarfed by the evils of the people who engage in that kind of slavery. I hope I made myself clear on that. I hope that was clear. All right. So romanticizing about Africa is weird. And that we were running through jungles naked, drinking mango juice off the lips of people is wild.
When we were at home in Africa, in basking in the sun, recharging our melanin, white women were having struggles with their
Yo, how did I forget this part? Yo, let me go back. Absolutely. I'm gonna need to hear this entire soliloquy. I need to hear this entire. While we were back home in Africa recharging our melanin, straight out of the Hotep book. Straight. Let me slow this down. All right, it's that normal.
thing. If we're going to say that this is feminism, which has already been defined predominantly So if you're going to use
have we as a collective,
try to create a segment from it, what that
we
does
as a
is
collective
put you
people
on
ever
the bottom,
defined anything or
and it
named
allows them
anything?
to push their issues to the front by creating a segment. We need to step away from feminism and embrace our own ideas.
So is the argument that we haven't embraced our own ideas? Or is the argument that there is a name, feminism?
Is how does feminism contribute to the destruction of the Black family? If feminism is propelling and pushing Black women and all women in general to be leaders of the already corrupt system that we have, then what are we fighting for?
I don't necessarily know that feminism is forcing anyone to be the head of anything. The argument in any women's movement, be it feminism, be it the conversation around intersectionality, womanism, Africana womanism, feminism, however you want to say it, it's really about being treated fairly and equally. That we are removing men who, from a Eurocentric and white supremacist view or lens, have been catapulted to leadership, and women have been minimized as if they are just a supplement to the existence of men. So if the movement is about equality for all women.
I understand that. What we're saying is that we're approaching it from two different root structures. You believe that the root cause is patriarchy. I'm saying that patriarchy was caused based on colonialism. When we were back home in Africa drinking mango juice off the lips of our kings, and some of us, even though we weren't kings and queens, we still didn't exist in so-called ghettos and things that we have now. In fact, we could actually walk around butt naked in our tribes at home without someone trying to rape us or worrying about an old crazy white man up the street who's going to come and flash and snatch your child. These are objective realities that are new to Black women. When we were at home in Africa, basking in the sun, recharging our melanin, white women were having struggles with their men. They were having struggles in the caves of Africa that were separate from us. It's very true that Black women and white women have a separate idea of feminism. What I'm saying is that when Ida B. Wells and Sojourner Truth were fighting to gain exposure on what was happening to Black women, it was white women, and it wasn't such a long time ago. This isn't inconceivable. Would thrust, I'm not saying individuals, but would thrust their issues to the forefront. We see that even today, and the example is the White Women's March when they were talking about the school shootings and whatnot. Didn't you see them all come together? We see them all on the news. They marching. We said, "Dang, we didn't even know white women existed in this massive numbers outside of Starbucks."
So not only were we recharging our melanins in the sun and drinking mango juice off the lips of kings, she pointed out that women in particular could be naked and not have to be worried about rape. This is not true. Southwestern Kenya and write-ups on Southwestern Kenya, Namibia was also included. And there were other not tribes, but now countries, but at the time tribes, were included in various write-up. You guys can go to Cornell Law here. They're also very write-ups on this. So like you can literally Google it. Stanford, Colonialism and Consent, Rape in South Africa, Eastern. Like you can literally go through the history to know that this is not true. RAPE was definitely done multiple times to different people in different tribes, particularly when they were captured in tribes, but when they were tribal conflict. But within families, this was seen on a tribal level as not an issue for the leaders of the tribe or authorities, but rather a family matter when someone was RAPE. So to sit up here and pretend like people weren't RAPE, trigger warning, sorry, pre-colonial era is weird. Like this is weird to have the thought that like the only reason RAPE exists is because of colonialism is weird. Like that, it's kind of diabolical, and it speaks to like this very weird and delusional attempt to rewrite one history, but reframe men and manhood and Black manhood in particular as somehow different than every kind of manhood and better in the way that it does not forces itself on women. That is weird. That is wild. That to frame Black manhood in a way that excludes them from violating women is absolutely diabolical. The only reason we have RAPE now from Black men in her mind is because of colonialism. That is an outrageous claim that you would have to prove. I would completely change the debate, and you would now have to prove that. Because apparently you're not answering anything else in this debate. So I'm going to ask you how you know any of that. I want to know how you know we were drinking mango juice off the lips of kings. I want to know how you know we were running around naked in the forest without anyone touching us. I want to know how you know we were recharging our melanin and all of that. I want to know how you know all of this. And with that, I don't know what I just did, but I definitely clicked off. Let me go back and see if I definitely clicked the wrong button.
Family structure.
This question of you. So your argument is that feminism in and of itself has contributed to the demise of the Black family. How so?
What I'm saying is that when we have white women who...
So is the argument that we haven't embraced our own ideas, or is removing men who from a Eurocentric
butt naked in our tribes at home without someone trying to rape us or worrying about an old crazy white man up the street who's going to come and flash and snatch your child? These are objective realities that are new to Black women. When we were at home in Africa, basking in the sun, recharging our melanin, white women were having struggles with their men. They were having struggles in the caves of Africa that were separate from us. It's very true that Black women and white women have a separate idea of feminism. What I'm saying is that when Ida B. Wells and Sojourner Truth were fighting to gain exposure on what was happening to Black women, it was white women, and it wasn't such a long time ago. This isn't inconceivable. Would thrust, I'm not saying individuals, but would thrust their issues to the forefront. We see that even today, and the example is the White Women's March when they were talking about the school shootings and whatnot. Didn't you see them all come together? We see them all on the news. They marching. We said, "Dang, we didn't even know white women existed in this massive numbers outside of Starbucks." So what we're talking about is facing the root cause. Patriarchy exists, but at this massive amount, this is new for African people. We had different types of sexualities in the tribe. We had freedom and liberation.
Look at Katina's face. Look at her going on, and I'm not gonna play the violin because it's kind of disrespectful. But look at look. I'm not gonna respond to any of this, but just look at Katina's face.
Over our own lives. What I'm saying is that this is brand new, and the root source is not patriarchy.
So again, what is the...
Yo, I promise you that if I made merch, which I probably should make merch. I should get out of this. Like, don't make merch. Cause like I actually would like a hat. I don't wear hats, but like I would like a hat that says recharging my melanin. I would like it on a shirt also. I would definitely wear this. I would put it on pretty much everything.
The root cause?
Colonialism.
And so we would agree on that point. White supremacist culture.
Well, then that's great.
But here's the thing though. I'm still not hearing an argument that solidly says feminism has contributed to. So if that is the conversation, I'm not hearing it. So if we want to talk about the three phases or the three waves of feminism, right? So
no, that's not what I want to talk about.
Well, that's what I want to talk about. That's where we're going to go.
Or are you saying what you want to talk about?
Well, I'm saying let's talk about the issue at hand and what's being posited in the hypothesis, because I don't think we're there yet. So we have three waves of feminism. We have three waves of feminism. The 1840s was the first wave. The 1950s and 60s was the second wave.
Listen, I would like this to be a lightning round where we ask questions and not a lecture round. I want to engage in an ideological struggle. I don't want to sit through a lecture.
Yo, this is so disrespectful for so many. When you say you want to engage in ideological struggle, you are engaging in intellectual struggle. You are struggling intellectually. What do you mean? You want to you want to engage in ideological struggle while you're having a mental struggle, you're having a psychological struggle, you are literally having cognitive dissonance, which is a struggle. The fact that you are actually struggling to articulate yourself and engage with the debate topic at hand while trying to pretend like you can engage meaningfully with Katina is diabolical. I don't want to hear none of that. She's trying to help you. She's trying to get you back and refocus on feminism specifically and how it is destructive or destroying the Black family. That's what she's trying to get you to answer. So for you to sit up there like, I want to engage in ideological struggle, well, first you need to come up with an ideology for it to engage with someone else's ideology for said struggle. You are currently struggling individually to come up with a thoughtful idea. What do you mean?
I don't think there's a format for this round.
There is.
Round.
There
is it?
Ladies, this round you are able to engage in cross-examination of each other.
Oh, that means I can make statements as well, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So,
why the host sound like she's going through a tunnel? Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, yeah, why the moderator sound like she 50 miles away from the microphone in a tunnel? Let's go back to the moderator, y'all. Y'all need to get into this.
I don't think there's a format for this round.
There is.
Round.
There
is it?
Ladies, this round you are able to engage in cross-examination of each other.
Yeah, that microphone is diabolical. Yeah, I promise you that whole microphone is diabolical. But let's continue.
So that means I can make statements as well, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So either you grab the mic or you don't. But in any case, when we start talking about feminism and the fact that people are positing that Black women's level of embracing this notion of feminism, first of all, we ignore the first wave, we ignore the third wave, and we get centered in the 1950s and 60s as we talk about when feminism became most popular in these Americas. And what I'm saying is that Black women had long before that been attempting to move.
The fact that the fact that this one over here Not listening is absolutely wild to me. The fact that you can be this abrasive and disrespectful and dismissive while not knowing what you're doing is wild.
Not only themselves, but certainly their men, their children, their family, their extended family forward. And it was not in any shape, form, or fashion about feminism in regards to the demise of the Black family. There were so many other factors that occurred before, during, and after that were codified and sanctioned in the laws of this land. And therefore, those are the things that more importantly and had more of a dramatic effect in regards to the demise of the Black family. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to lay it at the feet of feminism, because that then ignores the whole white supremacist, Eurocentric, colonized foundation we have.
Now for round 3, audience question and answer. We invite our audience to submit questions for the debaters. Each participant will be given the chance to respond to each question uninterrupted. Please submit your questions now. As we bring up our audience questions,
Yo, the way there's no one in the audience. I'm not laughing at this, but imagine not having anyone in your audience talking about audience question and you didn't even plan, you didn't even ask people to show up. What do you mean audience question? I think there are 2 people in the audience. Let's see.
please support our growth by donating to our Cash App, $, The Great Debate League. TT Talks podcast is hosted by Adrian Bate.
yeah. To be fair, when I used to host debate, I even had a whole debate tournament that I had to scrap because y'all did not show up and y'all did not ask no questions. So I know the feeling. I know the feeling she has right now.
You can support this Black woman entrepreneur today. She has new merch available at tttalks.com. You can visit the website and order your own TT Talks hoodie. This is a classic hoodie with the TT Talks logo surrounded by the slogan and the website on the hood and lower back. And now we will take our first audience question. Arguing the affirmative, Janaba Phillips will have 1 minute and 30 seconds for the first audience question. And that question is, do white feminists care about the Black community? Janaba?
You know, you can't look at it on an individual basis. We do have some former white feminists who become African internationalists in solidarity. But in terms of white feminists leading African people, absolutely not. It's inherent that their struggle is to support.
See, let me tell you how this would go. They would never invite me back on their platform because I would tell you how dumb that question is. I'm not necessarily a disrespectful person. I'm not, but I'm definitely gonna call out how irrelevant. I'd be like, if I say yes or if I say no, that has no bearing on the prompt that we're discussing. Yes, white feminists care about Black community. No, Black feminism does not care about Black black community. However, the question is, did black feminism destroy the black family? This question about white feminism has nothing to do with whether or not black feminism or feminism destroyed the black family. I am sorry, why would I be answering this in any detail? Next question. That's how I would take this question.
The colonial status quo, and that is at the expense of African people. So, no, they cannot.
Thank you, Janaba. And now arguing the negative, Katina. Do white feminists care about the Black community?
So I'm all about making sure that we are dealing from facts. So first and foremost, I want to say it's a misnomer that the majority of white women are feminists, because they are not, and the numbers don't support that. So let's be clear there. Do I believe that women that define themselves as white feminists care about the Black community? Some do, some don't. But when we start talking about the overarching movement, feminist movement, is it to the benefit of Black people? Absolutely not.
Thank you for that. And now for our second audience question.
Yeah, why the one in the middle looking around like she crazy? Like, why are you looking around pretending like you got the trump card just now? I'm confused as to why the one in the middle. I feel like the one in the middle did not understand the assignment. I did see this. I was trying to make a video on this all week. I might make a video on it this weekend. I also have a separate video that I'm writing out. So yeah, I did see this, and I'm gonna make 2 videos this weekend.
We are really getting into, ladies, we appreciate your participation in this debate as we're bringing up our second audience question. It's been fun already. All right. I still haven't heard how feminism is destroying the Black family yet. Janaba, we'll give that to you first.
Yes, feminism destroys the Black family by propelling and catapulting women, whether they be white or Black, to take seats in the current position of power, which worked against the Black family structure, i.e., institutionalized racism all throughout the fabric of this country. We do not need more seats in leadership. We do not need a Black, we don't need BET to be Black owned again. What we need is independence and self-determination.
Thank you. And the same question to you, Katina. I still haven't heard how feminism is destroying the Black family yet, which you are.
That's not, the moderator is like, what? Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to end it here because I think I'm actually having a migraine. Why would you ask Katina to respond to that prompt when you should be asking her to respond to what the girl in the middle said? You should not be. I still haven't heard how feminism is destroying the Black family yet. That is her position. You say this to her, she's going to agree with the prompt and move on. You don't ask her that. You ask her to respond to what the one in the middle just said. Yeah, I'm done. Actually, let me hear what Katina, what's her name, Katina? Let's hear what Katina says and then move on. We're done tonight.
-4.
I haven't either. So I would agree with that statement. It's not a question, but I have yet to hear it either. I think we're in our fight to be emancipated, to be liberated from a white supremacist culture and system and institutions. We're needed everywhere. And so to make an argument that because feminism places women, Black women, first and foremost, or I'll say Black women, above Black men, because ultimately that's what the argument boils down to. We need to be in those seats just like Black men need to be in those seats. And when we are in those seats, we are the ones that bring Black men into those places in those positions of power along with us. It's been shown, it's been documented that when Black women do well, Black men and children do well, and the Black community as a whole does well. So I have yet to hear from my opponent either how feminism is destroying.
That is true. When Black women do well, they tend to go back and date Black men, and Black men do well, and Black kids do well. Now, they don't do that well because the Black men tend to go cheat. I'm thinking about Wendy Williams. I'm thinking about Wendy Williams. I'm thinking about Kevin Hart. I'm thinking about what's that comedian? I'm thinking about a lot of Mary J. Blige. I'm thinking like Nicki Minaj, ma'am. Like I'm thinking about all of them parodies. I'm thinking about all of them. When women, Black women in particular, do well economically, they tend to go back and marry Black men and create Black families. When Black men do well, have a wonderful night, you all. Remember to like, share, comment, and I'm not going to finish that statement. I'm not finishing that statement. Not finishing that statement. Someone said this was Jules' argument. No. Jules said it wasn't happening. Jules said they were not dating, marrying down. I'm not finished. Let me go back. Let's go back.
Feminists be trying to help y'all.
We're gonna end
Feminists be
with
trying to help.
Kim. We're gonna end with Kim. And let me remind y'all that y'all owe Kimberly Nicole Foster an apology. The dog piling on her, I came out and defended her. But I'm going to continue to say y'all owe her an apology for dragging her out through these streets when she had more political foresight than all of Kamala's fangirls, because they were out here talking about Kamala is not just the prosecutor, she was progressive and blah, 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 and she should not lean into being a prosecutor, while Kim is saying lean into being a prosecutor. And that's what Kamala did. So y'all need to apologize to her. Because period. Anyway, let's take it away, Kim. I don't agree with. Let me just say this. I'm playing this, but I don't tell women who they should date and why they should date who you want. But I think that women can want more in terms of finance, and they can want more in terms of academic level that the man has, and they should and can want more in terms of emotional intelligence, and sort of just like social mobility. Like, I think it's not wrong to want more from your partner, and choosing who you're going to be with based on sort of what they bring to your life in a real tangible way. But if you also want to date down, girl, do you. Like, I'm never going to tell you not. Do what makes you happy. And when it stops making you happy, not happy in like this moment I'm happy and then the next moment I'm not, like brings you joy in a deep way. So I'm an advocate for that. So take it away now. With that said, Kim.
Help y'all. I, as a feminist, am telling you that you are worth more than what's in your wallet. Remember the conversation between Nikki Giovanni and James Baldwin? Nikki said in that conversation, I'm not looking for a provider. I want a partner. I understand it's not your fault you can't be a provider. So don't take that on me, because I didn't even really ask you to do that. It's the manosphere people who are telling men you're not worth shit and you don't deserve shit because you can't pay all the bills. I understand why you can't pay all the bills. Just show up and make my life easier. So you rather beat yourself up, be mad all the time because you can't fulfill the dictates of normative masculinity, when I, being back feminist, and saying, I actually don't even need you to do that. Make this a happy, joyful life. You rather be down on yourself all the time about why you're not a six-figure man. Okay, that's your choice. Feminists be trying to help y'all. I, as a feminist, am
Feminism works in Black men's favor. It does. It is that simple. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's very clear. It's very obvious. It's very mindful, very demure. It's all of that. So On that note, we made it to 6 hours and 20 minutes. That is wild. That is too much. That is too long. But I enjoyed it. It didn't feel that long to me. So I appreciate you all. Thank you so, so much. Um, I'm going to go eat my food. I'm watching JJK. If you haven't watched JJK, I like it. I didn't like the graphics initially, but I'm almost done with season 1, and apparently the graphics get better in season 2. So I'm gonna go watch JJK on my couch. I'm gonna fall asleep on my couch because I already did my nighttime skincare routine, so I don't gotta do anything besides put on my PJs. So bye.